Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome. Gonna be a good stream today. Everyone having a good weekend and a good Sunday. Hi, Blip. How's it going? Hope you are having a good day. Started here in about 2 minutes. Hi, Chris. Hey, Lebeo Bob. Hey, Lalo. Y'all are having a day. Rascal. Don't tempt fate, Rascal. Come on now. Rascal asks, will this be the first double-digit long stream? Oh my goodness. Personally, I hope not, but I've it seems like anytime I say something, then it all just blows up anyway. Hey, Dunstable, Pertamon, Gravios, welcome, welcome. Oh, thanks, Pertamon. Yeah, feel free to catch the VOD. As always, that's what it's there for. The VODs are on my Twitch channel for 60 days, and usually well before then, they are moved to my YouTube channel. So if you want to see older videos, you can find them on YouTube. Exclamation point YouTube in chat as a command will get you my YouTube channel. You can see the commands listed there on my start screen. Twitter, YouTube, and I also have exclamation point GitHub if you want to see my GitHub as well. Today, she's breaking records today. Oh boy. Athena, you're building your computer chair in your new apartment. Congratulations on the chair and congratulations on the apartment. A good chair can make or break your computer experience, honestly. Hey, D-Rocks. Welcome, Crazy Horse. Glad you're able to make it live. That's awesome. Right, the timer has counted down, so let's switch over to my regular screen here. Hi, folks. Ooh, that chat is gonna look real confusing over top of my terminal there. Hmm. Let me just switch sides real quick. I'm gonna switch my windows around so that things look a little better. Let's do this. Oh, come on. Friggin' thing. There we go. All right, let's try this. And I want this and this. Minimize later. There we go. Okay, that should be better. I'm gonna want to be able to see what's in the terminal. So perfect. All right. Big brain day. Yeah, I hope y'all can hear me okay. Let me just double check I'm using the right audio device here. I'm wearing headphones today because we're going to be listening to the Traversy media video. So I didn't want to, yeah, I am. My regular snowball mic. So yeah, we're going to be, today should be a good day. What we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the, we're going to take a look at the Traversy media video that Leon assigned. And we're going to go through it. First thing we're going to do is we're going to look at the completed app. So the working finished product, and we're going to kind of explore a little bit about what it can do, how it works. And then we're going to also explore the completed code. So sometimes I feel like with these Traversy tutorials, he just jumps right in and expects that you already know what all the components do, how they work together, what they're for. And sometimes it's good to look at the big picture first and sort of see, oh, this is the actual structure, and then we're going to kind of build up to that structure as we go. So after we go through it, then we will start at the beginning in the Traversy tutorial and we'll code through it. Let me catch up with chat here. No worries, Ty. Soon. Hey, Coder Mel. Yes, Chris, if you're going to invest in good things, invest in a good mattress and a good chair. Yeah, so the thing I've learned is that you always want to spend more money on the things that are between you and the ground. So a mattress, a chair, shoes, like comfortable shoes. Like those are the things that you want to spend money on. Hey, Interplanet. Madeline, I would just say, so that's a great question. Madeline asks, I've been feeling really overwhelmed by all the methods you can use while building an app. It feels like there's an infinite amount. Do you recommend any specific way to learn some of these? It feels like we learn methods in JavaScript through Code Wars, but it's less easy to get a hang of them all when building CRUD apps. Yeah, so I would suggest um, don't get too wide in your approach to apps. Just start with the kind of things like the code that Leon shares in class and some of the streams that I've done. Um, I would say, just focus on the basic CRUD. Focus on create, read, update, delete. How do you do that? And try building something that just does those things. It doesn't really do anything else. It just creates, reads, updates, and deletes from a database. And focus on getting that to work and don't worry about anything else. A great, Leon's code, the Rap Names Express app, and the most recent one, that he shared the code that we commented out. That's good. Just sort of look at that code and see the commonalities in between those, and see what's being used in both of those projects, and find the commonalities, the things that are repeated over and over, and just focus on those for now. But yeah, I know everybody has a slightly different approach to these sorts of apps, including Traversy. We'll see some slightly different ways to approach CRUD apps in this stream. But you sort of start to see patterns after a while. And for now, that's really all you need to worry about, is just finding the patterns and tagging the things that you see get used over and over again. Hey, Fidecha. When was the homework assigned? Yeah, so if you're wondering what the flip is this, like what are we even looking at? Um, if you go back to the Discord and you look in the follow along materials channel, which is right here, and on before August 2nd class, which was that day? Yeah, that was Tuesday, right? So there were a lot of things here, right? And so it's, not surprising you might have missed it. But just below the homework submission right here, there was homework due. And I doubt this is still going to be due on Tuesday, honestly. The fact that there was no class on Thursday makes me think that's probably not going to be due, but it's not a bad thing that we're looking at this now. It'll just give us a head start. So the homework, the video was right here. And really, he just says, this is a beast, just get through it. So all the topics are not brand new next week. And I agree with that. We don't have to understand everything that's going to be happening in this app, but it's a great introduction. I unironically love this tutorial. I do. It's crazy and hard and intense, but I can see the seeds for a ton of different concepts in here that are going to be so valuable to us as we get more advanced in making these apps. So I'm really excited about this. I had a lot of fun with this tutorial, and I hope that we can have a good time doing it again today. Uh, Edward asks, do we need to open something? So I would highly suggest that you code along today. You can open the video on your screen if you would like. I will be playing it on my screen, so you're welcome to just watch it here. It's up to you how you want to do it. However, I would highly suggest coding along with me and with Traversy. Duh, 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 duh. Mabiola, welcome. How do you join 100 devs exactly? Well, just like what Rascal typed in chat there, you can do !Leon and follow the links that pop up from the bot command there, and check out our Discord, check out Leon's website, and check out the Twitch channel. It's a free course. It's a free agency. You don't have to pay anything. It's all go at your own pace, and it's a lot of fun. And Rez, how am I doing? I am doing well, thank you. The 100 devs learn better than learning on your own. That's subjective, right? I can't guarantee that it will be, but it has been for me. It's great when you have a community that you can bounce things off of, and you can learn along with others rather than having to have all the motivation come from you. If sometimes you might need a little support, or sometimes you might hit a roadblock, and it's great to know that others are maybe hitting the same roadblock, and you can work on things together. Another thing that Leon does really well is helping you prepare for the job hunt and helping build your professional profile, your how you market yourself online, and not only those just programming skills, but also your professional skills. So I'd say that's the major advantage of this course. Is there a link to the Traversy Media video? Yep, just go to the follow along materials in the Discord, and you can find it there. Or I will also paste the link in chat. Traversy video completely went over my head. That's okay. That's okay. We don't have to understand it right now. It goes pretty fast. It introduces a lot of stuff we've never even seen before. That's fine. And Leon isn't expecting us to understand it right now. We're going to try to chip away at it a little bit here, but we're definitely not going to understand everything, and there's nothing wrong with that. How many times have we used something in the past when we have no idea exactly how it works? We just know that it does work. And that's the cool thing about programming, is that you can have those Legos and you can build them in that way. Reju, welcome. I have a basic question. Why do we link the JavaScript file at the bottom of our file instead of at the top? Well, in general, it's because we want to make sure that the basic, if there's a problem at some point while the page is loading, we want to at least make sure the basic HTML is going to load and the JavaScript is kind of optional. It's more of just like a thing where if the page load is interrupted halfway down, then at the very least the JavaScript is going, the HTML is going to load, and maybe the JavaScript won't, but at the very least you'll get HTML. Yep, content first and then the behavior, exactly. Had to write stuff down before diving in. That's awesome. Yeah. Welcome, Android. Learned a lot of cool stuff. Exactly. Right, I'm almost caught up with chat. Forgive me, just give me another minute here. Love learning stuff, indeed. Yeah, so Traversy's video is 2.5 hours long, so you should expect this to be longer than that, right? Okay. And again, here is a link to the Traversy video. If you're not, in 100 devs and you don't have access to the Discord, that's a direct link to the video. So you can pull it up, or again, you can watch it on my stream, on my screen. All right. So I think I'm caught up on chat. Oh, Oregon Curtis, thank you for the raid. Man, I think that's like a second or third time you've raided me. Thank you so much. I need to see if I can catch you back sometime. Welcome, raiders, indeed. Today we are going to be building an app from a Traversy Media tutorial. So you're welcome to stick around for that. Thank you again for the raid. Hey, Ellen, good to see you. Yeah, always thank you so much, Oregon. And I also wanted to thank Hydranity X. They subscribed with Prime in between streams. So thank you, Hydranity. Spend those Bezos bucks. Spend Jeff Bezos's money. And yeah, that's a great way to use it. So thank you so much, Hydranity. Okay. So as I said before, what we're going to do is, first thing we're going to do is we're going to look at the completed app. And we're just going to kind of see what it does and how it works, and point out a few features of it. And then we'll also look at what's happening, sort of how the finished code is structured. And then we'll dive into the tutorial and build it ourselves. So, all right, let's go ahead. Welcome, CautoX. Good to see ya. Okay, so this is the Storybooks app that Traversy codes on stream. The homepage, you can see, is fairly simple. It is just a basic login page, and we have a login with Google button. And we can see, this is the homepage. And another thing to note too is, while I'm clicking through this app, take a look down here in my terminal. I kind of pulled the terminal up a little bit. take a look at what's happening in the terminal, you'll see that it's logging basically all the requests that pass through the server. And you'll see, kind of what it does. So when I click login with Google, for example, we can see that it's getting a route called Auth Google. And when I click that, it displays a sign in with Google page. Yeah, and this is Morgan. Yep, you're right. Yep, this is Morgan. And so it offers more robust logging than what we normally use, just like the basic console log, right? This Morgan gives us a few additional options for logging things. Yeah. So when I click this, it pops up a sign in box. I'm going to go ahead and sign in with this email. I have a couple listed here, but I'm going to sign with this email. You see it console logged a few other things, but at the bottom of that, what it did is it got the dashboard and it got a style sheet, right? So we got our style sheet here, and I can click on an existing story here. This app basically just allows us to upload stories or notes or things like that. There's an add button, and it's behind my head right now. But just trust me, there is an add button in the lower right hand corner. And so when I click that button, it takes me to a page where I can add a new story. And we have a title, we can set a public or private status, and we can also, add a new story. You're not clear your mind, Wolf. Yeah, it's a bit of a dichotomy, isn't it? Hey, 9099, today we are building an app from a Traversy media tutorial, so you are welcome to stick around. We're using JavaScript, Google Authentication, MongoDB for storage, and handlebars for our templating engine. So lots of useful things today. Oh, thanks, Dakota. All right, so in this, we can also see, well, what do we notice here about what do we notice about our fields? They look a little bit different than the sort of input and text box type fields that we've used before, right? These are very fancy, aren't they? When I click on these options here, we can see that, there's some animation, things move around. And also in the text box, we've got we can do some rich text here, right? Like I don't know if it's rich text, but it's so if I type something here, we can highlight it, we can make things bold, we can do italics, we can strike through. We have options. We can add this extra formatting to our text, which is not really something that we've done before, and I think it's pretty cool. So when I'm done writing something, I can save it. Oh, I broke something. Oh no. Okay. Well, this also demonstrates one of our error pages, so that's good as well. All right, let's go back to the dashboard. Okay, let's try again. I guess I didn't try to submit a story today. I didn't change anything, but I didn't try to submit a story today. So let's see what happens here. All right. Oh, maybe it's because I didn't put a title. I bet it's because I didn't put a title. So let's try again. Add some formatting. I don't have specific error handling for that case. So public, okay, let's do that. There we go. Yeah, it's because I didn't put a title, and it's expecting a title. We'll see that later in the code. I'm glad we saw that. We'll see that later in the code, that a title is going to be a required field for our stories. Oh, thank you for the sub, Chris. Much appreciated. Wow, 4 months. Thank you so much, Chris. And love this tutorial, but as you mentioned at the beginning of the video, he seemed worn out by the end. Yeah, he was doing a lot more copying and pasting toward the end of the tutorial than he did at the start. At the beginning, he was typing everything out, and by the end, he was like, "Hey, just copy paste, whatever." All right. Yeah, and Abidemi, you got it right on the money. We're using Materialize. We are using handlebars. And yeah, we're using multiple things. The code likes to humble me once in a while. Absolutely. That's interesting, Rascal, that you say that EJS was easier for you. I actually really like handlebars. To me, it clicks a lot better for me, but you know, hey, everybody's different, and so that's why I like that there's so many options out there, right? Okay, yeah, Jim, if you need a link to the tutorial, Rascal has just posted it in chat there, so check that out. So 9099, I don't disagree. This could probably be improved with a loading animation, but for this particular stream, we're going to stick with what's exactly in the tutorial that Traversy has put together, because this is already going to be long enough without additional elements added. The base tutorial is 2.5 hours, and so I'm sure that I'm going to be talking for at least 3. So, but yeah, you're welcome to grab the code and add more elements. Absolutely. Okay, so well, if you want to see, and if you want to see what all is included in the tutorial, feel free to stick around for the stream. Absolutely. Um, okay, and so I added a story here, right? And so once we've added the story, I can edit it or I can delete it. And we can also see that these that this data is being stored in MongoDB. So you can't see it very well; it's behind my head, but we have you can see that I have a database called Storybooks, and then I have a few collections inside that database. I have one called Sessions, I have one called Stories, and I have one called Users. So if we look and see what's in Sessions, this has got a bunch of gobbledygook that we're not necessarily familiar with yet. But we can see the word cookie, and so we know that cookie is related to sort of authentication, identifying who you are, and saying that you're legit, right? Um, we also have stories, and this is where the individual stories are stored. Um, One thing to note here is that, as usual, we have a unique identifier for each story, right? We've seen that before with Mongo. It gives each document a unique identifier, and it's just sort of a long string of letters and numbers. But we can also see that there is a user field, and inside this user field, we have an additional object ID listed. So there's two identifiers here. What do we think that this identifier might be pointing to? What do we think that this might be referencing? It's probably kind of small. But yeah, it's referencing the person who submitted the story, right? Yeah, exactly. Welcome, Madnan, by the way, coming in with the right answer. Yep. It's the login of the person who posted the story. Right, exactly. And so you can see that we have another collection called users, and that is where we store information about the specific user, the users who have logged in and authenticated using Google Auth within our app. So we're storing all this information inside of our database. And so my two Google accounts are here because I've logged in with both of them. And each of them has unique information associated with them, including display name, first name, last name, and an image, a profile image. And all of that can be used inside the app. It comes from Google, it's stored with Google. However, we say, hey, Google, please give me these things. And Google sends them to us. We store them, and then we display them later when we need them. KT, yeah. So should we have a new DB already set up? Nope. Um, as others have said, we're going to add the database name in the connection string directly. It will create that for us, and as we add new things to our storybooks database, it'll create the collections on the fly. So we don't all you should have already is a connection or an account with MongoDB Atlas, which everybody in 100 Dev should have by now. If you're not in the catch up crew, if you're in the catch up crew, catch up, absolutely. But if you are caught up with the course, you should and you'll need a MongoDB Atlas connection, and a cluster set up, so you can start building your databases. Your phone came on with Mindwolf said, I was wondering about that when I said the OK GOOGLE. Yeah, your phone came on. That's great. Needs an app where users donate RPG stories? Yeah, you could, after we go through this tutorial, you'll be able to build one. Absolutely. How do private and public stories work on the app? Yeah. So if we go back to the story list here, we can see that I have 3 public stories and 1 private story. And that's a setting you can set when you're building your stories. You can choose public or private. And what that determines is essentially whether those stories are displayed on the overall like storyboard. And so we have a few things. If I click on this hamburger menu up here in the corner, we have a few options. We have public stories, dashboard, and log out. So the dashboard is where we are right now. However, if we go to public stories, we'll see that all of the stories are listed. However, we won't see the one story that was private. So the one story that's private won't be listed on this public board. And this public board is visible to all users of the app. So no matter who you are, you can see everybody's stories listed here on the public board. Now, if you'll notice, me as the red circle Claire, this is the account I'm currently logged in as. All of my stories with the red circle have an edit button. So I can go straight and I can edit my stories. But this other one, under my other account, doesn't have an edit button because I don't own that story. That's not mine. It's a public story, but I don't own it, so I can't edit it. I can read it. Bonus points if you can see who's in the image. That's not me. But I can read it here, and I can see if there's anything else from this user, but I cannot edit this. Yeah, it's the doctor, exactly. Yep, the 10th Doctor from Doctor Who. The yes. Yeah, and so that's how public and private stories work. If you choose private, it is hidden. Yep, it's hidden from others. Mine Wolf, your left eye is different from your right eye. Yes, it is. I have a condition called strabismus, which means that my eyes don't focus together, which means I also don't really have depth perception, so I'm not very good at sports. But that's about the only impairment other than a visual one. Yes, so my eyes do point slightly apart from each other, which is why I don't really look into the camera because it can be a little distracting. So I don't mind people asking about it, and that's what it is. Strabismus. This looks so cool. I'm glad. Yeah. So would I be able to take this and create something where different users can post something and have it tied to just that users? Yeah. You could essentially create something where like everybody's submitting private information, like so nobody else could see it. I assume that's what you're wanting. And that's basically what this dashboard is. This dashboard is only the things that me as the current user, only the things that I have submitted. And if you made all these private, nobody else would be able to see them. And so the app that we're going to build today will give you that ability. You can create private user only data. It's all still stored in the database together, but it is private to the individual user and only displayed to them. I assume that's what you're wanting. Yeah, it's a passport strategy. Absolutely. Yep. You can practice your doc reading and just copy paste like a real programmer. Yes. I love that you said that because that is, yeah, I work as a SQL developer by day. I'm sure many of you know this already. And I copy and paste all day long. I don't, not everything. I still write things, but the true knowledge is knowing what to copy and paste and where to put it. We are going to be recoding this from scratch. Yep. And so that's the basic functionality of the app, right? You submit stories, it tags them with a date, you can edit and delete them, you can view all stories submitted by all users that they have made public, you can read stories about them, you know, so if we had 6 users here and I clicked on this story, I would see the story. I could edit it because it's mine. I could also see only the stories that I have written right here. And When we're done, we can log out. And the cool thing about authentication is that now, let's say that I want to try to bypass that authentication and I just want to go straight to the dashboard. So I say, well, why can't I just, why can't I just type in, localhost 8000 dashboard and go straight to that dashboard where I was before? Let's try it. Oh, nope. And we can see that what it did there is it said get dashboard, and then it immediately rerouted me back to the home page. So we have route protection. We're protecting our routes from people who are not authorized to log in. So I'm logged out, so I can't get anywhere other than this home page. It'll check to see if I'm authorized. It'll say I'm not, and it'll put me right back to the login screen. Yeah. Hey, Honda Civic. Yeah, we're just going through the app right now. We haven't started coding it yet. Inferno, I already know MERN stack. Should I learn SQL? I would recommend it if you already very familiar and comfortable with MERN. Like I've said before, a lot of if you're trying to do full stack, a lot of tools that have some kind of a back-end interface will also have some kind of a SQL interface. Even if they're GUI based, even if all you're doing is dragging and dropping, there's usually some kind of a backdoor where you can use SQL to do more structured, more detailed queries against the data that you're working with, and so SQL can be very useful. Exciting stuff, indeed. Yeah. So that's how the app works. Now let's go ahead and does anybody have questions on how the app works, like what you can do in the app? Because the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the code, the structure of the finished code before we start from scratch with the tutorial. So any other questions on how this app works? Okay, ready for code? So real quick, I'm just going to show you what happens if I log in with my second account, how it looks different. So we can see that when I log in with my second account, it still says my name, Claire, because I have my name on both accounts, but it only shows one story. And if I go to the dashboard for if I go to the public stories, it's still going to show all the stories that are public, but I can only edit this one because it's the only one that I authored. So it's paying attention to who wrote what. It's linking it to that user ID. You remember we saw that in the database. It's linking each story to a user ID. And it says, hey, if the user ID matches, then show the edit button. Otherwise, nope. All right, good. Sounds like folks are ready. Who's Claire? That's me. All right. So let's go ahead and real quick, I just want to look at the structure of how the finished app is built, and some of the components inside the finished app. Because I feel like the way that, the tutorial goes, it's just, adding things, skipping all around, and it's hard to know why you're doing the things that you're doing and what the end result is actually supposed to be, right? Is private public similar to permissions? I wouldn't say it's necessarily permissions based in the case of private and public. Um, I would say the permissions are more like how we protected the routes. So you can't get to a page when you're not logged in, right? And that's more of like, I would say that's more like permissions because it's based on the identity of the user. Um, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess public and private could be sort of a permissions thing. It's like whether does this public stories page have permission to show a private story? No, it does not. Yeah. Welcome, by the way, Petri. Okay, so let's look at the finished code. Hope y'all can see that well enough. Let's just look at the structure. So inside of the finished code, we have our, sort of a common focal point for most CRUD apps, which is our app.js folder, or app.js file. You all might know it as server.js. That's normally what we use for our apps is server.js instead of app.js, but it's doing the same thing. If we think of our app like a wheel, and with each page and backend thing being like a spoke in the wheel, then the app.js or server.js file is kind of like the hub. It's the thing that kind of holds the whole app together. It helps direct traffic. It helps enable middleware that can parse that traffic that goes through. It's the glue that's holding everything together. My apps use square wheels. Hey, they can still roll, right? Might be a little bumpy, but they still get there. Okay. So we have our app.js, and you will notice that in my finished code, I have a few things in red here. And don't worry about that yet. It's okay. We'll talk about those as we get to them. Those things are changes that are going to be different than the way Traversy does it in the tutorial. So I'm not going to go through all this code, but just know that there are a few things in here that are going to be different, but I will stop the video and we'll talk about them as we get to them. But anyway, that doesn't change the fact that our app.js is a common file. It holds the app together. And it's where we have things like our middleware. It's where we put our routes. It's where we do our app.listen, things that we're very familiar with already. Yeah, middleware, listen, setting our static folder, that kind of thing. The tutorial's, well, the wild thing is the tutorial's not that old. It's only from 2020, which is 2 years ago. So what always amazes me is how quickly these things change and evolve, and things become out of date and unusable even after just a few months. And so it's really not that old. Yeah, Morgan, we don't, this tutorial really doesn't go into depth about it. It just helps you get more detail in your content, and you can configure it pretty heavily. Okay, so we have our app.js, which is kind of, again, it's the center of our wheel, and everything else is just spokes that come off of it. So let's take a quick peek here. Our first folder is called config. And inside of our config folder, we have our environment variables. And so what are the things that we normally put inside of our .env file? What are some things that we might put in there? Secrets, yeah. Database strings, yeah, anything that we want to keep secret, right? Anything that we want to keep hidden. Port value, yeah, absolutely, yep. You can do that. Port value, connection string, shameful stuff. Yep. So that's the kind of thing we can put in there. And why is my environment variable file a little bit a lighter color of gray, or a more faded color of gray than the other files? Why is that? Why is it a different color? Yeah, because I have it in get ignore, right? Because I don't want to upload that to GitHub. It is ignoring it exactly. Yep, it's in my get ignore file. All right. So we also have a db.js file, and that is where we're storing our database connection. So in a lot of the apps that we've built so far in class, our database connection is just hanging out in our server.js file, right? It's just chilling along with all of our other, gets and puts and posts. It's just hanging out there with everything else. And there's nothing wrong with that. However, as we build bigger and more complex apps, we're going to want to learn how to partition things out and bring them in where they're needed. So we're going to want to be able to, have them stored in separate files and then kind of just import them as needed in the places where they're needed. And so in this case, that's what's been done here, is we just have everything stored. We have everything database connection related stored in its own file, and then we'll bring it in later. That's all this is doing. And it's the same thing for this passport.js file. So passport is the authentication sort of package or method that we're going to be using with this app. And it's going to help us have that conversation with Google about, hey, Google, I need to do some authentication with you. And passport is going to help us do that. And so everything related to that login sort of information is in its own file here. So it doesn't have to clutter up our server.js file, and we just bring it in separately. Yes, and I did comment my changes. We will see, again, we'll see more about that as we actually code along. I'm going to have this finished file pulled up on another screen. And when we get to a part where there's a change, I'm going to stop the video. We'll implement the change so that the app will work for you. How did I get my comments in red? I installed an extension for it. VS Code, as you know, has many extensions that you can install. They can do all sorts of things. And so I figured, hey, there's got to be an extension where I can make my comments crazy colors so that I don't miss them, because that green, for me, sometimes that basic green of the comments can be kind of hard to pop out and like see, especially when I'm streaming and talking and multitasking. And so I was like, I need something that's going to make my comments nice and bright. And so I just searched in the extension library. I just searched for like comments, and I just installed one, and that did it. I don't even remember what it's called. It's like the most downloaded comment based extension. And it just lets you make them different colors. Good question though. Okay, so these config files are literally what's helping us set up the configuration for how we do our authentication and how we connect to the database. So they're in their own folder called config, and we just bring them in elsewhere in the app where they're needed, right? Okay, it's better comments. Okay, that sounds right. Sure, Rascal. I'll trust you. All right. So that's the config folder. And then in the helpers folder, we just have, actually, I'm going to skip helpers for now. Let's look at middleware. So what do we know? What is middleware? What do we know that middleware does for us? Or you can give me an example of some middleware that we've used before. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great answer, Chulo. Yeah, they're functions that um, help us handle the messages that are going back and forth from our client to our server to our database, right? They help us do things and transform those messages in certain ways. Yeah. Yeah, they help us do things. And we can identify middleware in our app.js file. We can identify middleware generally by the app.use method. When we see app.use, generally that's identifying some sort of middleware. So here we can see like Passport has some middleware, that kind of thing. And it's doing stuff to these messages as we send them to and fro. But we don't always have to use middleware that's built in. Sometimes we can write our own. So in this case, we're actually going to be writing some of our own middleware called ensure auth, and so well it's gonna use ensure auth and ensure guest to essentially do those checks that I was talking about earlier that are going to make sure that we can only access the right stuff at the right time when we're logged in or when we're logged out. And we need to use them. Yeah, exactly. We use them in the middle. We use them in the middle of sending those requests back and forth, right? Yeah, app.use, right? Yeah, cores. Yeah, Isachula says the callbacks that we use in our routes are technically also middleware. Yeah, I suppose so. Like with many things in JavaScript, it can have many names, right? We can call it different things depending on the use case. That's one thing I've learned about JavaScript, is that it just the way we name things depends on more of the context that it's used in versus the actual structure. Yeah. So we're also going to write a little bit of our own middleware, and so then we'll call that middleware in various places. I'm trying to find an example. I think it's actually in routes. So we'll see it in a minute. We'll see how that gets used in a minute in another folder. Yeah. Okay, so next folder down is models. And when we look in here, we can see that we're using Mongoose to set up a schema. Now, what does a schema do for us? I know we haven't really used Mongoose very much, but for those of you who have used Mongoose, I've used it in my last couple of streams because I think it's really cool and I like it. For those of you that have used Mongoose, what is a schema which then gets turned into a model. What does that do for us? Yeah, it's like a blueprint. Right, it's a template, it's a blueprint, it's a structure, a foundation for the items that we are storing in our database. So in this case, if we just take a quick look, we can see that this is the schema for our story. So we can set a title, we can set a body, we can set a status and a user. And we can specify certain things about these fields that we're putting into the database. Do you all remember how earlier when I tried to submit a story without a title, I got an error. I got a 500, right? It errored out. Why do you think that was? My story didn't have a title, so why did I get an error when I tried to submit it? Why is that? Just looking at this. Yeah, right, exactly. Because required was set to true. And so we can use Mongoose to sort of validate the data that's going into our database. It needs to be a string. Um, it's required. We can't submit to the database without a story title. And you'll see down here, I put in an additional change, which we'll talk about later, that the user field is also required. And I'll tell you about how I figured that out after a bit. Um, yeah, so and trim is basically just taking it. If there's white space on either side of the title, it's going to just trim it down. Yep. So there's a lot of built-in sort of properties that you can set that Mongoose will just take care of that for you. And it'll make sure that the data that goes into your database is as clean as you want it to be. It's as clean and as structured as you want it to be, which I think is pretty cool. Taco, welcome Taco. Kind of like Dapper for C#, maps front-end objects to back-end for DB manipulations. I suppose so. Yeah, I'm not familiar with C#, but that sounds like a reasonable comparison. Yeah. Yep. So that's all this is doing. It's setting up a foundation and setting certain properties for the data that we're sending to the database. And it's the exact same thing for our user.js. So each time a new user logs in, we would expect everything to be put through this this model and pass through the schema and be formatted properly. And we can even add certain default fields such as date.now. What do you think that does? What do we think date.now is going to do? A default date.now. What do we think that's going to do? Yeah, yeah, it's going to, by default, it's going to add the current date time stamp to every single database entry that we put in. That's not something we have to pass. Mongoose is going to do that for us, and it's going to say, oh, new entry coming in. I'm going to slap today's date and time on there, and so that way in the database, we can always know when that entry was passed in. Yep, default value. Yep, date time at the now time. Exactly. Yeah. KTR says, I kept getting an extra key for version number 0 in my documents, so I had to do a bunch of research to remove it. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I haven't seen that, version 0. I haven't seen that. But if anybody else has, do let me know. I'm not quite sure what that's referencing, KT, but that's interesting. So yeah, and so in the end, what we're doing is we're essentially just exporting the schema so that we can use it elsewhere, and we can reference user dot whatever at other times and bring in this model anytime we want. All right. So the next thing, next folder is public, and in there we just have a style sheet. You might notice that there's not much in this style sheet. So style.css is fairly small, but look how much formatting is in this app. I mean, there's a lot going on here. We got we got shadows, we got menu bars, we got hamburger menus, we got animations, we got, you know, cover stuff. So why is our style.css so small when we have so much styling? Why is that? How can our style.css be so small, have so much happening in this app? Yeah, we're reusing something on top of this. We're using something on top to essentially add a bunch of defaults, sort of styling to our app. And in this case, we're using handlebars and materialize, that are really helping us a lot with this. And really all that's in our CSS is a few places where we want to override the defaults. And so by default, certain things are going to happen. And all we need to do is just add classes to our HTML, which we'll see in a little bit. All we do is we just add classes to our HTML and things happen by default since we're using materialize. But occasionally we might want to change a font size or make a button float in a different place or change the size of an image. And in that case, we can override it with default CSS. Yeah, I mean, it's just another formatting. It's just another way to format stuff, I would say, Phrasey. There's a bunch of different ways. Yeah, there's a bunch of different ways to format things out there. There's, you know, yeah, you got Bootstrap, you got Tailwind. Like we were saying earlier with like EJS versus handlebars. I mean, sometimes some of it just comes down to preference. Personally, I really like the way this looks. I like that sort of flat, very plain, googly look. I like the way that Google stuff looks. And so this looks very googly. It's based on the Google material design framework or material design philosophy. And so I like it, but not everybody does. Not everybody likes that Google flat look. We'll see that in just a minute, Man Bajpai. We will see that in just a minute. What is inside of our views folder? Yeah, we'll get there very shortly. Okay. Ooh, it just started raining here. So sorry if there's some background noise. A thunderstorm is starting, so just FYI. You can see it coming. Now it's here. So all right. Yeah, great question so far. Great information. So let's look in the next. Oh, and by the way, last question. Um, so we can see that my style.css is in a CSS folder and that is in a public folder. So what's the purpose of the public folder? What are the sorts of things that I might put in there as I'm building an app? What do we generally see? What do we use public folders for? What do we see in public folders? Yeah, exactly. It can hold images, it can hold static files, it can hold HTML files. So we're not using HTML here, we're using handlebars. So we don't have anything in that public folder, but other than the CSS. But yeah, it's for static files, and that we can have our all of our pages in the view folder, they can reference those static files and use elements from them, such as images, or, you know, if we have a static HTML page, we could put it there. If we have style sheets, we can put them there. Yeah, that's what that public folder is. Yep, good answer. Okay, so let's look inside of the routes folder. Now, if we look at routes, what do we, so we don't have to know, like, let's look in index.js. That's a good one. What do we notice about these files that might be familiar to us? Um, for example, looking at like this, this, or if we go to stories.js, what are some things that we may be familiar with that we see in these routes files? Hey, yada yada, welcome. Doing well, thank you. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. We're seeing CRUD methods, right? Such as get, or here we have a delete. Here we have a put. These are all CRUD methods, right? And sometimes, in CRUD methods where we're passing in essentially a route that is going to cause something to happen when we visit a certain path in the browser, right? When I go to localhost 8000 slash stories, right? Localhost 8000 slash stories, I expect to see this page rendered along with whatever data I want to render here. Or when I go to um, localhost 8000 slash dashboard, I expect something different to render. And so we've done CRUD methods a lot, right? Um, yeah, but we generally did them inside of our server.js file. You can see, however, it's probably kind of hard to see, but look at the overall length. This is just, there's 3 route files here. Look at the overall length of this. So really, as you get into building bigger apps, if we tried to put all of these routes inside of our server.js folder, it would really clog things up, right? That's a lot of routes, and it would be almost impossible to remember like which route goes where, what it's for, where it's trying to direct us, that kind of thing. And so yeah, Rascal, they're generally they're divided by sort of category, what they're doing. So we have routes related to authentication. We have routes related to essentially index.js. It's more of, these are more of routes related to like non-story specific things. And then these routes are related to like actual story actions, like delete and edit, and that sort of thing. Yeah, it's hard to keep track. Exactly. So if we try to put this into our server.js, all these routes at once, it would be very even more opaque. And so what we do instead is we put them inside of a routes folder. We attach them to a router. We export them as routers. And then in our app.js file, we can just say, let me find it, give me a second. We can just say, hey, for all these routes, use the route from the appropriate folder. So if they pass in, the slash, the root, then go to routes index. If they pass in something related to auth, go to the auth folder. If they pass in something related to stories, go to the stories folder and access the appropriate route from there. So we're able to condense all those routes down to just 3 lines inside of our server or our app.js file. Yeah, it's very clean. That's what I really like this. And as we build more complex apps with many more routes and many more pages, we're going to have to do this to prevent our server.js files or our app.js files from becoming extremely cluttered. Yep, it's just smaller Legos. Yeah, that's a good point there, Isachula. So the require, yeah, we can use require as a second statement. We don't have to import it and name it, assign it to a variable, and then use it again. We can do kind of all of that in one step. So that's a great point. Yeah. It's encapsulated, exactly. Someone was saying this is how they structure it in companies. I would imagine so. Just because with like company apps, I mean, they're going to be complex, right? Just by their nature. And so you're going to want to encapsulate things as much as possible. You're going to want to put everything in its proper place so that, Joe Schmo could come in 5 years from now, understand the structure, and fix it when it breaks. Because it inevitably will, right? This tutorial was only 2 years old and it's already out of date. So these types of things are going to break and you need to be able to get in and fix it. Okay, so we were looking at routes. Does that make sense why we're using routes in their separate folder? I think I'm getting the sense that y'all get it. Someday I aspire to be Joe Schmo. I'm sure you can be. All right, good deal. So the last thing that we have here, well, the last major thing that we have that we haven't talked about yet is views. Okay, so where have we used views before? What do we know? What do we know goes in a views folder? What sorts of things go in the views folder? Ooh, the hydrate there. Yeah, so we've used it with EJS before. Yep. And it's the kind of this is where we put, yeah, exactly, Rascal. That's a great answer. It's where we put templates. It doesn't have to be EJS. It could be something different. As we were talking about earlier, there's tons of different templating engines out there. For this app, we're going to be using handlebars. For previous apps, we've used EJS. And there's tons of other templating engines out there, but since they are rendered first and then only turn into HTML once they get into the DOM, we put them in a views folder instead. Yeah, non-static stuff, right? Templates. Yeah. So in this case, again, we're using handlebars. So in here we have various folders. And again, this is just more of a way, there's a ton of different pages in this app, and we saw quite a few of them when we were playing around with the app earlier, including an error page. So inside the error folder, we have, a couple of different specific error pages that can be displayed. 404 and 500. We saw the 500 one. This is a pretty simple one, so let's just look at it real quick. So looking at this error page, what's the first thing that you notice? It's pretty plain, right? It looks mostly just like plain HTML. But what do you notice? What can you see about it that might look a little unusual? Oh, thank you, Spell. Welcome, by the way. It's not in a body tag. Yeah. There's no head, right? Yeah. There's no head body. There's no head tags. There's no body tags. There's no, like, where's all the standard stuff, right? There's no body tag, there's no head. Where's all the standard stuff? And if we compare, so I don't know if I can force an error. Well, here I can. Let's do that real quick. I'm gonna click the add button, which again is behind my head. I'm gonna try to submit another story, so I'm gonna throw that error page again. So let's just do that. Okay. So if we compare what's in this file, what's in this file right here to what's shown on the page, it doesn't match, right? Doesn't match. There's a whole menu, there's like a whole title up here, there's a bunch of, formatting, there's this menu still appears, but that's not in this file. So it must be somewhere else. Yeah, there's no doc type, it's missing all the things. Exactly. So what this page is using this is not actually like a page. This is what's called a layout, or not a layout. I'm sorry. It's called I'm spacing on the word, what the term is for it. It's like a body. It's basically it's just a body. It's a page body, and the the sort of the commonalities that appear on all the pages are stored in what's called a layout. So let's look at a layout real quick. We're gonna look at main. And so now, what do we see in main? See in main, we see the things that we're missing, right? We see the head tag, we see the body tags, we see a bunch of scripts, we see all sorts of things that are not present in the in the previous file we just looked at, right? But what we do notice is that this page appears to be a marriage of this file with just the plain body text in it and this file. And so this is what's called a layout. And so the cool thing, what do we think what might be the use of something like this layout, which has the head, the doc type, a bunch of script sources, it's pulling in the header, it's pulling in the button, which you still can't see, it's behind my head, and just a generic body. What would be the good, what would be a use for something like this? Exactly. Taco got it. You keep a standard looking page across multiple different views, and you only change what's in the body. So instead of having to copy and paste the head and, your font awesome stuff and your hamburger menu and your title, instead of having to copy and paste all that stuff and drop it in for every single page you do and hope that if you change one thing, it will stay the same across all of your pages, like that's such a pain, right? You got to go through, you got to change each page, update. I made, I made it. Let's say I made a typo in this title. I would have to go through each page and change it, right? But with this, we've created a shell that we can use over and over and just drop in whatever body we want. Rascal, it's so dry, indeed. Yeah, yeah, and it reduces it reduces the total lines of code. Phrasey, yeah, that's a great point. It reduces the total lines of code. We're only doing all this nonsense once. All this clutter, all this, we're only doing it once. And we're just making a sandwich. It's really a sandwich, right? This is the bread, this is the boring stuff, the bread. And then we can put different ingredients inside of each of our sandwiches for each page that we want to display. But the bread is always the same, right? Yeah. Them Legos, indeed. Your puppy. I had to do that for a client's website and it was so tedious and not fun. Are you saying that you had to go through and update each page individually? Yeah, because that would suck. Yeah, and I assume that exactly. I assume that EJS does allow this as well. It's just not something that we've done with EJS yet. Um, and so, Traversy really spends zero time explaining what this actually is. He just goes in and does it. And so I think it's really important to clarify exactly what's happening here and why we're building it in this way. Is the fact that basically we have a layout called main for each of our interior pages, and then we have another layout called login for like our login page essentially. And then everything else is essentially just the ingredients that go in that sandwich. See, God bless him. Yeah. So I think this is a really cool concept, and it's definitely worth whatever engine you use, whatever templating method that you use, handlebars, EJS, something else. I think utilizing layouts can really help you, in the long run. However, you need to do that for your preferred templating method. Okay, so we have login and main as our layouts. And we also have partials, which partials are literally just little code chunks that we can drop in where we need them. So in this case, we have one called add button, which is just a plus button. Again, it's behind my head. I promise you it's there. And we have header, which is literally our header that has the hamburger menu and the pop-up menu. And really, all we do is just grab those and drop them into our layout. And then we drop the body into the layout as well. So it's just plug and play, drop them in, and they work. Just got Leon's retweet of my tweet on this stream. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Leon retweeted me. Wow. That's awesome. I don't have Twitter up, obviously. I'll check it during the break, though. Thank you for letting me know. Oh, yeah. And by the way, Rascal 2, the ever helpful Rascal 2, fount of all knowledge. Rascal does have their own channel, so definitely check out Rascal stuff. They've been doing OAuth, all the stuff we're going to cover on this stream. They've been doing OAuth for like the last 2 weeks or something. So get in there if you want to get stuff a little bit earlier than we cover it in class. I should get, if we're getting a rush of viewers, I should get off the error page. There we go. This app actually works, I promise. I was only showing the error page for demonstration purposes. I triggered it deliberately. Oh. Okay, so yeah, so that's how we use error pages. That's how we use layouts and partials to help, build our code, build our pages, render our pages with Legos. Interact, thank you so much for the sub. My goodness. Thank you, Interact. Much appreciated. Oh. All right. Oh, is Indifferent here? I didn't see Indifferent. Oh my goodness. Hi, Indifferent. Welcome. Good to see you, my friend. All right. Okay. So, in general, we're going to be building our sandwich ingredients. We're going to be putting them in the bread of our layouts, and we're going to also be adding some additional seasoning with some partials. Okay. Make sense? Cool. Feel free to ask questions at any point. But I just want folks to understand why these are here and what they're for. All right. So, and we also just have a bunch of story pages. Those are really just more, more sandwich ingredients. They're just more body content for various pages. Okay, and we already talked about app.js. And then we also have our standard package JSON and package lock.json. So yeah, I think that's the general content and the way the app is structured. Seasonings, yes. Okay, so does anybody have any questions on the structure? And then after that, we're going to jump into actually building the thing from scratch. Right, we're going over the finished structure first, just to better understand why things are the way they are, where they go, what they're for, that kind of thing. And then we'll actually jump into the coding. Mitch says, I feel like I can fully build my projects now after finishing this tutorial. That's awesome. Yeah, I was saying earlier, I flippin' love this tutorial. It's very hard, it's very long, but it's pretty fantastic. So many cool concepts. Yeah. Good to see what the different parts are. Okay, dense. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Where's the tutorial from? It is from Traversy Media, who is a great resource for it's a really they're a really great resource for learning just a little bit of everything. I think they even have a Code Academy course, but they also release a ton of content for free on YouTube. They move very quickly though. Traversy moves quickly, so that's why we're covering this again at a slightly slower pace. All right. And Rascal has pasted the link to the tutorial, which we are going to watch together on my screen. However, you can always have it up on your other monitor if you would like to. Okay, but first, and Piece of Shoot says, before you start coding, did you love method override or did you really love it? Yeah, it's a great thing. It's a great tool to use. Because I definitely fudged that before with forms in my previous to-do app stream, where we built a to-do app using forms. I definitely fudged that. It's nice to know that there's like a legit way to do it that doesn't require workarounds. So doing it legitimately feels better using method override, definitely. He changes folder and doesn't tell you, heads up. Yeah, exactly. He moves very quickly. He skips around and it's great content. It's just fast. So that's why we're going to go through it together. We're going to work through the errors. There's several things that need to be changed for the app to work because it's 2 years later. So that's what we're going to do. Okay, but the first thing we're going to do before that is it is time for a break. So every hour, what I like to do is I like to take a break for 5 minutes and hydrate and stretch, both of which were just claimed. So I'm going to go ahead and hydrate. We'll take a 5-minute break to do whatever you need to do, get a drink, use the restroom, stretch, that sort of thing. And and then we'll come back and we'll get to work. Okay, gotta hydrate, gotta stretch. Good deal. And now we're gonna get a timer. 5-minute timer. The Google timer is still missing, sadly. But it's a big mystery on the internet right now. Where's the Google timer? But all right, this one will do. So 5 minutes, then we'll come back and we will get down to business. Okay. All right, I'll see y'all back here in 5. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break. Start making your way back. Grab yourself a cup of water and come on back. Yeah, that's wild, isn't it? Indifferent. I've actually been like kind of invested in that fact that Google does not know what happened to the timer that everybody uses that shows up in their like search results. Google's like, yeah, we don't know, no idea. I guess it just shows how complicated their code base is, right? Wild. All right. We'll pause this counterfeit timer that I have to use instead of the Google timer and come on back. Right. Welcome back, folks. Thank you for the follows, folks. Getting some new followers today. Hey, Gab Coco. Welcome. You are just in time because we are actually going to get started with the tutorial right now. So we're going to dive right into this because obviously it's going to take a while, right? Next class, make a better timer. Oh, you got your chair built, Athena. That's rad. That's awesome. Yeah, so we are going to be following this Traversy media tutorial, and Rascal has posted the link previously. I will post it again. If you want to follow along on your own machine, however, we will be watching it here. So however you want to follow along is fine. I'm going to get rid of this, the finished app, and we are going to build a new version. Oh, come on. There we go. Wouldn't let me drag it around. All right, let me get my blank window pulled up. Okay, I don't like this new command bar because it won't let me drag my VS Code window. Thank you. There we go. All right. And I need YouTube as my other one. Forgive me while I rearrange my windows. Okay. SpongeBob, I'm ready meme. Ready? I'm ready. Yes. Okay. So here we go. I'm gonna let the introduction play. I want you to see if how the volume sounds. You know, is it too loud? Like compared to my voice, I want there to be a good balance between my voice and the voice on the video. So do let me know how things sound. So I'll probably be talking as Traversy is talking, just to kind of get a gauge for how it's going to sound. I've never done a video on stream before, so like I mean an actual like a YouTube video on stream. So let's see how it goes. All right.
What's going on, guys? So this is going to be probably the longest video that I've ever done. We're going to jam pack this application build into one video. It's about 2.5 hours long. I've already...
All right. Too loud. I'll see if it's louder than my voice. Okay. There's a few different ways I can adjust it. I can adjust it in the video volume. I can adjust it here. So let's...
Recorded it. I'm friggin' beat. But we're going to create this Storybooks app, which is... It's a CRUD application, but we're also adding Google OAuth to it using Passport, using sessions and cookies. We're going to use MongoDB.
Okay. Let me try adjusting it in OBS here. I need to half it. Yeah. We'll try this. Okay. I need to make it so I can still hear it, but so it's not as loud for you. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to put it back up here. I've done it, taken it down to 50% in OBS. So let's try it again.
We're going to store our users,
so I can still hear it, but hopefully it's quieter for you.
And also our sessions. We're going to save our sessions in the database.
Better?
So there's a lot of little things we'll be doing throughout this application that should help you
in your
Node.js development.
I can see that on the...
We're also using Handlebars as our template engine. I didn't want to go off onto like a front-end framework or anything. I wanted to keep
it's about matching the waves of my voice.
So I'm just going to go through and show it to you. And if you took
my older dev to deployment
course, my Node.js course on Udemy, which I retired about
I'm going to pause it again, and I need to make it a little bit louder for me, but because I'm only using one earphone. So.
This is probably going to look familiar. This is from that. Although I did completely redo it and update it. So basically we can, this is the landing page, and we can't do anything without logging in. If I try to
my
go
voice,
to,
I guess. I can see the levels look about the same.
Stories or anything, it's just going to bounce me back
I
here. So
can
I need to
try
log
switching
in.
on captions. They're going to be auto-generated, unfortunately. The Traversy has not included any pre-written captions on this video. We can try the auto-generated ones, and those can be kind of dodgy sometimes. Yeah, sorry, Cranberry. You should have, I mean, you should have my built-in captions for me. But yeah, Traversy doesn't have any pre-written captions. I don't know how well that's going to work with programming concepts. Um, but we can try it. See. All right. All right. Let's see how it goes. Oh, following me. Okay. I think I'm gonna turn them off. I just want to eliminate on-screen distractions as much as I can. But let me know if anybody's really struggling without Traversy having captions. We can back on. I know auto captions are wild sometimes, right? Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So first, he's just going to introduce the app kind of the way I did, but we might pause occasionally and talk about a few things. So essentially, he's just showing the login screen here.
And if you have multiple Google accounts, you can choose one. I'm going to choose my wife's dummy account here. So once we log in, it takes us to the dashboard, and basically it'll save your Google data in the database, just like your name and your image, your Google image, and stuff like that. And then here will be a list of your stories, and you can create a story right here. If I click Add Story, and it just has a title, I'll just say some story. We can make it either public or private. If you don't want others to see it on the public page, you can set it to private. I'll just say this is my story, and save. And also we're using a WYSIWYG editor here. This is a CK editor.
Okay, so real quick, WYSIWYG. He says WYSIWYG there. That's what you see is what you get. So that's what that stands for. WYSIWYG is a pretty common term in a lot of different industries, so it's a good one to know. So WYSIWYG means essentially if you format something in the editor, such as a bold or an italic, it's going to show up in the editor as bold or italic. And then when it gets published, it's going to show up as bold or italic. So what you see in the editor is what you get in the end result. WYSIWYG.
So we can save that. You can see that shows up here. And if I go to public stories, you can see that it shows right here. Now, whichever stories are mine, you can see actually 3 out of the 4 of the account that I'm logged in with, then there's an edit icon. All right, I can't edit this one because this is my other Google account. So if I click edit, I can change it to private, save, and now if I go back to my public stories, it's not here because it's private. And if I want, I can click read more on one of these. And if I want to read all of the stories or see all the public stories from a user, I can click here and it'll show me just that user. I can also click on this and it'll show me just that user. Okay, so if I want to see all Jen's stories, I can click here. All right. So, I mean, there's not a ton of functionality, but there's actually quite a bit that goes into this in terms of, authentication and stuff like that, protecting routes and creating all the story routes and stuff like that. We can log out, and I mean, that's pretty much it. So it'll take, the recording was about 2.5 hours long. I will warn you, I start to get tired at the end because I did this all, straight through. But I think there's a lot of information in here that that can help you out. But again, it's not a polished tutorial like some of my other ones. So hope you.
So I think we might disagree here when he says it doesn't have a lot of functionality. I think it has a lot more functionality than most of the apps that we have built so far. I know that most of the apps we've built so far only have 1 or 2 pages. And they might have a lot of functionality on one page, but this app has multiple pages with multiple different functions and displays. So I think that's the real value of this tutorial. And he is right, he does get a little tired toward the end and starts copying and pasting a lot of things, so we will definitely take the time to pause and figure out what those things actually are. When he starts copying and pasting, we'll actually work through them once we get to them. The rich text editor alone is incredible at this point. Yeah, it really is. It's really neat how it's just incorporated. So it starts with just a plain like a text box, and but then this editor is added on top of it to give it all this additional functionality, which is pretty cool. Yeah. Okay. Going.
If you enjoy it, thanks for watching, and let's get started. Okay, so we're going to get started on our Storybooks application, and I think the first thing that I want to do is just set up our database and get that out of the way. So we're using MongoDB, which is a NoSQL database, and you can certainly download it and install it on your local machine if you want. However, I'm going to be using MongoDB Atlas, which is a cloud version of the database. So
Yeah, so I'm going to stop here, and we're going to skip a little bit of this, because if you are a part of 100 devs, you should already have a MongoDB Atlas instance and a cluster inside of MongoDB Atlas. So the steps he walks through here, it's even changed. Like the steps he goes through have changed since, since 2020. The steps now are not exactly the same. So we're going to kind of skip the setup part, but all it's really doing is just setting up your account and setting up your cluster. The database, again, the database and the collections inside of that database will be set up once we get to the app itself. So we're not skipping anything here. All we're doing is we're just going over we're skipping over the part where he sets up something that we already have. Okay, so if you don't have an Atlas instance, if you're not in 100 devs and you don't have an Atlas instance, feel free to watch this, but we are going to skip it. So just FYI. Okay. Yes, we're gonna go. Thank goodness for Traversy putting timestamps in their video. Yeah, we're gonna skip almost to 6:10, not quite. Let's see. I want to go a little bit before that. If I can. So they just another thing to note. Traversy is whitelisting IP access from anywhere, mostly out of convenience, I think. And you could always whitelist just your own IP, but just informing you, and I have this feature enabled as well. Traversy has enabled allowing IP access from anywhere, which can have its dangers, right? But just FYI, that's what Traversy has done. Okay, so
anything like that. I also don't want to show my IP address, so I'm going to go ahead and just do that and confirm. And then if we go back to clusters, as long as it's all set up, you should have access to these buttons. If we go to collections, you'll be able to see your data here.
Yeah, so here we can see that, since Traversy is setting up a brand new cluster, there are no databases here, and he's not going to set up one. Our app is going to do that for us.
Although we don't have any at the moment, if we go back and we click connect, and you click connect to your app.
Okay, so we should be fairly familiar with this as well. Connecting to an application. Essentially, we're just going to grab our connection string and we're going to drop that into our app so that our app can connect. However, what we need to remember is that to replace the password field that's in the angle brackets, you'll replace that with your actual cluster password. So, gotta hydrate. All right. Okay.
Application, you'll get this connection string, which is what we're going to use later on when we're ready to connect our application. So right now I'm just going to leave this tab open, and we're going to jump into VS Code.
Right,
now
here we
from
go.
here, what I'm going to do first, of course, is npm init, which will generate a package.json file. Of course, you need Node.js installed. If you don't have it, just go to nodejs.org and download and install it.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and open a terminal. And I'm going to use git bash. That's just what I like to use. And I'm already in a folder. So I've created a folder for this project, Traversy CRUD demo. And I'm also going to run npm init. And he's going to fill out a few things here in the description. So instead of, we normally just kind of skip through these things pretty quickly, but I'm actually going to fill out a couple of them this time. So
description will say app to create public and private stories.
I'm going to skip the description.
And the entry point, I'm going to make app.js. Usually how I do it is if I'm building like an app with a front end using React or Vue or something, I'll call this server.js. But if it's a complete back end server side rendered application, I'll use app.js. It's just preference. So let's see, author, you can put your own name here if you'd like, and then MIT for the license. Okay, so we have our package.json. Now there's quite a few dependencies that we're going to be using, quite a few packages.
Okay, so after I put in the entry point app.js, and I put in the author and the license, I just skipped everything else. I said, is this okay? Hit enter, and that brings us back to our prompt. So now we can actually start installing our dependencies. No mashing enter today. I know, that's always the most fun part, isn't it? Okay, so now we're going to start installing some dependencies, and I want you to watch carefully as these are installed, and compared to how they look when I install them. So I'm going to go into my package.json file and see if you notice any differences in what he's installing versus how what he's installing looks versus what I'm installing. We're both going to be installing the same things, but spot the difference. And also, I'm going to do things slightly differently as well. I'm not going to install them all on one line because I tend to make typos, and if I screw one up, then none of them install. My favorite license. One-liner Brad. Yeah, exactly. All right, so here we go. Let's see what we're going to install.
Packages. So I figure we can just install them now, and that'll give you a good idea of what we'll be doing, what we'll be working with. So let's install our dependencies. So first thing we want, of course, is Express, which is our web framework to create routes and stuff like that. We'll also need Mongoose to work with our database, create models, and so on. We're going to use something called Connect Mongo, which is going to allow us to store our sessions in our database so that when we reset the server, we don't get logged out. Okay, and then we want Express-session for sessions and cookies. We want Express-handlebars, which is what we're using as a template engine. If you want to use Pug or EJS or something like that, you can, or even if you wanted to just output JSON and use React or Vue or something, you can do that as well, but we're going with handlebars for this. Let's see, we want .env for our config, so .env, so we can put our environment variables in there. We're going to use something called method override. So this will allow us to make, for instance, put and delete requests from our templates, because by default you can only make get and post, right? You can't do put and delete by default, but this method override allows us to. So we'll also need moment, which is used to format dates. We're going to use Morgan for logging. We're going to use Passport for authentication, and since we're using Google for our login, we need the passport-google-OAuth 20 package, okay? Because we
I'm gonna pause there for just a second to let folks catch up a little bit. You can install that whole list at once if you want, but as you can see, I did it in chunks, just because I make typos and I didn't want. The first time I tried this, they all failed because I misspelled something. I don't even know what. But so I just need to catch up to this last one, which is passport-google-OAuth 20 or 20 pass npm I passport Google OAuth 20. Okay, I think I spelled. Oh no, I misspelled it. You see? You see what happens? All right, OAuth 20. There we go. npm I, perfect. Okay, yeah, and that's a great question. What is the I in the npm installation? Yep, it's just an abbreviation of install. Yep, and that works just the same. Yeah, and right now we just have a giant bucket of Legos and we're just dumping them on the table. We don't know what they're for yet. We're just dumping them on the table so we can use them. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and install this to make sure I spelled it right. Who knows otherwise? Okay.
we're using OAuth 2.0, and I think that's it. So we'll go ahead and run this, and all those should get installed. Now I do have just a couple dev dependencies, so we're going to npm install -d nodemon. So nodemon will just continuously watch our server so we don't have to restart it every time we make a change, and then cross env. I'm going to use this because I want to put inside our scripts, our start script and dev script, I want to have a global variable or an environment variable for our node environment, and it's different depending on if you're on Windows or Mac or Linux or whatever. So we're going to just
Okay, I'm gonna stop there for a second. So why is he installing these differently than the other ones? Oh, thank you, yada yada, for yada yada pasted the entire list in chat. Thank you, MVP. Yeah, they're dev dependencies, right? They're specific to when we're working in a dev environment versus a production environment. Yep. Yeah. And just, I know he's still installing things here, but, and I'm going to go ahead and install these too. So npm i-d nodemon cross env. Okay. I'll go ahead and just install these real quick, and then I'm going to have a question for you. Okay, and we can see that that then created dev dependencies down here, and those are both installed. But I know you can't see everything that he has installed here, but do we notice any differences between what you see on my screen versus what you see on Traversy's screen? Yeah, yeah, some folks are picking it up. There are some big differences in version number. Yeah. And so, as new versions of these dependencies get released, the numbers, what do they mean? Yeah. Yep, we've got these newer version numbers that are out now. So as we're installing these manually, we are getting newer versions of some of these packages. Not all of them, but most of them. For example, look at .env 16.0.1 versus 8.2.0. And this is why, so this is, I'm already behind now. It's okay. Documentation, yeah. And so what problems could you see that might come from this difference in version numbers? What challenges could you see might happen? You'll find that some parts don't work. Exactly. So we're going to fix them. Don't worry. Let's go back in time. Yeah, we could always downgrade. We could downgrade these to older versions, and that would be an easy fix. However, I think something that's important to learn is how to update existing things to work with new versions of packages so that they remain secure and safe and current. Whenever the first of the three numbers changes, there's a chance the code won't work the same. Yeah. Once the first number changes, everything stops working. Yeah, we could downgrade, but where's the fun in that? Exactly. Downgrading, I would say, is like the quick fix, right? But the real fix is because the version numbers they're not going to go back down. Things are just going to keep going forward. And so in the end, it's going to have to be fixed at some point. And so you might as well fix it now. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to make sure that our app works properly with all of the versions that I have installed here. The app will work correctly. So that's the goal. Which means that we're going to have to be making some changes as we go. And you already saw a few of those things that I had marked in my code. So we'll stop when we get there and we will make them. Yeah, I had to debug a lot. Exactly. Yep. Imagine how much code it will take to code a time machine. Yeah. Yeah, you downgrade when the client needs it working in 1 hour and you got to rush. Exactly. Nope, got another hydrate. Okay. All right, let's keep going.
use that so there's no confusion. Now, yeah, everything is installed. So for scripts, let's create our start script. So this is basically what we'll be using in production. I may deploy this. I may deploy it to something like Heroku. I'm not sure yet. But here we want to run, first of all, cross env so that we can set an environment variable here, because I want to explicitly set the node environment here to production. Okay, so we want to set that to production, and then we'll just run node and then the file, which is going to be called app.js. And then what we'll do here is this will be the dev. So this is what we'll be running most of the time, and we want this to be the development environment, and we want to run node mon instead of just node.
Okay. So here, Traversy is creating a couple different scripts. And so we've used scripts before. Most of us have created a dev script at one point, so we can just type npm run dev and run it using nodemon, or versus running it using just node server.js. So what he's doing here is essentially creating a couple different scripts that can choose which environment we want to run it in, production or dev. And that's really all that's happening here. So first we create our production, and then we create our development. And in development, we want to run nodemon instead of node. Devs changed their APIs on purpose. My package.json didn't update with all the npm stuff installed. Make sure that you didn't make a typo. Check your console, check your terminal. If you made a typo, none of it's going to install. If you tried to install it all at once, like Traversy did, and you made a typo, it's just going to fail. Which is why I did it in chunks instead, so that way you could see it update as you go. Yeah, or if it didn't, maybe if it did work, you could also try closing it and reopening it. VS Code can be weird about that sometimes. Mine does update, but yours might not. Okay. Oh, and yes, that's right. It doesn't need to be the JS, the .js does not need to be included. You're right. Yep. Good catch. So it's just node env production node app, and then for dev it's node env development nodemon app. We want to launch it in a different way each time, right? Yeah, it must have. I did the same thing. iJob. It's okay. I totally typoed when I was building this earlier, for the first time around. So I feel you. Okay. All right. Here we go. Keep going. And if you are also too, I do want to mention. So again, you can if you get stuck and you want to just slow down a little bit, you can always catch the VOD of this stream, which is actually being recorded right now. So you could always jump off the live stream and just catch the VOD and play it at your own pace. I don't mind at all if you have to do that. And another thing too, I do have the finished code on my GitHub. It's not a secret. However, I would highly suggest that you do code along from scratch. You're going to understand so much better if you code along from scratch versus just copying it. However, if you get stuck at some point and you can't get yourself out of it, then you can reference my code. Yeah, SW, no worries. Catch Up Crew is great, and that's why we have these VODs. If you are in the Catch Up Crew, !YouTube for my YouTube channel, where you can watch all my old stuff that's not on Twitch anymore. What was the install for Passport Google OAuth? It's literally just Passport Google OAuth 20. Passport Google OAuth 20. Yeah. Hey, Somali, I'm flattered. However, I don't mentor individuals. I definitely, do these live classes, but if I mentored every single person that asked me, it would be my job. So, and I do have a day job, so I'm very flattered. But there's plenty of folks on the 100 Devs Discord that are happy to help you out for free at any time. You don't got to pay somebody. That's the great thing about the 100 Devs Discord channel, is that there's a ton of folks out there that will help you out whenever you need it, no cost. All right, let's keep going.
All right, so we'll save that. We can close this file up, and
okay, don't forget to save. So we're gonna save it. Yeah, so after you've made these script changes, please be sure to save your package.json file. Okay.
we can create our app.js, which is basically our entry point. So let's start off with just creating just a basic Express server. So we want to require Express, And let's also bring in .env, which will have our config, our variables.
Okay, so we've just created an app.js file, and this is at the root. So Traversy's editor is a little confusing because he has like an open section up here at the top. And then, but the actual structure here is below where it says storybooks. Like that's the actual structure. So that will match the structure that you see on my screen. He just has an extra section there up top. But yeah, so we've created an app.json file, app.js file, and this is where we're going to start doing our importing the things that we're going to be requiring in this file. So there's going to be a lot of them. So I'm just going to kind of let him go and type everything out, and then we'll pause it at the end and we'll catch up. Okay?
So .env, and then to load the config file, we have to, let's put a comment here. Let's say load config, and we need to call .env .config, and then we just pass in here an object with the path to the config file, which we haven't created yet, but it's going to be in config/config.env. That's going to be our where we put all of our global variables. All right, and then we'll initialize our app. Oops. So const app, will initialize that with express, and then we want to call app.listen. Now for the port, I actually want to put the port in this config file, so let's create a folder called.
Okay, pause for a second. So all this should be fairly familiar. So again, we're just initializing express. We're setting our we're essentially just telling our server where to find our env file. And normally when we build apps, we would just have that file at the root. But in this case, Traversy is putting it in a separate folder. So that's why we have to set a path to where to find, to tell our app where to find the environment variables. And then we're just initializing express, and we're preparing to set up our server. Okay, so let me catch up here. I don't type nearly as fast as Traversy does, and I make a lot more errors, so you're gonna have to bear with me. Right, typos are my main weakness. Especially while I'm talking, it's very hard to type and talk. I'm sure y'all know that, but just as a little disclaimer. Okay, so hey, DevLoops, welcome. All right, so we've set all these up. We've essentially just said require express, set up our required .env, told our app where to find .env, initialized express, and prepared to set up our set up our port, I guess. Uses Copilot. Maybe so, yeah, I don't know. Very fast. Well, I know he uses Emmet. When we get to the HTML, he'll be using Emmet. So I probably will as well. It's just faster. All right. So again, also at the root, he's about to set up a yeah, he definitely uses Emmet. I'm not familiar enough with Copilot to tell you what he's using, but okay. So he's just very fast, regardless. All right, so he's about to set up a new folder at the root called config, and in there is where, again, we're going to be storing our database information, we're going to be storing our environment variables, and all of just configuration stuff and some passport stuff.
Called config.
Okay.
And let's create a file called config.env, and here we'll put our port, and I'm going to run it on 3000. Now we also want to put our Mongo URI here. We might as well do that now. So our Mongo URI, if we go back to our database and we click connect to your application, we can copy this and we can put that in there. We just have to make sure we replace password.
Okay, so I'm choosing a different port just because I normally use 8000 and 8500, so that's just what I'm going to use. You can use whatever you want. Just make sure it doesn't conflict with a port of another app that's already running. Um, Again, our Mongo URI is where we put our database connection string. So as I mentioned earlier, you should already have access to that. I'm going to grab it from my other version of this app that already works, but you'll need to grab it. And like Traversy said, you'll need to replace the password that's in between the angle brackets with the password for your cluster. And many of us have done this already, but some may have not. So I'm going to grab my connection string from my environment file. I'm going to show it to you here because it's important. It's what Traversy is doing as well. Um, I'm showing it to you on purpose. Please don't get into my database. And the password to my database will be changed after this stream. It gets changed after every stream. Okay, so a little disclaimer there. I'm showing it to you on purpose. Just please respect my space. All right, so I'm grabbing my string. All right. And I'm going to drop it in here. Okay, so we can see that my string really closely resembles Traversy's. My password is here after the colon, but before the @ sign. Just dropped it in there. And what Traversy is about to do is also replace, put a database name in there as well, which we will do. Okay.
And then by default, oh, it used to be test. So now they just do this DB name. I'm going to call it storybooks. And it'll create.
Okay, so here we are specifying the database name that we want to create, and as Traversy is about to say, it's going to create the database for us. We didn't need to do it ahead of time. It's just going to put it in there. It's going to see it in the string and put it in there. DevLoop asked if I prefer Node.js or Java. I have never used Java in my life. So I would say intrinsically, I prefer Node because I have not used Java. Java is very different from JavaScript, as others have said, and also very different from Node, since Node is based on JavaScript. All right.
It automatically. So let's save that. So now at least we have our database string in there. But let's close that up. Now for the port, let's create a variable here, and we want to set this to process.env.port. So whenever we use process.env, we can use variables that are in that config. Now if that's not there, I want to run it on 3000. Let's put 5000 just so we can make sure it's coming from here. All right, and then we can just put that port in here, and then let's just console log. So for console log, I'm gonna put in some backticks, and I want to show the environment and the port. So let's just say server running on. We'll say server running in, and then we can grab the process.env.nodeenv. So it will be running in either development or production mode on port, and then we'll put that port variable. All right, so let's save that, and we should be able to run this.
Okay, real quick pause. So we're setting up our server, but what do you notice about, so obviously we can use process.env.port to access variables that are in our env file, right? We've done that before. What do you notice though about the types of things that we're accessing with this particular statement? What do we notice about this statement that might be a little odd? Welcome, SysXO. Good to have you here. Anybody see it? Yeah. Node.env. Process.env, Node.env. Wait a minute. If I go back to my config file, I have two variables in here. One of them is port, one of them is Mongo URI. Neither of them are process.env.nodeenv. Yeah, it's not in there. So, where does it come from? Well, this is a little sneaky. So, it actually comes from our scripts here. We're actually setting this variable inside of our start script. Whether that's dev or production, we're actually assigning this variable right here, which I thought was very interesting. Yeah, Tame Mister got it. Yeah, we're setting it up in the package.json file itself. So I thought that was rather interesting. It's magic. Yeah, it's used with that cross env package that we installed. Right. Yep. So that's where that comes from. Just thought I'd point that out. Yeah, yeah. Rascal says, in addition, many services or libraries set node env to production or to testing when running tests. Yeah, so that variable can also be set by a service or a library rather than you setting it manually. Yeah, it is slick, right? Okay, so let's see if we can run it, see if I made any typos.
So let's say npm run dev, and we get server running in development mode on port 3000. So we know it's coming from here. I'm just going to change this to 3000.
See. Oh, I didn't
and
save
then
it.
I want to stop it and run npm start and make sure that it runs in production mode. Okay, so it's running production mode, port 3000, but we want to run it in development mode. I just wanted to test that out.
Okay, so yeah, so I fixed it, I saved, it restarted, and then I hit the command again, but we can see that it's running in development mode on port 8500, right? So that's correct. Now let's kill it and let's try it again. So we'll just do npm. So the first time I did npm run dev to trigger the development mode, right? Now I'm going to do npm start to see if I trigger production mode. Server running in production mode on port 8500. So that works. No typos. Always a good way to start. All right. Boom, indeed. Oh, thanks, Mike McBride. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Okay, so that's working. First try, indeed. Yes. So I think what we're going to do is we'll probably do the we'll go a little farther and then we'll take another break. So what we're doing here is we're just setting up the basic framework for getting our app running. And I want to do a little bit more of that framework and then we'll take a break. Oh, hydrate. Okay. All right.
Okay, so that takes care of that. I think the next thing that I would like to do is just connect to our database, just to get that whole rigmarole over with. So what I'm going to do is in config, let's create a file called db.js. And if you took my Node.js API course on Udemy or a lot of my Node.js videos, I basically do this the same way all the time. So we're going to bring in Mongoose, require Mongoose, and then I have a function here called connect db, and we're going to call this async because when you work with MongoDB, Mongoose, you're working with promises. Okay, so like mongoose.connect returns a promise, and I don't want to use .then. I don't like that syntax. I want to use async await. If you want to use .then, that's fine, but I prefer async await. So here I'm just going to put a try catch, and we want to try to connect. So let's create a connection variable here, and we want to await mongoose.connect because this returns a promise.
Okay, I'm going to pause here for just a second. So we can see that we are requiring Mongoose. And yes, so somebody asked if I would show the package.json file during the next break. I absolutely will. So if you're getting an error, it's probably because you are missing a script. And because it doesn't recognize cross env, or you have a typo, one of those two things. So you may be missing some scripts. So I'll show that on screen during the break. You can also look at it right now on my GitHub. So you can go to !GitHub will take you to my GitHub. And you can look at the repo called Traversy Auth, Traversy CRUD Auth, I'm sorry. That'll get you to that, and you can look at the package.json file and compare it against yours. Oh, and Tame Mister has just pasted it there, and so is Rascal. Yeah, So you can look at the package.json file there right now if you want to try and troubleshoot what might be happening with yours. Check your scripts. And you can also double check that that all your dependencies installed as well. Like I say, one typo will just kill the installation, right? So hopefully that helps. All right, and so what we're doing here is we're bringing in Mongoose. And if you haven't used Mongoose before, Mongoose is really just like, it's just gives us the ability to do a little bit more with MongoDB than just MongoDB client. MongoDB client can do a lot, but Mongoose can do more. But just like MongoDB client, we're still working with typo there. We're still working with promises. So again, that's why we're doing an async function here, like Traversy said, is because what we get back is a promise, and so we want to handle that in an asynchronous fashion. All right. So I'm just going to catch up with Traversy here. So when we're doing asynchronous functions, we'd like to enclose them in try-catch blocks. What does a try-catch block do for us? What does that do? MongoDB eats snakes, yeah. Yeah, I know. I can do it as a chunk. I just don't have the muscle memory for it yet. I know. I can do it all at once. What does try-catch do for us? Yeah, it catches errors, right? So if anything goes wrong in this, if anything goes wrong in this try block, such as our promise not resolving, we can catch any errors that occur in this try block. We could have a whole long list of things happening in the try block. We're going to catch any errors that occur and handle them appropriately. Yep. So Crazy Horse, if you're having trouble, again, compare your package.json with mine. Make sure that you have saved your package.json file, as KT mentioned. So check the list of dependencies, save the file, save the scripts, and then try again. Oh, you got it. Okay, good, Crazy Horse. That's awesome. All right. Okay, so here we're just setting up our connection. And we pair, whenever we do async await, we obviously have to, the function itself is asynchronous, and then we await individual components to be finished. All right, so in this case, we're using a Mongoose method called connect.
And we want to pass in the connection string, which we have in process.env.mongo_URI. Okay, now there's some options as a second argument here. There's some options that we want to put in to avoid any warnings in the console. One of them is use new URL.
Okay, I'm going to pause here again because none of what he's about to say is necessary. All you need is this, what I just typed there. Okay? So what he's going to say is that you need, URL parser and that sort of thing to stop errors from happening in the console, but that's no longer true. That's one of those things that's currently out of date. All you need is love. Exactly. We do not need the next 3 properties that he's going to pass in. So you can just copy the way mine looks or copy the way it looks on my GitHub, and that is all you need. Because I think now if you actually try to put in those properties, it's going to throw errors in the console. So that's not what you want. So I'm going to make a quick comment here. Additional properties no longer needed. There you go. Okay. So just ignore them the next few seconds.
URL parser, we want to set that to true. We want to set use unified topology to true. And we want to set use find and modify to false. So this is going to stop some warnings in the console. So after we connect, I just want to console log. And
we do want that.
Oops. We'll put some backticks in here, and I'm just going to say MongoDB connected, and I'm going to put the host. So if we use that con variable and then dot connection and then host, so that should log that. Now if something goes wrong and we can't connect, let's console error, whatever the error is, and let's just stop everything, stop the process. So process exit, and we want to exit with failure, so we want to put a 1 in here. And then finally, we just, outside of here, we just module exports connectdb so that we can use this, we can run this in the app.js file. Okay, so pretty.
Okay, stop in there. There's a few things happening here that I just want to touch on briefly as soon as I'm done typing. Exports DB. Okay. All right. So we're setting up our connection. We're awaiting a connection using our connection string. And assuming that's successful, we're going to console log that connection information. If it's not, we're going to catch the error. We're going to console log it. Morgan is going to help us with that. And then we're also going to exit the process so it doesn't just hang. And the last thing that we're doing here is something that you may not have seen before, but we have module.exports connectdb, which is the name of our function. But we're not calling the function here. We're just exporting it. How do I know that I'm not calling the function here? Yeah, there's no parentheses, right? So this allows me to export the function, and then we can import it elsewhere, such as in our app.js file. We can import it elsewhere without running it, and then only run it once we're ready. So that's what this is allowing us to do. And that's how you can do this sort of encapsulation of processes and functions in other files without executing them right away, and then pulling them in when and where you need them. Yeah, there's no args, right? There's no parentheses. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Okay. Keeps things tidy. Indeed, it does.
Pretty simple connection. Let's go to app.js now, and let's bring that connectdb function in. So we'll say const connectdb, and we're going to take that from the config slash db file, right? Config db. Yeah, so we need to call this. I'm going to go right here, and we don't need a comment actually, we'll just say connectdb. It's pretty self-explanatory. So now I'm going to run and save this, and down here in the console you'll see MongoDB connected, and it shows my host.
Okay, so what we did here is we imported the function that we just built, right? Just like any of these other things that we've installed, such as Express or .env or any of these other things, we can import these custom functions that we build because we've exported it as a module. We can then import it later, and this time we're actually running it. So I'm still in production mode, so I'm going to kill my server, and I'm just going to do npm run dev to reactivate nodemon and run it. And we can see that it is connected, typo notwithstanding, it is connected. All right. So we've set up our port, we've connected to our database, and now we can actually start making the app do work. Okay, so I think this is a good space to stop for a break. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll take 5 minutes, and I'm gonna let my dog out, and you go do what you gotta do. This is gonna be a long one, so take care of yourself, pace yourself, and we'll get through it together. So all of this basic stuff in concept form should be fairly familiar. We should have seen stuff like this before, right? Setting up a database connection, setting up a port, setting up an environment variable, but it's just structured a little differently. So you can see that there's many different ways to do this sort of thing. We're just doing it a slightly different way today. Okay, so break time. As promised, I will leave my package.json file up. Here you can see all of the installed dependencies and the dev dependencies. I will leave this up during the break so you all can validate. All right, starting timer and restart, and here we go. Okay, I'll see you all back here in 5 minutes. We'll keep going. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left, so come on back when you're ready. So blip, that's a typo. It should be node underscore env, which is why you're getting that error. Hey, Jay Barty. So I don't use WSL. Um, I just use git bash. I haven't found the need to use WSL. I know some folks swear by it, but I have not used it, so I'm afraid I can't speak to that. Um, you got it, Blip. That's good. I'm glad you solved it. But yeah, so Jada Barty, I don't have any experience with WSL or WSL2. Um, I haven't found the need for it. I can use git bash just fine to do everything that I need. So, and I apologize, there may be some background noise. My dog has decided that he wants to chew on a chew toy, which might have some background noise. So I apologize. Can't really stop him. Hey, Real. Yeah, absolutely. You are definitely welcome to ask questions here. Anytime you have a question, we might be moving a little quickly tonight just because of the tutorial that we're trying to work through, but you're welcome to ask questions, and then we have a lot of smart folks here in chat who are happy to answer them. So I might not always be able to jump on your question right away, but there's somebody will. You were told to seek me out. Oh my goodness. Or Rascal, either one. Yeah, I mean, Rascal is a great resource. I'm not sure if you're talking to me or Rascal, but either one is fine. Yeah, definitely check it. Check it, yeah, hit up Rascal because they know a lot about many things. URI parameter and open URI must be a string, got undefined. I would double check to make sure that in your environment variable file that your string is correct, and that you don't have any typos in your password, in your string, or in your app.js, or sorry, in your db.js file where you're trying to do your connection. So those would be the places to check. Yeah. So double check those places. Double check both places here in your config folder, config.env and db.js, to try and see if you have a typo somewhere. That's probably the problem. All right, I'm going to turn my camera back on. Okay. So yeah, if you're getting errors now, I would suggest going to the GitHub and comparing your code against mine there. Um, Yeah, and if you're using a VPN, I would suggest just allowing access from anywhere in MongoDB. Just get rid of that whole complication of IP addresses and just allow access from anywhere. And even if you change that setting later, just allow that for now for this app, because this app is so complex that you got to eliminate complications where you can, right? So yeah, again, if you're getting errors and you want to check it against my code, you can go to my repo in GitHub called Traversy CRUD Auth. It has all the working files in it, and you can always cross-check. And welcome again to Real Mirror Raccoon. All right, let's keep going. Some folks have been able to get connected, though. I just want to make sure that that some folks have gotten a working connection. That seems to be what I'm hearing, but I'm just double checking. It's not your cluster name. Are you sure? Does it say something like cluster 0? Because it's gonna look at the way mine looks. It's not gonna be the name that you're familiar with necessarily, but it should say like cluster 0 shard something. If you copied your connection string, it's gonna connect to your cluster. It might just be an unfamiliar name. Yeah, JBart, I have not needed WSL. Again, I use git bash, which is easy to install because it just comes with when you install git, right? It's right there. So it's connected, gotta finish. Okay, great. Yeah, and that may depend on where you copied your connection string from. So, if you're like, what am I even connected to? You can always go to you can go to your cluster list, and like I'm using the Star Trek API cluster. I have more than one, but this is the one that I'm using, and just make sure that you're in the cluster that you expect. I'm expecting to see cluster 0, and make sure that you grab your connection string from there. So I would go to connect here. So NodeMon by its nature is going to refresh on save automatically. That's just how it works. However, if you have errors, it won't refresh until the errors are fixed. Okay. So let's keep going. All right, so the last thing we did was we connected to our MongoDB. And yeah, Madeline, so if you did when you installed all your dependencies, if you did them all at once and you had a typo, it might not have installed properly. What was the syntax to connect to the cluster? I'm not quite sure what you're asking, iJab. So that's the function that I have. So the connectDB function is what I have pulled up on screen right now. It's right here. Oh, what did I type in terminal? Oh, I just typed npm run dev. That's what you generally would type to start NodeMon. And I know what to type because in my scripts I made a dev script to start NodeMon. So I would type npm run run dev dev, and that makes hey, you got it, Madeline. That's great. That makes NodeMon start. Yeah, and so it's triggering this dev script, which is right here in my package.json file. Yeah, good job. No, it's okay. All right. I feel like that helped a couple people. Okay, so let's go ahead and keep going. Again, if you're still struggling, you can always pause this live stream and hit up the VOD, which is available for you right now. You don't have to wait until I'm done talking, until I stop this stream. It's available right now, so you can always, go a little slower if you need to. Hey, iJab, that's rad. Okay. So we were in our app.js. So go to app.js, and we're going to keep doing some stuff in there. All right.
Cluster and all that. Okay, so now that we have that out of the way, let's see what we want to do next. Let's set up Morgan for logging, which is pretty simple. So we're just going to bring in Morgan. I just want it so that when there's a request to a page or any kind of request at all, that it just shows down in the console. So I'm going to go right under where we initialized our app, and I only want to run this in development mode, so we'll just check process.env.node env if that's equal to development, then we're just going to add the Morgan middleware, which is just app.use Morgan, and there's different arguments you can pass in for different levels of logging. I'm going to use dev. Okay, so that just makes it so it shows the.
All right. So if we recall, Morgan is for logging, and we are just setting a quick check here, a quick conditional check to see if we are in the dev environment, because we don't want Morgan running in prod. Because if you've got 60 people accessing your app, you don't want it to just spit out a bunch of stuff in the console all the time. So in this case, in dev, it's just going to be us. So we're going to use Morgan to log what pages are being touched. That's what that's going to do for us.
HTTP method, the response, or whatever. It just shows that stuff in the console. So the next thing I want to do is set up our template engine. So I'm going to be using handlebars, and first thing we'll do is bring it in, and then there's just some middleware that we have to add. So let's go up here and let's say const exp hbs, so express handlebars, and let's require express dash handlebars. And then the middleware, I forget exactly what it is, so let's search for express handlebars. All right, so let's see, there's actually, we can make it so that we don't have to use the .handlebars extension like this. I want to use .hbs, and I know there's a snippet here somewhere to do that. And you don't have to
do the
search
along with him. I'm gonna let him find it.
Copy what I put, or you can just get it from the repo. So I think this is it right here. So we need this. So we'll go ahead and copy that, and let's put that right here.
There we go. Okay, so yes, Narfin, we're watching the Traversy video. We're coding along with it. It's not, you're not crazy. We're watching it together. We're doing the whole thing. Okay, yes, and so several people may have gotten an error here, and we are going to fix that error. So pay attention closely here. Again, I'm going to use my colored comments to very clearly denote that we are going to do something different than what he's going to do in a little bit. Okay, so below the logging, so I'm going to mark this as logging. Below logging, I'm going to add a section for handlebars. Again, handlebars is our templating engine, right? And so what we're going to do is we are going to say, I'm going to code it the way he is first, and then I'm going to make an edit. Just to kind of copy along. Okay, so app.engine, HBS, right? And then he has exp HBS. X name is HBS. And then we are setting the view engine. So app.set should be a familiar sort of command for us, right? We've done this before, but we've done it with EJS. However, this is going to serve the same purpose. It's just a different way of doing it. Instead of EJS, we are using handlebars. Okay, so let's stop here for a second. I'm going to go to my code and make a change. 2 seconds. Gotta find it. View engine HBS. Okay. So right here, he has app.engine. However, we also need an additional word, engine, after the word expHBS. Now, I'm not saying that this is the only way to do it, but this is a way that will not throw an error. So at this point, that's kind of what we want, right? So we can just say expHBS.engine. So I just add the word engine there. And then I'm also going to do a little bit of extra formatting to make things more clear. So I'm just going to put a space there, or sorry, a carriage return there, and one there. All right, so I just added the word engine to mimic the word engine here as well. Yeah. This will throw an error if you do not have the word engine there. So I'm going to make a quick comment. After expHBS. Okay, cool, cool. So that should fix the error that y'all would get, that y'all were getting. So I'm going to go ahead and save. And we can see I did not get any errors there. So that's good. Yeah, and this is already the default for handlebars, so we don't necessarily need it. I'm just going to leave it there because it makes it a little, we're going to be adding more things here anyway. So, but yes, that's a decent point. It's already set by default as .hbs. Okay. So we've set that, we set our engine, we've set our view engine as HPS. So what this is going to allow us to do is create a views folder and put all of our pages in there, and our code will know where to look for all of those pages, right? Okay, cool.
So we're setting our view engine, and we should be able to use the HBS extension. And then I think we have to put the default layout. Because how this works, if you've never dealt with a template engine, we have a layout that wraps around everything. That layout has like the HTML head and body tags and stuff that you don't want to repeat in different views, and then it basically just wraps around those views. So I think it's default layout. Let me just check. Yeah, so default layout, which I'm going to call main.hbs. So let's put that in here. Let's see, default layout is going to be main.
Okay, real quick. So we remember that when we looked at the code earlier, when we looked at the finished code, we saw what a layout was, right? And we had a layout called main, and that was what was wrapped around all of our body pages. So it wrapped around the head, all the font awesome and style sheets and all that sort of thing. It just wrapped around every single page. And so that's where we are setting that default layout. We don't have to pass it in every single time. We're just setting it as the default. And if we want a different layout, such as the auth layout, we would pass that in separately. But by default, it is going to wrap that main layout, that bread for our sandwich. It's going to wrap it around all of the body ingredients that we pass in. Okay. Yeah, and I mean, some of the things may, we may be able to make additional changes to, remove defaults or things like that. In most cases, I am not going to unless there's a legitimate reason that's going to affect the app. Just because I don't want to get too far away from the tutorial, but yeah, there's other changes that could probably be made in certain places. This is just the bare minimum that needs to be done to get it to work, right? And then there's a couple of additional changes we'll make that could be, app that could break the app if certain things happen. But I'll explain those when we get to them. So, okay. I'm gonna fix my formatting here just a titch. Let's see what I want to. This. All right. Yeah. This and that. Okay. There. I like that better. We're going to be putting a lot more things. So I know mine looks different than his here, but we're going to be putting a lot more things in this app.engine. And so you're going to want to put them on separate lines. It'll just look much better. Trust me. I don't want to do it now. All right. Be sure to save and make sure you don't have any errors, and you should be good to go. Okay. Go. Let's keep going.
All right, so that adds the middleware for it. So now let's create a views folder. I know we have no routes yet. We'll do that in a second, but I just want to create a views folder, and let's create our main layout. So to create layouts, you want to create a folder within views called layouts. And then inside layouts, we're going to create main.hbs. We're going to actually have two layouts. One is going to be for the login page because it's going to be set up different. It's not going to have a nav bar. It's going to be very narrow. So we do want two layouts. So let's create that as well. So we want login.hbs. So we just have two layouts. Now in main HBS, I'm going to go ahead and just put a boilerplate here, just basic, boilerplate HTML.
Okay, I'm going to pause here in a second.
And we'll say storybooks. Now we are using, actually, you know what, we'll wait on.
Okay, let's stop here for a second. All right, so what did we just do there? We created a views folder, and then inside of views, we created another folder called layouts. And inside of layouts, we created login and main, both of them with a .hbs file extension. So login.hbs, main.hbs, both of these are going to be layouts, which is the bread that we put our sandwich ingredients in. So we're creating our two different types of bread here for our sandwiches, and then later we'll actually start building the sandwich ingredients, the actual body of the pages. But this is going to just be bread. \preference. Yeah, I think in the handlebars documentation it suggests putting a backslash before layout names. Traversy doesn't, so I'm not going to. I don't think it doesn't seem to affect the way things work. But yes, I do believe there is a standard to put backslashes before these names. But he's not going to, so I guess I won't in this case. All right. So inside of main.hbs, we're going to just put some basic HTML. And if you didn't know this, you can just do HTML5 to get your standard headers without having to type all that out or copy and paste. So that's what I did there. I just typed the word HTML5, HTML, and I clicked on the HTML5 option. And then that populates the header for you. Or head, sorry, not header, the head. And the meta stuff. Okay, so are you with me here? Can everybody see where we are? I want to make sure I haven't left anybody behind on like physically where we are in the structure. With me, okay. Making sure, because again, Traversy goes fast. And so I do want to pause and remind ourselves where we are in the structure of the app. Okay, good. Hanging in there, good. Yeah. Because Traversy just flips from folder to folder and speeds around, and so we got to pause occasionally. All right, good. Seeing some yeses in there, so. Yeah, no worries, Athena. Yeah. Like I say, each time we do make a change, I'm going to comment it very clearly with red text, so you will see it. You got it. Good job, Blip. All right. The stream is making more sense in the video. Yeah. So like I say, I love this tutorial, but he does not spend any time explaining what any of this stuff is actually for. So that's my goal here. We're going to watch the video and I'm going to add context. Yep. Okay. Mavi, be careful with the path. So views layout. It's not views login main. So be careful with your file paths. It's views, and then we created a folder inside of views called layouts. And then login and main are both together at the same level inside of that layouts folder, okay? So the way VS Code does it is a little weird, but this is a folder called views, and then we have a folder called layouts inside of it. Yeah, views, and then make another folder called layouts, and then inside of layouts, put your login and main files. Yeah, it's two folders. VS Code just kind of does it this way with the slash. Folder inside a folder, yeah. Yep, exactly. Yeah, that's why I asked, because I thought a couple people might have not caught that, because he does it so fast. So yeah, views folder, layouts folder, and then two files inside of the layouts folder called login and main. Oh, good, Patricia. Okay, I'm glad you got it. Glad you got your connection working. Yeah, and when in doubt, just change your password, right? Change your Mongo password when in doubt. I've done that before. Yep. And if you do change your password, you have to wait like 2 minutes for it to update. Yeah. Okay. Dog is being extremely loud with his chew toy. I hope that's not carrying it around and dropping it on the floor. He wants me to play with him, but doing other things right now. Okay, so we've set up main HBS and we've put in our basic tags. Yeah, he's a good boy. Okay, and now let's see what we need to do next. So we did change they did change the title to storybooks. So I'm going to give it a custom title just so you can see it's me, it's mine. But yeah, that's my title. That'll appear on the tab in the browser. All right, and let's see what we do next.
Serialize and all that stuff until we actually get this set up. Now, wherever you want to output the view, which obviously is in the body, you want to put triple curly braces and then body. So whatever view we're looking at, it's going to display here.
Okay, I'm going to pause here again because I want us to note what's happening here. So we have not used handlebars before. This is new. But the way that handlebars takes in non-HTML stuff is by putting these curly brackets around it. So in EJS, we use the angle bracket and the percent sign, right? But in handlebars, we use curly brackets. Now, normally you would only use 2 curly brackets. But in this case, in this particular case, we are using 3, and he doesn't mention this, but the reason we're using 3 is because we need handlebars to parse HTML. So if I was just passing in some JavaScript function, I would only use 2 curly brackets. But in this case, we need handlebars to parse HTML for us, so we're using 3. That's why. You'll probably notice 2 versus 3 in various places. He doesn't really touch on that, so I wanted to mention it. Triple stashes, indeed. Jab, this is my first time with any of this content, and it's kind of a lot. Yes, it absolutely is. It's everybody's first time with this content, right? So don't feel like you're the odd one out here. This is everybody's first time with this. It's a cannonball into a cold lake, right? We're diving into a ton of new stuff at once. You don't have to get it right away. You might just be coding along mindlessly for a while, but after a while, you might start to get the connections in your head. And that's really the only thing that you want to happen is just start establishing some connections, not understanding them yet, but planting the seeds for some future growth. Yeah, it's nice. I don't know. Yeah, he must have some kind of additional extension installed. Mine don't do that. I have the colored brackets, the extra color extension installed or whatever, but it doesn't change this. So it's all good. Still works. So with only 2, no parsing would be done. I haven't experimented with that, but I just know what this is for. I would assume it. Yeah, if there's only 2 brackets, it's not going to parse it correctly. Homeless, I can't tell you what you should do, my friends. I would say just keep experimenting with various things and see which one excites you more. Which one do you prefer in the end? I can't make that decision for you. Maybe it's a handlebars extension for highlighting. Maybe, yeah. Still works without it though. Okay, so in here, this is where we can pass in the body, the sandwich ingredients. This is where we pass that in. And handlebars recognizes that and renders it with the bread of the sandwich around our sandwich ingredients. So that's all we're doing here.
So let's now create a route so that we can render some views. So I'm going to create a new folder called routes, and we're going to start off here with our index.js. This is basically any route that isn't followed by something. Like for instance, we're going to have auth / whatever. That will be the auth route, stories.
Okay, gonna pause here for a second. So pay attention where so we've gone out of this folder that we were in, and you need to go back to the root. That's what can happen is you get confused in at what level you're at. The quickest way that I usually go back to the root is I just click anywhere in this black space. So I see the thin blue highlight here. And then I click the new folder button. So we're creating a new folder called routes at the root. So be careful where you put it. New folder called routes at the root, and we're creating a file called index.js. And this is where we're putting that routing information. So as paths get passed to us from the client side, they're going to be routed to where they need to go, essentially. Oh, thank you for the context there. Thank you for the context there, Rascal. Yeah. So double handlebars prevents HTML injection, and triple handlebars just processes it. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we're getting some errors. Let's see. Hang on. expphps.engine. It's not defined. Okay, so I would suggest making sure that checking the GitHub, making sure that you typed everything absolutely correctly, that it matches my code in the GitHub, and then also checking to see if the version of handlebars that you have installed is the same as the version that I have installed. And oh yeah, and also make sure that you are requiring handlebars as well. Yeah, so you also need to, don't forget that every time you use something in any of these files, you need to require it first. So that may be something you missed. That's what strain and piece of shoot are saying. Make sure you have const exphbs equals require express handlebars at the top of your app.js file. So check that. That would be what I would suggest. Okay, so we are inside of routes, and we are inside of the index.js file that we just created. So we're going to add some routes to our index.js file. All right.
So when we have stories slash something, that'll be the stories route. But if we want something that's top level, like dashboard or just the home page, we want that to be in this index.js. Okay. So let's start off by bringing in Express, because we're going to be using the Express router. Okay, so to create our router, we're going to create a variable, and we're going to set that to express dot uppercase R router. And then before I forget, let's just make sure we export this router. And then we can set up our routes, and I usually like to put some kind of description of what this is. So this is going to be the login, let's say login slash landing page. And then the actual route, it's going to be a get request to slash. Now the way we create a route, and I'm sure a lot of you guys know this, but we're going to say router.get to handle a get request to slash. And then we want our function here with the request and response. And for now, let's just res.send. So we'll just send some text to the client, and we'll just say login. And then I'll do the same for dashboard.
Pause there for just a second. All right, so this should look somewhat familiar to things we've done before. I have a typo there. Fix that. Wrong type of brackets. All right, so all we're doing here is we're setting up basic routes for our top level pages, including our home page and our dashboard. So this is going to be the route for our login page, which is our home page. Oh, you had a typo, Mavi. Yeah, that's the downfall of us all, right? Is typos. I'm sure I'm sure a lot of you guys know this already. Me, oh, yeah, that's why we're doing this, right? Because we don't know this already necessarily. We may have seen it once or twice, but we don't know it. That's the thing, is that's why we're reviewing this together. So again, what we're doing here is we are setting up routes so our server can then get requests from can get routes passed to it from our client app. So the app is always going to be passing a bunch of routes it up to the server. And then the server has to know where to send the data to, where to send data, where to get data from. And the routes are going to let us do that. So we're going to be defining a bunch of routes. And so the simplest route is obviously the home page, which is going to be our login page. And we're doing a res.send here because we're just testing this. We're going to render a page eventually, but we're just testing for now. Index.js keeps the permanent sections only. Oh, are you asking why we put certain things in index.js? Yeah, well, Traversy talked about this really quickly, but it's just for our what we call our top level routes. So if we just pass in like slash or slash dashboard, sort of our generic pages, that's where we're going to put them in index.js. And then as we get into our more specific pages that have multiple slashes in the route, so for example, like slash story slash edit, that's going to go in like a story specific folder. It's just about organization, really. Well, for now, we're not doing, we're just rendering some text. We aren't sending any specific page here. We're just doing a test. So we're also going to do, he's going to do the same thing for dashboard here in a minute. So we can just copy and paste this. So let's see what he does.
That's also going to go in here. So this is going to be the dashboard. Whoops. And it's going to be a get request to slash dashboard. And of course we need to change this. All right, now in order to use this file.
Okay, pause there. So it's essentially the same thing. We're just taking in a different route. I cannot spell dashboard for my life. I've misspelled it so many ways, so many different ways when I was coding this. It was incredible. Cannot spell dashboard. All right, I think that's right. Dashboard. And then again, we're just doing a quick test. Just going to render our dashboard, or render the word dashboard. We're not even really rendering a page. We're just saying the word dashboard. Oh, posture check. Okay, yeah, my posture is terrible. You can't really tell because I'm standing, but I hunch like a gargoyle. It's bad, which is partially why I stand. It gives me slightly better posture. Because if I was sitting, I would just be hunched over. Dashboard confessional. You ran into an issue a little bit after this point and found the stream? Well, stick around, Booty Meat, because we are probably going to be solving that error for you. So yes, feel free to stick around. And since you just got here, anytime we do encounter something that we want to do differently than Traversy, I will very clearly mark that with a colored comment. So I'll have a bright red comment that will say we are making a change, and then we will make the change. Igor is my middle name. All right, so we have, theoretically, when we visit either of these paths in the browser, we're going to want this to render what we say here. Now, we can't use this just yet, so don't try it yet. It won't work. So let's watch what Traversy does next. So we're going to save this. Don't forget to save. Save your index.js, and then let's see what Traversy does next.
We need to go to app.js, and we need to basically link our routing files. So here, let's say routes.
Right. And so what we're doing now is we are going back to our app.js, and we've created these routes, but right now they're just sitting off in their own little world. We're not using them anywhere. We've created them, but we need to use them now. So just like with our database information, we've exported it. So now it can be used. So now we need to go back to the hub of our wheel. Remember, our app.js is the hub of our wheel, and everything else that comes off of it is just spokes. So we need to create the spoke that goes to the hub, and then inside the hub, that's where we're actually using these routes. That could be easy to forget. It's like you say, well, I've created the route. It should work. Why doesn't it work? Well, because you're not actually using it. You've only created it. All right. So, and I forgot to save main HBS. I'm going to save that real quick. Go back to app.js, and he is putting this just below handlebars and above port. So we're going to set up routes. Right. And then this is where we're actually going to be able to make use of those routes.
And let's do app.use. So anything that's just slash is going to link to that file we just created, which is dot slash routes slash index.
Okay.
So
So
now if
here is
I
where we're
open
making use of it, and just sort of similar to middleware. So we're saying app.use. So our server, and also to our app.js file, that is the hub of our wheel. It is listening for stuff from the client side, and then it reaches out to other places to get the information that it needs. So in this case, it's going to be listening for the home page. So we can just say, hey, server, use when a request comes in for that slash route, you can just say require. We can go ahead and make use of the route that the action that we created, that app.get. So we created an app.get to handle this. We just need to tell our server where to find it. So in this case, I'm just going to say routes index. Right? We don't need, and homeless, we don't need anything else right now. It's gonna work perfectly well as long as we have defined the route. Okay, so app.js is listening for things to come in from the client side from our app, and we just need to specify what our server file should do when it gets these requests. So in this case, when we visit the home page, we're going to require whatever's in routes index. So in routes index, look at that. We have something that's already set up to handle a visit to the home page. So when we visit the home page, it should send the word login. Hopefully that makes sense. We're just teaching our server where to look for the information that it needs. Okay, so now it's listening for that. So what other app.use do you think Traversy is going to do next? What's the next one you think he might do? Right, it's going to be dashboard. Exactly. Yep. We're going to do something like app.use. Probably could have just copied and pasted this. Dash. Gosh dang it, I cannot spell dashboard. You get to watch the comedy of me trying to spell dashboard at the very least. All right, and then we're going to require, instead of, well, actually, no, this can stay the same, right? Because both routes are in the same folder. So in both cases, it's going to look in the routes index folder for a route that matches what was passed in. And in this case, we have those routes. So it knows what to do in both cases now. So let's watch Traversy do it.
up a browser and I go to HTTP localhost.
Oh, I guess he's going to demonstrate first.
I see.
So we can do that. So if I go to localhost 8500, and just without anything after that in the browser, if I just go to localhost 8500, I should expect to see the word login render in the browser. So let's try it. My server is running, my MongoDB is connected, no errors. Yada yada, nice, you got it, good job. Yeah, all right, so let's try it. Let's see if I can do as good as yada yada. All right, so localhost, I need to change that to 8500. Let's see what we get. Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't save. Don't forget to save. Learn from my example. I did not save. I couldn't do as good as yada yada. All right, there we go. That's hard to see. I'll zoom in. But there's the word login, just as we wanted. Second try. Yes. I got indeed. Yes. So our route worked properly. Our server got the request. It was listening for a request. It got the request. It knew exactly what to do when this was passed in and exactly what to render. Mine is super zoomed in. Yes. I do that a lot because my monitor is really high resolution. So I zoom in a lot just so you guys can actually see what's on my screen. Because yeah, I have I forget, it's QHD or something monitor. So it makes everything really small. Unless I make it bigger. Yep. So yes, it's 500% zoom, so enjoy. I'll probably forget to zoom out later and it'll be massive. Yours didn't render again. Probably just a typo. Typos in this type of app, typos can really knock you on your butt, right? Here with you guys, I'm doing good. Well, that's what we want, right? We want everybody to be doing good here. That's the goal. Okay. So we're rendering login. So the next thing we're probably going to test is dashboard. So let's go back and see what Traversy does next.
See login, if I go to slash dashboard, I spelled it wrong.
Haha, Traversy spelled it wrong too. I feel better.
Dashboard. We see dashboard. Now it's not rendering any views.
Yeah. Okay. So they tested that as well. So let's test that. So we'll test slash dashboard. So localized 8500 slash, cannot spell, dashboard. Hate that word now. Okay, here we go. So when I added slash dashboard, my server also knew what to render. So we can tell it's processing these routes correctly. Oh, I guess he didn't, did he? Yeah, that's a good point. So it still knew, I guess it still knew where to look. So we don't need it. Yeah, so let's try it without. All right, little experiment here, mini experiment. I think I just got a little bit too ahead of myself. All right, I've commented it out. You all see that, right? I'm gonna save it. Let's reload. Yeah, okay, good. It's smarter than I gave it credit for. All right, so I reloaded the page and it's still rendered. We can see, so look down here in my terminal. Look on the lower, I know I'm skipping around, but look in the lower left where I've highlighted. We can see that even though I don't have a specific route for this, it still knew where to look because it saw the slash, it said routes index, it saw that inside of index.js, I have a route for that. So it knew what to do. So the router is catching the route. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, dashboard is in there. So I got a little too ahead of myself and we don't need this after all. That'll show me. Still work with it or without it, but again, let's trim the fat where we can, right? And down in the terminal, we can see that it is legitimately successfully getting dashboard. Okay, cool. So we're all set. Oh, we got a stretch there. Yeah, iJob, so you've got a typo somewhere, I can almost guarantee. Or you forgot to save. Make sure that you saved all your files. So make sure that you save both your index.js and your app.js. That could be a problem as well. What's the 304? Oh, that's just a code that gets returned. There's a ton of different codes out there. We saw one earlier, such as 500. There's 500. There's 404. All these default codes. In this case, it's just, yeah, it doesn't really, unless we get an error, it doesn't really concern us what that code is for this particular app. Sometimes we care. In this case, we don't really, but that's a reasonable question. Absolutely. Yeah. So like Rascal said, it's just showing that it's cached data. Nothing changed. Each time I'm just rendering the same thing. The browser has it in cache, so it doesn't need to be like loaded again or retrieved again. Yep, nothing changed. Okay. Cool beans. We can render our routes correctly. So now that we've done the test, I imagine he's going to actually want to link real pages here. So today, if you're getting an error in the console as far as getting something about a favicon, that just means that means that this little icon up here in the corner, so where my mouse is, that just means it's trying to render something that doesn't exist. This little image next to the tag. I don't think you have to worry about that. It's interesting that you're getting that. It may be something with the way that you're, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it would do that, but the favicon is just this little whatever, like, see where it has the little clock next to the timer. That's a favicon. That's a favicon. Yeah, and we haven't built our static files folder yet. Yeah, I don't think you need to worry about it. It's not going to hurt anything to get that error. You can just be aware of it. Or yeah, you may have a different port somewhere running. Oh, Crazy Horse, I'm glad you figured out your problem. That's rad. Way to go. Okay, so yeah, the favicon thing, it should render, it still renders okay, right? Even though you're getting the favicon error. Should still render. Yeah, it's still okay. So I would say if you're not able to solve it, it's okay. It's not going to hurt anything. It's just a slightly annoying. Ever, and it's interesting. Yeah, I've gotten that error before on other apps and it hasn't stopped things from running, but that's wild. So you could try what Jim just posted, app.use express favicon, and see if that fixes it. So Hitricia, did you change it in both places? So remember, it's going to be in both your env file and in your app.js. So the server, so the port is in more than one place. It's here in your app.js and in your env file. So make sure you changed it both places. Renders, okay. Renders all right. Good. 2000, okay. Uh, yeah, that's probably the best. What Rascal said, that's probably the best thing I could think of. You need to make sure that your port stops before you try something again. Yeah. Oh yeah, and also make sure that you don't have multiple terminals. So check here in the close any other open VS Code windows. If you have any other open VS Code windows, close them. And also make sure that you don't have more than one terminal running. So you can see here, I have 2 terminals running. So I can actually close this first one here, the PowerShell terminal. I'm going to kill this. Make sure that you only have 1 terminal. And then check out Rascal's Stack Overflow solution. So yeah, check. I would say just check that one. Rascal's probably gonna have a better solution than I would anyway. All right. So somebody asked, what does app.listen take as arguments? Well, if we look here, app.listen takes our port. So whatever port we've chosen. In my case, I chose 8500, and then it basically just says you can pass in additional things that you want to have happen after the listen resolves. So in this case, we're passing in a port, and then we can say console log whatever we want. Yeah, specifically a path, so a port and a callback. Okay. Yeah, Rascal's Googling frantically over there. Yeah. Like I say, I've encountered it before, but it never caused my app to stop working. So I didn't, oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about the favicon thing, but yeah, you're talking about the server thing. Okay. Hopefully that works. All right. So yeah, with the favicon thing, I would say unless it actually stops your app from running, I would ignore it for now and maybe try to tackle it later. You're fine, Jim. Don't worry about it. You're trying to help, and that's all that matters, right? That's what we do here. We try to help and we take everything in good faith. Okay. All right. So let's keep going. So they just rendered the dashboard. They made sure that that's working. And let's see what we need to do next.
Or templates or anything, it's just sending the text. So what we want to do now is create inside views, not in the layouts, but just in the views folder. I'm going to create a file called, let's create dashboard .hbs, and let's also create inside views a file called login.hbs. So in login, let's just put H1s for now, just so we can make sure that these render. So dashboard, another H1.
Okay, let's pause a second. Be careful where you put these, right? We want to put dashboard and login specifically inside of the views folder. Okay? So not inside of layouts. We put login and main inside of layouts. So I'm going to collapse that so you can see it a little better. We want dashboard inside of views. All right, so I'm going to do another one, and it's called login. All right, so dashboard and login go inside of the views folder. Okay. Ah, Madeline, you got it. Good job. Okay, yeah, feel free to catch up with the VOD, Chrysantigo. So yeah, again, be careful. I would suggest collapsing layouts and then putting these two in the views folder. So if you do that wrong, it won't work. So careful. All right, here we go. Inside of dashboard, we're going to start building our sandwich ingredients. So I think after we do this one, we'll take another break. But we're going to start with we're going to start building our sandwich ingredients that are going to go inside of our sandwich. Okay. So we're just starting with an H1.
Now, in order to render these, it's simple. We just need to go back to our routing, our index route, and instead of send, we want to change both of these to render. And let's just make.
Okay. So we've created this login file, and now we're going to link it to our index.js. So we're going to change. So instead of just sending text when somebody accesses the home page, we want to actually render a page. Okay. So res.render.
Make this lowercase.
And we're going to render our login page. Okay. So instead of res.send, we actually want to render it. Yes, this is going to be a long one. If you can't stick it out, that's perfectly fine. You can always catch the VOD, but we're going to power through. We're about a fifth of the way through. So good luck to us. We'll get there. All right, res render. And then down here for dashboard, we're going to essentially do the same thing. Res render dashboard. Now I cannot spell the word dashboard, so I'm literally going to copy and paste it. All right, so we'll watch him do that as well.
And it's going to look for templates or views called login and dashboards. Now if I go back and reload, now we see the H1. If I go to dashboard, we see the H1. And it's wrapped in that main layout. You can see the title here. So let's start to add some of the stuff to the layout, like material.
Okay, so yeah, and that's the same thing. If he's basically just changing it from a send to a render, and so that should work just fine. All right. Don't forget to save. Don't forget to save your change. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a break. And then when we come back, I think the next thing, we just did index routes and views. The next thing is, this is where it starts to get interesting. We actually start to use materialize, which is that Google material view sort of look that all of our pages are going to have. So we're going to set up materialize and font awesome. Or actually, maybe it may be more routes first, but either way. Yeah, I was getting hungry. I don't have anything in dashboard.hbs yet. There's nothing in there. Yeah, catch the VOD. It's all good. Yeah, there's nothing in there. It's okay. We'll get there. I think I put this in the wrong I think I put this in the wrong thing. This should have said login. It doesn't matter. We're going to change it anyway. But I just made a little oops there. And then in here, we can just say, if you really want to, you can just put the word dashboard in here. But again, we're going to be changing all this anyway, so it's no big deal. You can test and make sure that they render correctly. So we can do that. Let's see, I saved. Go. Yeah. So now you can see that that's rendering as an H1. So it's rendering properly. Hooray. Yeah, so that's a good question. So when selecting render, it doesn't require the full file path. Nope, it does not. It's we set our view engine to be handlebars. I don't blame you if you forgot that part. It went by pretty quickly, but find it. So right here, notice where we set our view engine to be handlebars. So it's looking for handlebars. It's looking for a views folder with handlebars things in it that it can render. Yeah. So it's already looking for that. It's looking for HBS extensions, and it can render them that way. It accepts plain HTML. Yes, it does. Yeah, you could be super sloppy if you wanted, and you could absolutely code your stuff this way. Again, we're not going to be doing that for this app. We're going to be wrapping all of our dashboard and our login inside of these layouts, which are going to have all the appropriate header tags and everything. But yeah, you could absolutely just pass straight HTML in there. You don't need a folder called View Engine. Um, we're setting the View Engine to HBS. All you need are the only thing you need are the folders that are listed here. This is similar. Yep, this is similar to HBS. It's just a different way of doing it, right? So it does everything that that EJS can do, just with a different. I think it just does things slightly differently, but the end result is the same. It's a way of rendering HTML in the DOM, and instead of using static files, where we can render it dynamically. How does Express know where our HBS documents are? Well, because it's just looking for a folder called views. We don't need a folder called view engine. It's just looking for a folder called views by default. Yeah, and we could set a new location if we wanted, but by default, it is looking for a folder called views. When we say we set a view engine, it's looking for a folder called views with stuff in it. No, we're not going to be using the arrow, the angle bracket percent syntax. Yep, handlebars does accept plain HTML. Yep, we'll see that later on. We'll see that later on when we build our error pages, because our error pages are just static. They don't need anything special going on. It's literally just going to be some plain HTML, and we'll wrap it in a layout. I think I love handlebars. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So break time. Let's have a break. Feel free to ask any questions that you have. I'll get to them after the break, but I need to get some more hydration. All right. Starting timer. There you go. And feel free, if double check that your folder structure matches mine, so that you're ready when we come back from break. Okay, 1 minute left, folks. Come on back when you're ready. All right. Go ahead and pause the timer. Camera. Okay, we are back. Yeah, Mavi, I agree with Rascal. That is most likely what's happening. So probably you don't have this line that either you don't have this line that I have set highlighted here on my screen in your app.js file, um, or your app.engine, something's missing. So those are two things that I would check, maybe in the GitHub, and just see if you have those. App.set, view engine, HBS, and app.engine. So these two things right here. Those are the two things that are going to cause handlebars to actually work. I need my own hype music. Okay. Yeah, unicorn. So I mean, it could be that for some reason you're installing an older version of handlebars. I'm not sure, why. There could be various things that could cause that. Um, Maybe depending on your region or something. Um, Yeah, so iJab, you can actually access the VOD right now. You don't have to wait. It's available now. So if you need to jump off and troubleshoot, that's totally fine. You can get the VOD literally right this minute and rewind it and watch again. Yeah, the VOD is up right now, iJab, so no worries if you need to drop off and do some troubleshooting. Yeah, you can rewind it right now and just hop to the VOD. So if you just go to my Twitch channel, it should be there already. Okay. So we are, let's see, where are we? We were in index.js. We tested to make sure that these two pages both rendered, and they did. So let's see what we need to do next. Oh, and Rascal just posted the link to the VOD right there. So anybody that needs to, anybody that's lost in the sauce, there's no harm in hopping off the live stream and hitting the VOD instead. And it'll add content as I keep recording. So you can always catch up later if you figure out what's going wrong. All right. Okay, let's keep going. Here we go.
Realize. So I'm going to go to the main HBS layout.
Okay, so he's gone from index to main HBS. And remember, our main is where our bread is for our sandwich. And so inside of our sandwich, that's where we're going to be putting the body. But let's see what else we're going to be doing in here.
And let's search for, let's see, we want materialize. So if we go to get started, I'm going to grab the CDN here.
Okay, so he's basically initializing materialize, which is like a style sheet for our layouts. So we're going to pass that into every page that we render. And what that's going to do is it's going to allow us to use this materialize sort of Google-ish look for all of our pages. Okay, so let's see. You can, I would suggest going to my GitHub and grabbing it from there. Because I'm not going to type it out. You can either Google materialize CSS and go to this page, the same page where Traversy did, or you can go to my GitHub and get it from there. It's up to you. Yeah, it's like Bootstrap. So I'm going to copy and paste. Seconds. Just because if I try to type this out, I know I will get it wrong. So I'm going to go to my main HBS side of layouts. And I'm going to grab materialize min CSS as a style sheet and drop it in.
And put this here, and then we.
So Traversy is putting it right after the meta viewport. So that's where I'm going to put mine as well. That's going to allow us to use materialize. If I put it in chat, it might look kind of weird. Honda Civic just did. I think it looks okay. Yeah, that's all right. So yeah, you can copy it from chat there as well. I think everything's there. Yeah. So thanks Honda for that. I appreciate it. All right.
We also want the JavaScript, the materialized JavaScript. What's really cool about this framework is you don't need jQuery like a lot of others. So that we're going to put right here, right above the ending bar.
Okay, so we're going to grab the script as well. HBS is handlebars. Welcome Hoplay. HBS is handlebars. Right. And I will paste it in chat here in just 1 second. So since it's a script, we put it at the end of our file, right? We put style sheets at the beginning, we put scripts at the end. In JS, yep. Save that. Okay, and I will paste it in chat. Hopefully that works. All right, so yeah, we've got the script with the source, and you can drop that in at the end of your file as well. Oh. Yeah, that's a great song, Averagely Sized Rabbit. Yeah, good song. I like that one. Okay, here we go.
Body tag. I'm also going to be using Font Awesome, so I'm going to go to cdnjs.com and search for Font Awesome and grab this right. I'm actually going to use the CSS. So all.min.css. I'm going to copy that link tag and put that right below materialize.
Okay, again, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to grab. Yeah, and also you can feel free to grab it from my GitHub as well. Rascal literally linked the GitHub there, so you can grab all the tags if you would like. Yeah, it's a very Boston accent, isn't it? All right. So I'm gonna get it cross. I'm gonna drop it in, then I'll drop it in chat, or I would highly suggest going to my GitHub, because pasting stuff in chat can sometimes mess up the formatting. So just FYI. No guarantees that will actually work, because Twitch chat likes to interpret things weirdly sometimes. So best option is probably going to my GitHub, but there it is if you need it. All right. So we've pasted in Materialize and Font Awesome. Some of you may have used Font Awesome before. It basically gives you access to a massive library of custom icons, which you can use for all sorts of things. All right.
So if I save this and I go back to this page here, you can see it's using Materialize.
You can see it's using Materialize because the font changed, right? It has a new default font. So it went from that classic Times New Roman sort of serif font to the default font for Materialize. So that tells you that it's working. So I'm going to save it, save mine, and see if mine works as well. Let's see. 1,000, and we'll see if that works. Yeah. So it's now using Materialize to pre-format this page before it even renders, right? That default serif font has been replaced by the Google looking Materialize font. Okay, perfect. And again, that worked because this is the bread of our sandwich, and any page that we render, we're wrapping it in this layout. So any page that we render gets dropped in the body and wrapped in this layout. Okay.
Now, We also want to be able to include like public CSS files, basically our own style CSS, or maybe we want to use some front-end JavaScript or images. So basically public assets. So we need to create a folder that's going to be a static folder. And by the way, you can see these down here, these logs. This is coming from Morgan. Just every time we make a request, it'll show us where to, the status code and all that stuff, how long it took. But yeah, so I want to, what was I saying? Static folder. So let's go to app.js, and we need to define which folder we want to use as static. So I'll go right below here and say static folder. So we want to do app.use and then express.static. And in here we want to put the path to the static folder we want, which I'm going to call public. Now I'm going to use the path module, so I can use path.join. So just bring.
Okay, real quick there. So just did two things really quickly. He said app.use express static, and he put that in your app.js folder, sorry, in your app.js file below the handlebars. So it's just some middleware here. He put it down here. It's between handlebars and routes, app.use express.static. And now what he's going to do is scroll up to the top and require an additional package that we're going to need in order to do that. Hey, Binary Hack, welcome. We're building an app today. It's a pretty cool app. It's going to have some Google authentication and using handlebars and Materialize to make it look pretty with a MongoDB backend. Primary language is JavaScript, so if you're interested in that, feel free to stick around. Yeah. So we're setting up a static folder. See where I have highlighted there? And what this is going to do is it's going to allow us to access static files such as a style sheet, such as CSS. So occasionally we might want to, Materialize is going to do a lot of things by default. It's going to style things in a certain way to make it look sort of like Google does it. But occasionally we don't want that. We want other things to happen. And so we want a style sheet that we can reference with some CSS that's going to override what Materialize does. Yeah, so that's what we're doing there. App.use express static. But then we need to require something additional at the start. So let's see what Traversy is going to do. Const. Okay.
Bring that in. Path is just a core Node.js module. Okay, so we're going to bring that in, and then back down here in static, we can just do path.join. And first.
So we're just bringing in path. Actually, I haven't used this before, so I'm not 100% sure what it does, but apparently we need it. So we can bring in path, and we're going to pass it into our express static down here. Path.join. Right.
Argument is going to be _dir name, which just means the current directory, so an absolute path to the current directory, and then we want to go into public. That's going to be our static folder. So let's create that. So in the root, we want to create public.
Okay, we've seen _dir name before, right? That's just a shorthand. It's going to say go to the root directory and then look for a public folder. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to, at the root, we're going to go ahead and create a folder called public. And that's where we're going to put our CSS. Yeah, piece of shit. I didn't think we needed path. Again, I mean, I haven't ever used it before and it works fine without it. But it still works with it, so I'm not going to take it out. But I agree. I don't think it's... yeah. Rascal, in all the apps where I've had static files, I've never used path before, but it doesn't seem to hurt to use it. So again, unless it breaks when it comes to this tutorial, unless it breaks the app, I'm really not worrying about changes. Yeah, express.static public works just fine. Yep, and that's what I've used in the past. Okay, so but regardless, we're going to go ahead and create our public folder. And inside of that public folder, we're going to put any static files that we want our app to be able to access. And that's a perfectly valid thing to point out, piece of shoot. I'm just explaining why I'm probably not going to change it. But yeah, again, it's perfectly valid for you to point those things out. It's good to know when something might not be necessary, because there's so many different ways to do things, right? Hey, water serpent. All right, here we go.
And then in here, let's create a folder called CSS. And then in there, let's create a file called style.css.
Okay, so again, it's a folder within a folder. So go into your public folder, create another folder called CSS, and then inside of your CSS folder, create a style sheet. So style.css. So again, double nesting, public folder, CSS folder. Inside of that, then put style.css. Double underscore tricked you. Oh no. Yeah. And I think my app crashed at some point. It's okay. We're not done yet. So I'm not worrying about any crashes. I think I need to save as well. I didn't save. Yeah. So I forgot to save, so my app crashed in the background, but not hurting anything. So it's all good. All right. So style CSS, let's see what we're going to put in there.
And just to test things out, I'm just going to say body background black. And then in our main JS file, let's include this. Now, since it's in the public folder, which we...
Okay. So only one thing in the CSS for now, just for a test. But then what we need to do in order for our layout to read the CSS is, just like we've done a million times before, we need to make sure that we have a link to the style sheet. That can often be forgotten. I know I've forgotten it many, many times. And so that's why I'm calling it out, is that we need to make sure we're putting in a link to our style sheet. So back in our layouts, main HBS. So let's reorient ourselves here. Go back into the layouts folder and open main HBS. And in our head, just above the title, we're going to put a link. Oops. We're going to put a link to our style sheet. So I'm going to copy and paste that again. I'll paste it in chat as well. Don't worry. Because again, when it comes to this sort of thing, if I try to type it out, I'm going to make a mistake. It's going to be stupid. Stupid fingers sometimes. All right. Line background criminal. I know I did that on purpose. We'll see how that looks. All right. So that's how we link our style sheet. You can see that we're going through the directory, right? CSS and then style. So it's looking in the public, just like with views. It's looking in public by default. But since we have another folder nested in here called CSS, we need to tell it to go down one level, right? So it's looking in public by default. It knows where to look already, but we need to tell it, hey, look inside the CSS folder to get this style sheet. Okay, I'm going to save that.
Made that our static folder. We don't have to put public or anything in here. We should just be able to say /css/style.css.
Right.
Same thing with like images or anything like JavaScript files or anything. So if I reload, now the background's...
Okay, let's see what mine looks like. Ah! It burns. It burns. It works though. All right, I'll move off of this. Good, I'm glad it's working. Okay. All right, here we go.
It's black, which obviously I don't want to keep. I'm just going to get rid of that. I just wanted to test it out. Okay, so now we have our custom style sheet.
Yeah, so don't forget, so clear out your CSS folder, just making sure that the link works correctly. So once you've tested it, clear it out so you don't encounter that again. All right, I've cleared it out and saved. Okay, so we're going back to main HBS again. See what we need to do next.
Now the login, as I said, I want that to use a different layout. I want that to use the login layout. So the last thing I want to do for now in the main layout is just put a container, class, a materialize container class around the body, which will just, push everything to the middle. And then I'm going to copy.
Okay. So what I just did there was a little bit of Emmet for quicker HTML. You don't have to use Emmet if you don't want to. It's not going to hurt anything. To get a container div, I just did dot container to quickly generate that. All right, and we're putting this in a container, just as Traversy said, just to kind of push things in the appropriate position on the page. That's all that's doing. Given it a class of container, and Materialize will know what to do with that class of container and take care of it. All right. So the next thing he's going to do is copy all of this. So you put in your container, you're going to copy all of it, Control C, and he's just going to drop it into login HBS. So we don't have to retype everything.
Copy everything here and go to login. Okay, this is the login layout. I'm sorry, this is not. This is. I know this might be a little confusing.
Oh,
I mean, you
yeah.
could.
So also, yeah, be very careful. We have two files called login now, and I almost made the same mistake. Go into so we were just in main HBS. Go into login HBS, which is in your layouts folder. Okay? So we're in main HBS. Go into login HBS, which is also in the layouts folder, and paste. Very careful. This is easy to mess up. Traversy almost did there. Okay. So we're in login HBS right now. We're going to make some changes there.
You could call this something different, but we want to be in layouts login HBS. I'm going to paste that in. I'll just say storybooks login. And the main reason I'm doing this is because we want to format this page a little different. On the main layout, we're going to have a partial for the nav bar. And we don't want that in the login. We also want this to be like a thin little box. So what we'll do here is, in addition to container, let's say login container, that we can style that on our own. And I also want this to be in a card class, and then card content.
Okay. See what he did there. So he just added a little bit more nesting. So there's another div called card and another one called card content. And why he's doing this is because Materialize has certain things built in. That it can just automatically apply styling to, certain classes that it already knows how to style. And so that's what he's doing here. He's just, creating these divs with these classes that Materialize is going to be able to take control of and style. No worries, Tame Mister. Yeah, some of these card classes are, some are not, which is a little bit confusing. And I would assume you'd have to look at the documentation to know for sure. He just knows these. We don't, obviously. But I believe login container is one that we're going to set later, like setting a certain width. But container, card, and card content are built in. Okay.
Okay, and we'll move the body up into there.
Yeah, so we're taking the body and we're putting it in the middle of all these nested divs so that whatever we put in here is going to be styled with everything around it, looking correct. So the body's going to be in here, inside of all these divs, and that should render properly.
And that should do it. So right now it's still not using that. If I go back here, you don't see the card or anything because we have to specifically say that we want that route to use this layout. And the way we do that is by going back to our index route file.
Right. That. So we're going back to index.js inside of our routes, and we basically need to tell our code to put the sandwich together, right? So we have the bread and we have the ingredients, and now we need to tell our code to please put the whole sandwich together and render it in the way that we have told it to. So router get, we're going to change this to do something a little bit different. Let's just watch what he does.
And as a second argument to render, we'll pass in an object with layout, and we want to use the login layout. So now if I go back to the login and I reload, now we can see the card.
Yeah, back a little bit there. So just passing in layout. Okay. So this might be a bit of a tough question, but I'm curious to see, you know, if folks are thinking ahead a little bit or remembering what we talked about before. So previously, when I reloaded this page, like I haven't reloaded the page, right? It's still lime green and terrible looking. So I haven't reloaded. If I hadn't set this res render stuff, why did it still render the correct font? Sorry, I'll move away from it. But my question is, why did this still render the correct font if I hadn't set this res render and passed in the login layout yet? Why did it still work? Curious if anybody gets. I added it to the head, yes, but I only added it to the head of, I only added it to the bread of the layout, right? Yes, yes. It was using the default layout. So this is a deep cut, but so if we go back to app.js, just real quick, we go back to app.js and we look at our app.engine where we're setting up handlebars to render these pages, we set main as our default layout. So regardless of so by default, it's always going to pass in, the bread for main. In this case, we want a login page, so we were passing in login as a layout especially. But by default, it is always going to pass in a default. So that's why it worked. No, that's a good guess, Samir. But in this case, it's because we specifically declared a default layout. So anytime that we want a different layout, we're going to have to, sorry, we're going to have to, I need to go back to my index. There we go. We're going to have to specify anytime we want a different layout, we're going to have to specify it in our render. Yeah. But what that means is that we should never end up with an unformatted page, because even if it can't render this special layout for some reason, it'll just default to the main one. So it's nice to have a default so that we never accidentally render plain HTML. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, it's okay. That was like a bonus question. But yeah, so the reason why this was able to render properly before we passed in a layout for it was because it defaulted to main. Yep. All right. So now that should work. And now when I reload this, we're going to see it looking very different. Ah, that looks different, doesn't it? Because now it's rendering the login layout, which has all of this special stuff. So for example, container, card, and card content. So it's putting whatever's in the body on a card. In this case, login is the body, so it puts it on a card. PK Nup, so we're using something called Materialize, which is sitting on top of handlebars. That's why you're seeing it render the way it does with these when I add in these specific classes on my divs. That's why that's working, because we're using Materialize on top of handlebars. Those are some good Legos indeed. Yeah, so handlebars, yep, exactly. Handlebars only generates the HTML, and then inside of there, we add links to Materialize and add the flavor on top. Oh, we got a stretch there. All right. Okay. So yada yada, make sure that you have um, a login layout and a login.hbs. So you can see I have two files that are called the exact same thing, which is definitely confusing. But one of them is inside my layouts folder, and the other one is at the root. So make sure you have both. Okay, let's keep going. So they've set the layout to login, and I think he's just going to test it next.
Layout. So now if I go back to the login and I reload, now we can see the card and so on. Okay, now I do, like I said, want this to be really thin, so I'm going to just go to our style sheet, style CSS.
Okay, so the card is it looks kind of odd, and it looks very weird because I'm zoomed in, but if I zoom out a little bit, we can see it's a very wide card, and that's not what we want. So, oh, inside of the other login HBS, I have nothing. It's empty. I didn't save it though, sorry. So that's why I'm sorry if that's confusing. So yeah, it should just have an H1 and just display the word login. Yeah. Okay, so go back to your style.css and we're going to just make this card more narrow.
CSS, which is being included in both layouts. And let's say login container, and we'll set the width to 400 pixels, the margin to, let's do 50 pixels. I'm sorry, margin top, because we want to push it down. And then I want to align everything to the center, so text align center. And for paragraphs, I also want to just add a 10 pixel margin on the top and bottom. And we're just going to put the important flag here to override anything with.
Oh man, it's a dreaded important flag. Tisk tisk. Well, if we have to. All right, margin 10 pixels. Oh, you missed it at some point. Yeah, yeah. That's okay. So the dashboard, if you try to render the dashboard right now, it's not going to give you all the card stuff because we didn't put that in there. We didn't put that in our main layout. We're going to get to that in a little bit. It should still give you the font, but it's not going to give you all the card stuff. Okay, so what this CSS is going to do is it's going to override what Materialize is trying to do by default. So anything we put in our CSS file is going to override what Materialize is trying to do. So Madeline, just go to your login.hbs in your views. So go to views, login HBS, and just make sure you have the word login here. That's all you need. Okay, so CSS, we just added some CSS here. I'm going to save it. And that's going to fix the card issue that we were having, making the card too wide. Yeah, Blip, you got to be super careful about that because we have two files that are literally called the same thing. So remember that the one in views is what we're actually like is the body, it's the meat in the sandwich, and the one that's in layouts is the bread. So yeah. All right. So now that we've done this, our card should change size.
Materialize, because certain things you have to use this flag to override. Now if I go back to login and reload, now we have the thin box. Okay, so next thing, let's I guess style this. We'll just style the login page. It's not much, it's really just the Google button. So we'll go now, we can close the layouts, can actually close both the main layout and the login layout.
Okay, so let's pay attention to what he said there. Close the layouts. So we're gonna close the things that are in the layout folder. So I'm gonna close the layout that's from in the layouts folder. So log in, I'm going to close that. And I'm also going to close my main layout for now. And I think I'm going to leave everything else open. Okay. Could have named one log me or something, I know, right? Did you forget J7? Did you forget to save your CSS? Make sure you also linked your style sheet. Not linking your style sheet will mean it can't read it. So let's see what he's going to do next.
And the style sheet, and we'll go. Actually, we'll close dashboard. So now we just want to go into login HP.
Okay, so we're going to close. And we're going to go into login.hbs. So where we just have that simple login text. This is our body file. So we can see there's no headers here. There's no style sheets. There's no scripts. So this way we know we're in the right file.
HBS, but not the layout, the view. So we want to be in this file here. So to style this, let's see, how much do I have here? It's not much, so I'll just type it out. So we want an H3, and I'm going to have an icon here, so font awesome, and the icon is fa-book-reader. And then next.
Okay, so we're starting to use some font awesome icons here. So again, I'm using a little bit of Emmet to style these to build these HTML tags a little bit quicker. You don't have to. I'm just using it because it's a little faster. So I'm going to use FAS, FA, book, reader as an icon. Yes, we're currently in views. That's correct. Yep, we're currently in views. How do we learn the shortcuts? Oh, yeah, and I do have a hydrate. I apologize. Right, there we go. Okay, so we're currently in views. We can see that here in mine as well. I'm in login HPS, my views. I just put in a font awesome icon. And Cranberry says, how do we learn the shortcuts that he's typing? It should be built into VS Code. In general, it's just for whatever tag you want, you can just type the letter and hit enter. And Emmet will render it as a tag if you're in an HTML file or a HTML, like a file that accepts HTML. And then if you want to assign classes, you can do, like, for example, like for, well, I'll show you here in just a second. I'll go a little slower with the next one and show you. All right, so let's see what he's going to do next.
To that icon, we'll say storybooks.
Okay, so this is just,
then let's have a
this
class
isn't a tag, this is just
section,
text.
which is a materialized class, and then a paragraph with the.
Okay, so storybooks is the title. And then inside, let's see, so after my H3, I want a div with a class of section, right? So what I can do is I can do div.section and hit enter. And Emmet will interpret that for me. So it's just a slightly faster way of typing. Yeah, and we don't have to say div.section. You can just do .section. I wanted to illustrate that you can put the tag name before the dot, and then if you want a class name, you put it after the dot. So if I just wanted a section, I could just type section, or whatever tag I want, I can say tag.class. Essentially, that's the syntax. Yep. So we'll see that. You'll see me do that a lot.
Class of lead, and we're just going to say create public and private stories from your life. Okay, and then we want a class of divider, which will just give us like a little border, and then another section. And in this section, we want a button. So we want this to have a class of BTN. We're going to make it red and darken -1. the link is going to go to /auth/Google, which is a route.
Okay. Pause there for a second. Oh, yeah, and you can even do parent-child relationships too. Your page just underwent a glow up. That's rad. Nice, yada yada. Yeah, Emmet is pretty convenient. Yeah, you can do all sorts of nesting and crazy stuff with it. Yeah. I mostly just do them separately because I don't generally think that far ahead is like as far as how many like nesting things that I want. But yeah, you can definitely chain things. Okay, so this is going to be a and then a BT, and so this button, so this class that he's creating, there's more than one class here, right? And so if I wanted to do more than one class, so button red darken one, I would do btn dot red dot darken dash one. So see how I did that there? And then that would work. So I'm going to put in a route here of auth Google. So when somebody clicks on this link, on this button, it's going to pass that route to my server, right? So it's going to pass this route to my server, and then our server is going to do something to handle that. Okay.
That we're going to create in a little bit. And then in here, let's put the Google icon using font awesome. So it's FAB for a class, and then FA-Google. Okay, and then we also want a class of left, which will float it to the left. And then next to that icon, we'll say login with Google.
Okay. So putting in another font awesome icon. It's interesting here that we're using an icon inside of a button, and then the text just kind of hangs out, inside of the button as default. Okay. Yeah.
All right, so let's take a look at it. We'll reload here, and there it is. There's our...
All right, so yeah, this should be a massive improvement. And there we go. So by using, we didn't have to do any CSS here, right? Other than fitting the card in the right place. Just with using the classes that are built into Materialize, we were able to make a really good looking page. Yeah, it's wild, isn't it? It looks so good. Right? This is all just built in. Yeah. Yep. So that's why I like Materialize, because it makes everything look googly without you even having to try. Dark magic indeed. First try. Right. Okay. So essentially this is all we're going to be doing on our auth page. So this is our home page. It's pretty much done. The only thing I do want to do is I want to put one extra space right here just to make things look a little better. There we go. Nazi. Granbury, I would say absolutely. Yeah, Materialize would look great in a 100 hours project. Okay, let's see what's next. And mine just looks slightly different because I'm zoomed in, but it's doing the exact same thing that his.
Login page. Now, I think what we should do next is start to implement the login. Okay, so we want to work with Google OAuth. Now, you are going to have to create an API key and an API secret. So the way...
Okay, so we're going to pause there. We're going to take a break now. And then when we come back, we're going to implement Google login. Because this is going to be a little bit, this is where we start to, where the rubber meets the road a little bit as far as this particular project. This is where we actually set up our authentication with Google. So we'll take a break now and throws basic CSS in the trash. Yes. There's some marvelous tools out there, right? You don't have to be a designer to build web pages. We got this. Indeed we do. Yes. Yes, we do. Okay, here we go. Reset the timer. And I will see you back in 5. Got about 45 seconds left, so I'll see you all back here in just a little bit. All right, we are back. Okay, I'm just going to do a quick hydrate here. A quick snack over the break. So wash it down. I had a stream a little bit ago that I realized later I had something in my teeth the entire time. I'm not going to tell you which one, but yeah. One of my recent streams, I had something in my teeth for the entire stream, and so now I can't ever unsee that. All right, I think I'm okay. Yeah, if you're having trouble with your CSS, your plain CSS appearing, you just want to make sure that you have a public folder and a CSS folder, and then it's everything's listed in the right order in the head. Is that an Easter egg? Do we get a prize for finding it? No, you do not. Well, I'm not going to tell you which stream. If you didn't notice it, then that's all good. One of my past ones. So, okay. All right. So, when we left off, Traversy was just going to set up Google authentication, and where we do that is in browser. We're going to go to the Google Cloud Console, and I'll give you the link for that in just a second. So here we go.
The way that we do this, you want to go to your Google Cloud Console. I don't know the exact URL, so we'll just search for Cloud Console. We want to go right here.
Okay, so it's going to be console.cloud.google.com. Go there. And I'll paste the link in here. So you can go there, and that's where you'll set up the authentication. Now, it has taken me to a specific homepage for my existing project that I already set up, but with yours, it probably won't. So let's just see what Traversy does here. Right.
And you need to, let's see, you need to have a project. So you can see I already have one called Dev1. If you don't, just go ahead and click New Project and create one.
Okay, so what you'll do there is there should be a button up next to the Google Cloud logo. And if you click that, it should bring up a window like this, and you can just click New Project to create a new project. So let's see, I think I'll just go ahead and create a new project, and I'll link this file to a new project. So new project, it'll tell you have, X number of projects remaining in your quota. I'm just going to call it Traversy demo, and that's really small. Let me make it bigger. Hang on. There we go. Hopefully that's easier to see. So again, next to the Google Cloud logo, I clicked on new projects, and then I clicked new project, and that brought me to this screen. Yeah, the homepage already looks different. Yeah, exactly. Okay, and we don't have to put a location in here. That's not required. I'm just going to create a new project called Traversy Demo, and I will create it. Oh, project ID is not available. Okay, fine. All right. Yeah, I know. Hang on. 2 seconds. I think I just screwed it up. All right. I would suggest, so choose a project name that's going to be unique. Let's try that again. I'm just going to create a new project. All right. I'm not going to change the project name. I'm just going to let Google call it whatever it wants. We'll try that again. All right, create. See if it's going to work. It's creating the project. All right, there we go. Select project. Okay. So I've created the project and I have selected the project. So we can see I'm in my project 74936. And and now what we're going to do is we're going to set up our basically our Google API, our keys and our security that's going to allow us to contact Google and log in using Google authentication. So did I have to deal with user consent when setting up the app? Yes. And I'm curious to see if it's going to ask me about that again, because I did. And I can show you my settings for that. I'm just curious. I just want to see if it's going to ask me about it again. So let's see where to go next here.
And then we want to go to API and services and then enable API.
Okay. So go to inside of our dashboard here. We're going to go to APIs and services. Click that. And say enable APIs and services. Okay, so it took me directly to the API library. However, yours may say something like something about consent. Go to the consent screen or something like that. So I'm going to just backtrack for a second. Get where it is. Yours went right to the library too? Okay. Yeah, I had to fill out a consent screen. Hang on one second. So you may get something called the OAuth consent screen. Brought me directly. Okay, so maybe that comes later. So just know that that could be something that pops up for you. All right. So let's just, we'll hold that thought for now and we'll just keep going. So you should be at the API library. So let's see what Traversy wants us to do next.
APIs and services, and we want Google Plus. If you scroll down, it should be right here. Okay, so we want to click on that, and then you want to click enable. Mine's already enabled, so I'm going to click manage.
Okay, so we're going to choose Google Plus, which is kind of hilarious to me. The only thing Google Plus is still used for. Yeah, Cranberry, I'm going to see if we get, I'm going to see if that pops up for me too once I choose the API here. All right, so I've chosen the Google Plus API and I'm going to enable it. Okay, so I'm also, but I am going to go, so just to show you that the screen that some folks are encountering, not everybody, I don't know what controls it, but for the screen that some folks are encountering is the OAuth consent screen. So I can go there and it's going to probably nag you about that. So I'll tell you the settings that I chose. I chose external and then created it from there. And then you have to fill in some information. So yeah, external is what you want if you ever want your app to be public. So an app name is required. Email, I'm just going to use my email. Nothing else is really required here. Just the developer contact information. Again, I'm going to use my email. This isn't really going to matter for us. And I'm going to save and close. And I'm going to get that stupid pop to go away. There we go. Okay, save and continue. We don't have to choose anything here. I don't think so. And then under test users, I put both of my email addresses. So by default, your app is going to be set to testing. And that's where you can pretty much leave it for now. So if you want to be able to test your login, um, yeah, then just like Cranberry said, you can add users, and I'm just adding like my email addresses, the same ones that I showed you all before. So C Borden. Oh boy, keepers. I cannot type anymore. All right. You can add. Oops, and I want to add one more. And I also want to add my other email. Yeah. Okay. So both of those should be added. So what this is going to do is it's going to allow your app to remain in test mode and be accessed by the specific users, the specific test users that you have listed below. So if you have multiple Gmail addresses, I would suggest putting them in here so you can test multiple logins for your app. Yeah, that's what I did. Okay, so we can save and continue. Oh. Okay, that didn't happen before, but whatever. I don't know why, but okay, that's fine. Maybe I put an extra space in there or something. Oh, I think it's because there's a capital M there. Let me see if I can edit that. Sorry. Hey, let me edit you. One more time. Try that. Yours was lowercase and got the same problem? Okay. All right, so it looks like it worked that time. It just randomly decided to capitalize one of my email addresses. And so it worked the second time. All right. So with that, these can be our test users for the app. And so these are going to be the only people that are going to be allowed to log in, which are both my accounts. Yeah, and before you finish, and you are going to have to do this at some point because it's going to force you to go to the consent screen and set all this up. Traversy does not go over this in the tutorial, so it just kept nagging me until I did it because I couldn't get the auth to work without it. So yeah. Yeah, J7. So that's the same thing that happened to me. One of them was capitalized and one of them was lowercase. So I had to go back in and edit it to be lowercase, both of them. I don't know why it did that, but when I put it back in, went to the edit page, which is behind my head. I apologize. There's a little edit button next to test users. Yeah, you got it. Okay, good. And then you can edit and add it back, and it worked the second time. So I don't know. Maybe it's a bug. Who knows? All right. So that's set. And so I did that. Okay, so I did the consent screen. That's done. I don't remember what to do next. So enabled APIs and services. Thought I already enabled. Thought I already enabled. Oh, let's see. All right, let's try it again. API is enabled. Okay, good. All right, so what do I need to do next? All right, so I'm going to go to manage. Yeah, manage. Okay, perfect. So that brings me back here. So I needed to be inside of the API first. I wasn't inside the API before. So now I go to credentials. Okay, let's just watch and see.
You want to click enable. Mine's already enabled, so I'm going to click manage. And let's see, you want to go down to credentials. This is a little confusing because you have create credentials here, but we don't have the OAuth option. So we want to click on this link right here.
Okay, do that. So went to credentials and let's see it. And okay, so again, something that's changed is they moved OAuth into the create credentials menu, right? So even though he says don't click create credentials, we need to because that has changed. So click create credentials and say OAuth, right? And our application type is going to be a web application. Okay, so what he's going to do.
Here. And then click on create credentials and you should see OAuth client ID. That's what we want. So we'll click on that. The application type is a web app. You can name it something else if you'd like. I'm just going to keep that. And then down here, under the redirect URIs, you want to add your callback URL, which is going to be HTTP localhost. And once you deploy, you'll have to change this or add a new one. So it's going to be 3000, and then it's going to be /auth/google/callback. Okay, that's going to be our redirect.
Okay, so let's do that. So I'm going to add a redirect URI, and this is the path that our users will be redirected to after they authenticate. So Google's going to take over for the authentication, and then after they do that, we can send them somewhere else. So we want to send them into a particular place once they're done authenticating. So we're going to add one, and I'm going to reference this again. So mine is going to be http://localhost. Mine is 8500, but you'll use whatever port you used. It's probably not going to be 8500. Localhost 8500, and then /auth/google/callback. Okay. /auth/google/callback. All right. So I'll paste that in chat. You just need to change the port to whatever your port is. Notice it's HTTP, not HTTPS. So that's important. HTTP, localhost, your port, auth, Google callback. Okay, maybe if you're on a Mac, that might need to be slightly different. So terrified of typos in moments like these, yeah. You can always go back and change it. But yeah, this will work. This should work for Windows. For a Mac, I don't know what to tell you there. You might have to try what Cranberry posted. Okay, so we did that.
URI or callback. And then we should be all set. We shouldn't need anything here. And let's just click create. And then once we do that.
Okay, so I'll click create. All right, and here we're going to get a client ID and a client secret, and we're going to need both of these. So what we're going to do is we're going to drop these inside of our environment file in VS Code. Our .env file, we're going to take this client ID and our secret code, and we're going to drop them both in. We're going to need them both. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, but we're going to let Traversy show us how to do it.
You get a client ID and a client secret. So really important, we want to copy this and we're going to put this in our config. Okay, so this is going to be our Google _ client _ ID. Okay, and then let's grab the secret. So we're going to copy this one and let's say Google _ client _ secret. And we're going to paste that in. And don't use mine because it's not even going to work after this.
Okay, so we grabbed the client ID and the secret code and drop those both in. Save it. Now we can reference them from our environment file. Yeah, and Russell mentioned if you do try to deploy this to Heroku later, it might give you some fits. I'm sure Leon's probably going to talk about that at some point. Because yeah, we are going to be using OAuth, I'm pretty sure, going forward in class. So Passport and OAuth, I'm pretty sure we're going to be using both of those. So hopefully Leon covers that, how to handle when you want to deploy one of these to Heroku. A good point. Okay, so we've got that. We've got it stored in our environment file here. And we can reference these variables now elsewhere in app. All right.
All right, so click OK, and we should be all set as far as being able to work with Google. Now, we're going to be using Passport for authentication. If you've never used Passport, it's an incredible authentication package, and there's just tons of what are called strategies. So 500 plus strategies and just different ways to log in. So, you know, tokens, local username and password. I do have like an hour-long video on YouTube showing you how to use Passport local. Facebook, Twitter, Auth0, GitHub. What we're using is this right here, Google OAuth 20 or 20. So if we go down here, it kind of gives us an idea of what we need to do. We need to create what's called a strategy. So we want to create a Google strategy and pass in our client ID, our secret, our callback URI, and then we have this function where we get access to the access token and the profile data. So the profile data will be like your name, your Google image, whatever you use as your main Google image. What else? I think it's your first name, last name, display name, stuff like that, and that'll be in the profile. So, and an ID, of course. So what we're going to do is save the user in our database. Okay, once they verify with Google, we'll save that stuff in our database, and then they can use that as a login. All right, and then the routes, we're going to need these two routes, auth Google, and then we just call our Google strategy, and then our callback, which again, we use our Google strategy, and we set a failure. So if it they don't log in correctly, it'll redirect them here. If it's successful, it'll redirect them wherever you want. So that's the basic idea. So we need to create a Passport config with our Google strategy. So let's jump back into VS Code, make sure this is saved. And then, let's see. And I'm just going to restart the server since I added new global variables.
Okay. So Traversy just showed us there, the sort of some of the documentation for the login that we're going to be using. Is if you recall, when we first set up our dependencies, we installed Google OAuth 2.0, right? So that should be in our package.json file, ready to be used. We just need to set it up, which is what we're going to do now. Okay. So I'm going to close a couple of these other things here, just to stop things from being cluttered, because this can get pretty cluttered pretty quickly, right? And he recommends restarting your server at this point because we added 2 new variables to our env file, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just restart my server. npm run dev, just so it processes those variables, make sure that it does, and can access them. Okay.
And let's create.
Oh, he's closing all the files. All right, we'll close them all.
So in our config, what I'm going to do is create a file called passport.js. So this is where our strategy will go. Now in our app.js, we want to bring that, we want to require that file. We also want to bring in Passport. So up here at the top, let's say const.
Okay, so again, he's kind of skipping around here. So we created a new file in our config folder called passport.js, right? So passport.js is in our config folder. Now he's going back to our app.js file and going to require Passport and set up Passport there. Because remember, Passport is, the thing that's going to help us talk to Google to do this authentication. So
passport equals require passport, and we'll go right under the config here and say passport config. So we want to require ./config/passport. Now we want to pass in, because we can actually pass in as an argument the passport that we just brought in up here, so that we can use it in the
Okay, so we're requiring a file that's located elsewhere. So in this case, it's the password file or the passport file that's located in the config folder. So found it there. But something we haven't really done before is passing other things into this file as arguments. In this case, we're going to pass passport in
this file. And then another thing we need to do here is add the passport middleware. So I'm going to go down right under, we'll go right under handlebars here, and we want to set the passport middleware. So app.use, and this is all in the passport docs, so .initialize, and then we also want passport.session. Now, in order for passport to work with sessions, we need to implement express session, which we installed in the
Okay, hang on. He's skipping around again here. So let's go back a little bit. Okay, so middleware app.use.
This is all in the passport docs, so .initialize, and then we also want passport.session. Now, in order for
okay, so two pieces of middleware here. App.use passport.initialize and app.use passport.session. Okay. So two passport methods. Save that. Whoops. Got a crash here, probably just because I don't have everything I need yet. So if you save and your app crashes, it's okay. Don't panic. We're just not done yet. So we need to put some stuff in our passport file before it's actually going to work. But I still saved anyway, just because I don't want to. So the order of the modules matter. Yeah, like Rascal said, it can. For example, middleware has to come before any like CRUD methods. So like read or update or delete, middleware has to come before that. So occasionally it can matter. Yeah. Yeah, if there's a, if Traversy specifying the order, I would suggest keeping them in that order. The functionality of the app may depend on it. Hey, welcome Sean Basquiat, welcome Gawkwalker. Welcome Pepta, let's all apply to Amazon. Personally, I wouldn't want to work for Amazon. Just me though. Okay, so we've set up our middleware, put that in there, saved it. Our app probably crashed. Now we're gonna finish setting this up.
For Passport to work with sessions, we need to implement express session, which we installed in the beginning, I believe. Yeah, so we have express session installed. So let's go ahead and bring that in. We'll say const session equals require express session, and then this has its own middleware that we need to implement.
Okay, so we're requiring session, but the app still crashed because we're not done yet. We still don't have everything we need. So we've set up session, and now we need to set up some more middleware. So it's kind of bouncing around, but we're just stacking some configuration that we need in order for our passport stuff to work. EJ, welcome. The multiple parentheses is throwing you off. Just JavaScript stuff. Yeah, just JavaScript things. Indeed. JavaScript is wild, man. All right, got the stretch. Thank you. All right, let's set up some more middleware.
And we want to make sure that we put it above the passport middleware. So we want to put it right here.
Okay, so in this case, like Rascal said, occasionally order does matter, right? So in this case, Traversy said, you know, if we don't put this session middleware in the right place, our app might not work. So that's what we're going to do.
Okay, and I forget exactly what it is. I'm going to go to Express session. So the middleware for this is right here. So app.use session, and then we can just include a couple things. So I'm going to grab that and put that right here. So secret.
Okay, so go ahead and populate this. App.use. Need to double check my code. This may be one of the things that we need to change. I don't remember though. So by default, it's going to have like a secret word. You don't really have to worry about what that is. I'm going to keep it the same. Resave the Boolean. It's going to be false. Save uninitialized is going to be true. And cookie is going to be secure true. All right. App still crashed. That's expected. All right. So let me just double check real quick. Make sure we don't have to make a change here. Yes. Okay. We will, but not yet. So in a minute, we're going to make a change to this, but we haven't got there yet. So. And Rascal says the order is super important because these passport sessions look for a session manager attached to the request, which Express Session does, to look up your user from the database. So remember, we're checking to see, you know, the user, if the user is in the database. So if there's no session on the request, nothing can be looked up in the database. Okay. Here we go. So secret, we got our secret, we got resave. All right, so let's see what we got to do with this.
Great, you can use whatever you want. Resave, I'm going to keep it false. This just means that we don't want to save a session if nothing is modified. And then save uninitialized, I'm actually going to set this to false, which means don't create a session until something is stored. And we don't want this because this won't work without HTTPS. Now later on, we're going to put a store value here, which will be our Mongo store, so we can store them in the database, but we're not going to do that just yet. So that should be good for now. Just make sure that this is above this.
Okay, so hopefully you notice the changes that that he made there. So the only three values that are left are secret word, resave false, and save uninitialized is set to false as well. Okay.
So we'll save that. Okay, we're going to get a little error here just because we haven't done anything in this config file. So let's go to our passport config. And first thing we want to do is bring in...
Okay, hang on. It was moving fast there again. I'm going to go back. All right, so all he did here was just clean up the formatting a little bit. Right. Up a little bit as well. There we go, looks better. All right, so again, three properties, save and initialize, set to false. And when we save it, we are expecting an error again, because we still don't have everything we need. And after that, now we can actually start filling out our config passport.js file. So that's where we're going next. You'll see him go there in just a second.
A little error here just because we haven't done anything in this config file. So let's go to our passport config. And first thing we want to do is bring in, we want to bring in that passport Google OAuth 2.0 module, and we want to call this Google strategy. So set that to require passport dash Google dash OAuth 2.0. and then we just want to tack on to that dot strategy. And we're also going to bring in mongoose. Oh, you know what? We didn't create, we didn't create our user model yet, because we're going to be dealing with the database here with users, so we need to have a user model. So I think what we'll do is just save this, and let's go ahead and create that real quick.
Okay, so we're requiring mongoose here. In the end, I don't think we're going to use it, but there's no harm in requiring it. It's okay. We're just following along for now. Yeah, so all we're doing here in the passport.js file is setting up our, is requiring our Google OAuth package that we installed at the very start, and requiring mongoose. That's all we've got so far. Now we're going to skip around and we're going to build our user information, I believe, what comes next. So we'll do that.
Quick. Just going to close those up, and we'll create a folder called models.
Okay, so what we're doing now is we're creating a new folder at the root called models. So inside of models, if you recall, that is where we can put our scaffolding or our like our schemas for putting information into our database. So we're going to have a couple. It's probably going to start with the user schema. And those can be then referenced in other parts of our code to provide a framework for passing data to our database. So we build the frameworks and we can export them and then use them elsewhere in our code. So that's the idea behind having these models available. So inside of models, we're going to create a file.
And inside here, we're going to have a user.js file, singular with an uppercase U. It's just the convention for models. And this is really simple. If you've ever used Mongoose, you know what I'm doing here. We're going to bring in Mongoose. Whoops, what am I doing? I'm going to bring in Mongoose, and then we're going to create a schema. So user schema, and we want to set that to new mongoose dot schema, and then we pass in an object with the fields that we want for the user. Now remember, I told you we're going to get certain fields back when they authenticate with Google. One of those is an ID, so I'm going to call this Google ID, which is separate from the, the object ID that MongoDB gives you by default. So this is going to be type string, and we'll set required to true. All right, and then I'm just going to copy this down. It's 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, so here we're setting up our schema, and most of the values in here are going to have a similar structure, but these are essentially what the user data in our database is going to look like, right? We're going to have a Google ID, we're going to have an image, we're going to have a first name, a last name, and we're going to set each of those up here. TJ, what stack am I working on at work? So at work, I don't really have a stack. I am a developer, but I work with SQL. So I work, primarily with PL SQL, which is the Oracle flavor of SQL. I work with PL SQL, and we use Informatica, Power Center Informatica, for doing our mappings and migrations and stuff. So for moving data from place to place, we use Informatica, but the programming language is SQL. Yeah, so not really a stack. Yeah, my main focus is database stuff. Yep, and specifically relational database stuff at work. Here we're learning, NoSQL databases, so non-relational. But at work, I work on the other side of the house with relational data. Yep. Okay. So what he's done here is we're just going to copy and paste this framework a few times. I think like 5 times. Make sure you have a comma after each one. And then we're going to just kind of change the settings for each.
Okay, so we have Google ID. The next one is going to be display name. So display name is going to be, oops, we need a comma here for all of these. Oops, get that out of there. So display name is the first and last name together. So Google gives you that back. It also gives you the first and last name, which I'm also going to save. I mean, you don't really have to. If you don't, I mean, you could just do the display name or just the first and last name, but I'm just going to get everything it gives us. And then the image, so it also gives us an image. This is going to be, yeah, that'll be a string as well. I'm going to take required away from that, though.
Okay, actually, so this is, I'm going to pause here for a second. So for the image fields, I believe we're going to want to make a change there. Let me just look real quick. Image. Well, okay, so I guess it doesn't have to be required. It can still load without it. However, do note that if there is no image associated with the user, it is going to cause like a broken image link on several pages. So, I mean, yeah, it doesn't have to be required. You can still get the data without it. Just note that there are times when we try to use the image, and if it's not there, it's not going to look great. So, but we'll leave it. This is not one of those cases where it's going to break the app. It's just going to look funky. So I'm going to follow the tutorial in this case. All right, so we have our model user, we've got our basic fields.
And then let's just add a created at. So created at is going to be type date, and we'll set a default of date.now, which will just automatically put the date and time in. So
Okay,
that's,
hang on. There we go. Okay. So type is going to be date. So it's a different type than the previous ones, right? And we talked about this earlier, but setting a default value will essentially assign a value if none is provided. So in this case, we're never going to be providing a value for this field. So each time it's just going to put in the current date time. So that's going to tell us when the record was inserted in the database. Okay.
of date.now, which will just automatically put the date and time in. So that's the stuff that we'll get back from Google.
Okay.
And then we want to export this. So module exports. We want to export this as a Mongoose model. So we need a model name, which is user, and then the user schema should be passed in.
Okay, so we're exporting this, right? So we can use it elsewhere, but there's a couple of comments I want to make about this statement. Mongoose model, and we're exporting our user schema. Well, we're exporting it with the name of user. So we can give it a custom name. In this case, I just want to call it user so we can reference user dot whatever. And we are passing in our user schema. And what this is also going to do is if we don't have an existing collection in the database that already had that we have set up to like, if we're not, we could pass an additional argument here that would pass the data to a specific collection that we specify. We've done that before, actually. In one of my previous streams, we specified a specific collection, and we said, I want the data from this, anything that goes through this schema, I want it to go to a certain collection. However, if you don't do that, a collection will be created for you, and it'll be the plural of whatever you name this model. So this is called user. And so when you run this in your database for the first time, you'll suddenly see a collection appear with the name of users. And we can see that if we look at my database. We can see when I ran this the first time, I have my storybooks database here, and then I have a collection called users. And that was created automatically. That was not something I built. That was just my model just said, oh, hey, I need a place to put this stuff. There's not one that has this, you didn't specify one, so I'm just going to make one for you, which is kind of neat that it's that flexible to do that. It's just something to be aware of, that will happen automatically for you. It'll just be the plural of whatever you called this. No worries, Mitch. I was trying to figure this out for the longest time on why the collections were getting pluralized. Yeah, if you don't specify, it'll just do that. So like I say, you can pass in. I forget if the collection, I need to look back at my code. I forget if the collection name is the first argument or the last, but it's really just adding a third argument to this export. I forget if you put it first or last, but that's where you can specify a collection name if you have one built already. Wonder if it will plural sheep. Yeah, yeah, it will. It'll be sheeps or mooses. Yeah, or whatever. You name it something weird, it will definitely do that. Okay. So anyway, that's just what's happening there. I wanted to specify that since we haven't done really anything with Mongoose in class. The only time we've done it, the only time we've used it is on my streams. So that's just want to be clear that that's what's happening there. It's not
And
an error. It's by design. Okay, so there are modern ways to set created at and updated at via the timestamps Mongoose option that probably didn't exist back then. Yeah, and actually, I think some of the other stuff I've read, I haven't seen that more modern way. So now I want to look because, like, I've read through a few other tutorials and they seem to do it this way. But yeah, like you say, there's always new stuff coming out, right? Always surprises me how out of date some tutorials are, even from just the last year or two. Yeah, there's no keeping up with it, right? There's absolutely, you can't keep up with it. Any tutorial that you make is going to be out of date within a month. So just try the best you can, right? Collection name is the last. Okay, it's the third argument. Yeah. All right. So if you have a collection name, you could just do this and then, have your collection name here as the third argument. If you had one set up already and you specifically wanted your model to write to that collection, you would just put it in there as the third argument. Okay, but we don't, so we're just going to do that. Okay, save. Yada yada as mine. Do you think you'll finish this tonight? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, so we're 45 minutes in. We'll see. It's looking iffy, but we'll keep going. We'll keep going, and you can always, like I say, at any point, you can always drop off and catch the VOD. There's no harm in that. Um, and yeah, we'll get there. No worries, Madeline. Okay. All right. So let's see what's next.
now, since we have the model, we can go back to our passport config and we can bring the user model in. So /models/user. Okay, we should be able to use, interact with our database.
Okay, so we're passing in the model that we just set up, that user model, passing that in. We have to have the dot because we need to back into the right folder. So once I do the dot, you can see it finds the models folder, and then it should be able to see what's in there. And so we just grab user and we pass that in. Okay.
And then we need to module.exports, and we're going to export function. Now remember, we passed in passport into this file, so we can catch that here. Okay, remember in app.js, right here, we passed this passport in, so we're bringing that in right here. And then we want to create our Google strategy, so the way that we do that is with passport.use. And in here we can say new Google strategy, and this takes in an object with our client ID. Let's do our ID first. So client ID, which we can get from process.env.google client ID.
Okay. Catch up here. Google strategy. Right. Google strategy. It's a parenthesis and then a bracket. Okay, just making sure I got that right. All right. Client ID. So he spelled client wrong, but you don't have to. So process. You'll catch it in a minute. But we're going to get it right the first time because we're cool like that. All right. Google client ID. So if we recall, we put this into our env file earlier, right? We have a Google Client ID, so we can just grab that and drop it in to our function here. Okay.
Okay, then we also want the secret client client secret, and then also the callback URL. So the callback URL for us is going to be /auth/google/callback.
Okay, so we're passing in both of those environment variables that we set up, right? So client secret is equal to our Google client secret environment variable, client ID, client secret, and then our callback URL. You can see these are all properties that it's expecting, right? It's popping up and I can just autocomplete. So auth, Google, callback. So these three properties all set up.
Now, the next thing we want here is a function. So we want to go right after where we have this object and put a comma, and then we're going to have a function. So we're going to use async await because we're dealing with Mongoose. So let's go ahead and just create an arrow function, and this is going to take in the access token. So we're going to get this stuff available to us, the refresh token. Refresh token, and then the profile, which is what's important to us here, and then done, which is the callback that we call whenever we're done doing what we want to do.
Okay, so we're passing in a few things here. All of these things are going to come back automatically once we hit Google. Like he said, the only thing that we're really concerned about is profile and done. Because the profile obviously is the profile of the user that we're trying to log in, and we need that. And then done is our callback, which we will use to direct things when we're ready to do that. Is there, welcome, Manamedlu, yeah. They ask, is there a list available of all the needed changes for this tutorial to work properly? Yes, there is. And as Rascal mentioned, it is in my GitHub, in that repo that I have already out on GitHub. All of the things that are different from the Traversy tutorial are commented in bright red as bright red comments in the app itself. The only exception to that is that in one of HBS files, and I forget which one, I apologize, there is one comment that it wouldn't turn it red. It just doesn't work with the extension that I'm using. But there is a change in there, so just look for a comment that says, like, exclamation point change, and it has to do with a slight change you need to make to an image tag to make the profile image display properly, because sometimes Google wants to reject it. So just note that there is one comment, one crucial comment that's not in red. That's just because my extension would do it. So just look in the HBS files carefully and make sure that you find it. I like that there's important science being done in chat about whether whether mongoose will pluralize sheep. Good to know. All right, so we are getting these things back from Passport. So we're authenticating with Google. We're getting some stuff back, and then we're going to do stuff with that.
So for now, I'm just going to console log the profile. Now there's a couple other things we have to do. In order for this to work, we need to put the serialize user and deserialize user methods in here. So if we go to passport.js to the docs, just search for serialize. So right here, each subsequent request will not contain credentials, but rather the unique cookie that identifies the session. In order to support login sessions, Passport will serialize and deserialize the user instances to and from the session. So these two lines, or I should say these two blocks of code here, we need to put these in here, and we want to go outside of, yeah, we want to go outside of passport use. That ends right here. You just want to make sure you're still within the exports.
Okay, so he passed it. He placed it in really quickly there, but let's just make sure that we know where to put this. So after the, so you can see after like the purple parenthesis here, we're still inside the function, right? We're still inside the yellow brackets, but here we're going to be adding some additional code. And what we're adding here is serialize and deserialize user. And you don't have to really understand everything this is doing. Essentially what it's doing, it is making sure that we are able to like pass the user ID where we need it to go. And like, so essentially like hit the database with it while still keeping things anonymous. So I looked up the definition of all this stuff before the stream, but honestly, I don't remember. So I just remember it had to do with hiding or showing the user ID so that we could look it up against the database. Right. Oh, and Rascal found the single comment that's not in red, and it is in show HBS. And we had to, yes, and we'll get there at some point, but yes, it has to do with Google being weird about not wanting to show profile pictures at certain times. So I had to add that in. And after that, it worked. Again, not app breaking, just, you know, one of those things that helps. Okay. So we're adding some stuff right here after the pink parenthesis.
Ends right here. You just want to make sure you're still within the exports. And I think, yeah, so it's just calling the callback, passing the user.
Okay, so it looks like he had a cut there because he changed the way this is formatted a little bit. But essentially, we're just passing in these two things here: serialize user and deserialize user. Serialize user function user, passing user and done. Okay. And our callback here, no, and user's ID. Okay. Then the second one is passport.deserialize user. This deserialize user function is going to be ID and done. Right. User find by ID. So here we can see that this is using a kind of familiar method, right? So we've seen find by ID before, and that's essentially a mongoose method. So find by ID, look to see if it's present. Error user. And done. Okay. I think I have missing parentheses there, and I fixed it. Okay.
User ID in. I'm just going to make this an arrow function though, just to stay consistent.
So he's changing these to arrow functions. I'm probably just going to leave it as is. It'll work either way. It's just arrow functions versus classic syntax. Yeah, feel free to ask NSError. I don't know that I'd be able to help you, but you're welcome to ask.
That an arrow function, make this just to clean it up. And since this is an arrow function, we don't actually need curly braces here or here. And wait a minute, that's not right. We don't need, what did I do? We don't need this one.
Skip this part.
Or this one. All right, so it just looks a little cleaner. So now we need to, before we do anything here, this is, I mean, we're just logging the profile data. Ultimately, we want to save it in the database, but I just want to set up our routes so that we can actually use this strategy. So to do that, let's go to routes and let's create.
Okay, so we've set up essentially all of the stuff that we're going to need in order to use Passport to authenticate against Google, which is pretty cool. So we've set everything up. We've passed in all of our secret sauce, and we're doing our serialization and deserialization. And Rascal has given a wonderful explanation there in chat of what deserialization and serialization is. And basically, it's just when Passport goes to save the user, it doesn't want to save the entire user, so we tell it how to do so in a way that we can reverse. Nice. Yeah, because it seemed like it was a back and forth type thing. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we don't want from about the user, so we don't use all of it. Yeah, okay, so Rascal says it's like JSON stringify and JSON parse are the reverse of each other. Yeah, so we're doing one thing and then we're putting it back if we need to. Yeah. Nice. Okay. So it's break time. We're gonna take another break. I really want to finish authentication. And I don't know, we'll just go until I get tired. Kind of where I'm at. So let's take a break and feel free to drop off at any time. Just because I'm still going doesn't mean you have to. I want to be very clear about that. Um, some people have more of a privilege of time than others, right? And so I want everybody to stay within the limits of the time they have available and stay healthy. So, with that in mind, let's go ahead and take a break and we will resume in 5 minutes. All right, come on back. We got about 30 seconds. Grab a cup of water. Come on back if you're coming back. Welcome, Beatrix. All right, I'm going to pause the timer. Right back. Okay. Yes, it is Cranberry. Yes, it's passport serialize user. So if you look here, I think, yeah, you just have an extra D there. No worries. It's okay. Okay, so let's see what we need to do next. So we have a console login here right now. However, we can see that once I put in that information, about the passport stuff, now my app has started working again. There's no crashing. So we just needed a little bit more information, and now it's working again. So now let's see what we need next.
A new file called auth.js for any.
Okay, so inside of our routes folder where we have our index.js, we're going to add a new file called auth.js. This is just going to be another place for us to put routes that are related to authentication. No worries, Cranberry.
Authentication routes. And I'm just going to copy the index routes for now.
Okay, so what he's doing is he's copying all the routes from index.js. Just be very careful when you're making changes to these. Watch your typos.
And let's see. So we want this one here. So this route is going to authenticate with Google. So it's going to be a GET request to auth/Google. So here we just need to do /Google because we're going to link it to auth in the app.js. And then we can actually get rid of this whole function right here, because what we want to put in here is passport, which we'll have to bring in, .authenticate. And then we need to put our scope in here because there's different scopes of well, actually we need to put the strategy first, which is Google, and then the scope. Actually, how does this go? I have to check this out. Let's see, let me just search for passport.authenticate. So that's for local. Actually, let's go to the specific strategy, Google. So the scope is like this. So scope profile. So basically we're just asking for profile data. So we'll just copy that and put that right in here like that.
Okay.
And that
so
should.
This is where we're actually using our router to bring in all of that passport framework that we set up, and it's going to authenticate. And the scope, we're just limiting the scope to the profile, to the user profile, because that's really all that we care about, right? We don't care about the other stuff that we have available. We just want the user profile so that we can bring that in and use it in our app. So that's what we're getting. Scope is profile. And then the last thing we just need to do is bring in passport into this file so that we
do it. And of course we need to bring in passport.
Now I actually already had passport in here, so you might have it already as well.
That's that. Now the second route that we want in here is the callback. So we'll say Google auth callback, and this is going to be GET request to /auth/Google/ callback. So here we want to put Google/callback, and then again we can get rid of this function. We don't need that. We just want to call passport.authenticate. Oops, I spelled that wrong. So passport authenticate, and first argument is the strategy, which is Google, and then second will be an object, and we can specify a failure redirect. So what do we want to happen if it fails? We want it to redirect to /, which is the login. And then
okay, so this is kind of important. So if we're unable to log in, we want to make sure that the user ends up back at the login page. So remember, because each time we are hitting one of these routes, we're passing a path into the browser, right? We're passing auth/google/callback. So if we just left the user there, like I'll say the authentication failed and we just left the user there, they'd be stuck in a place where we have no page to render. I mean, it's not an actual path. It's not an actual path that ends in a page. It's just a browser path. And you may have seen that occasionally when your app is bugging out. They might end up on a page where it says, cannot get whatever because there's no page associated with that endpoint. So in this case, we want to make sure that if login fails, we route them, we clear the path, and we route them back home. So that's the idea of what we're going to do here.
And we want to go after the passport authenticate, which ends right here, and put a comma, and then we have our function request response, and all we're going to do is res.redirect. So this is if it's successful, we want to redirect to the dashboard.
Okay, so we handled the failure case, right? We said, hey, if login fails, send them back home. And if it's successful, then pass them through the gate and into the dashboard, which is that like the list of their stories, which we'll set up in a while. Okay, so all this is doing is just providing the switchboard for where the user will end up. If it fails, they get redirected back home. If it's successful, they get passed through to the dashboard. Okay. You passport in index.js as well. No, because really what this is just doing, we're not doing any login here. We're just passing to the sort of the root pages. Yeah, so here in index.js, we're just saying, hey, if we're being asked to go to the dashboard, then render the dashboard page. And that's where this is coming from, right? So if the login is successful, we redirect to the dashboard route, and our router picks that up and says, all right, hey, go to the dashboard. Okay, I can render that for you. And it lands us on the dashboard. Is that what you're asking, yada yada? I'm not 100% that I have your question, but that's what we're doing. We're playing a game of catch between our various routes here, and we're saying, hey, if the authentication is successful, send them to the dashboard. And then this other route here is saying, hey, I recognize that route, and I'm going to render the dashboard. Yeah. So we're just creating a path, right? We're just creating a path.
So hopefully this is clear. To authenticate, we're using our Google strategy, which we created in our passport.js file. And we're just saying we want the scope of whatever's included in the profile. And then this is the callback that it's going to hit. If it fails, it's going to redirect to the root. And if it passes, it'll redirect to the dashboard. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. And then, of course, in our app.js, we need to bring that route file in. So where is it? Where did I put the routes? Right here. So I'm just going to copy that down, and let's say auth and any route that is /.
Sorry, I need to catch up with where they are. Okay, so routes, we have routes index, and we're going to copy it, and we're going to go to create an auth route. Oh, Madeline, OMG, the ice cream man just showed up at my house. Now I'm behind. We'll catch him. Hey, I would say the ice cream man showing up at your house is a perfectly reasonable, like, excuse to be behind. I would be behind too if there was an ice cream man at my house. Man, I live in like a little neighborhood. I wonder why there's no ice cream man in my neighborhood. Now I feel cheated. Why is there no ice cream man in my neighborhood? Gosh, I never thought of that before. There should be. There's tons of kids that live in my neighborhood and adults like me who appreciate ice cream. Jeez, not fair. Okay, so we set up our original route. Now we just need to set up our auth route and send that to routes auth. Okay.
/auth is going to be linked to that. So we shouldn't have errors down here.
Yeah, because we we kind of set up the what's listening for these routes. So we have in the routes folder, we have this routes auth file, which is listening for any route starting, for any route that starts with auth, we're going to send it to routes auth. And from there, we can perform these authentication actions. Okay.
Here, just keep going down. Okay, so it looks like we still have some kind of error here. Requires a client ID option. I did put.
Okay, it looks like I have an error as well, so let's figure out what it is. All right. So it says passport.authenticate is not a function. Let's see what the problem is. So routes auth.js. Routes auth.js. We'll look in there. Figure out what the problem is. Do I have this? Oh, I think I have an extra. I think I have an extra space. Hang on. Let's see. Authenticate. Okay, so no, that's fine. I'm gonna make this a little bigger just so I can see it better. Okay. See, did I spell it right? Authenticate. Got passport, bringing it in. Same error. Okay, let me check against my code, my working code, and we'll figure out the problem. All right, auth.js. Auth. This may be one thing that I don't see any changes here, so Wire Express. Okay. So here in auth.js, we don't need the back. I don't think we need the backslash. So let's take that out. Let's just try this and see if it works. Yeah. Okay. So in your auth.js file, we don't need the config whatever the file path. Just pass in passport like this. That should work. Okay, so you see how I did that there? Passport require passport, just pass it in as is. So Athena and Cranberry, hopefully that helps. In auth.js, just pass in passport like this. So Traversy's error that he's getting here, I believe, is caused because he has a typo, which he will find in a minute. So J7, look at the path. So your path is for model user, but your folder should be called models. So it's possible that you have a conflict there. So it should be models. So check your path that you typed in. It should be models. Okay, so we'll let him fix his error here.
In a client ID. Oh, I forgot the T. Okay, so no more errors. You guys probably saw that a while ago. So let's try it out.
Okay, so in auth.js, originally we had like a file path there when we required passport, but that's wrong. it should be, it's not middleware. It's not middleware. We're just passing in like, it's not something we wrote. We're just passing in passport as a package. So we don't want to, we're not passing in the passport file. We're just passing in like passport as a package. Yeah. So that's all I did, Cranberry, is just change this to require passport as a base package. Did it fix it for you, Cranberry? Yeah, it's the node module, not the file called passport, which yeah, absolutely is confusing. We have several files with the same name, and in this case, yeah, that's why it's different. We're calling on the actual passport dependency here versus our file that's called passport. So easy mistake to make. Yeah. Hey, Kalani, welcome. All right, let's keep going. So I think we're going to do a test now. Let's see if it works.
And what should happen is we should just console log the profile data. It should show us the page to, you know, choose a Google account or whatever. But let's just try it out. So I'm going to go to the login and just reload. So this is the root, the home page. Log in. Now, if you have one Google account, I believe it just uses that. You know, obviously, if you're logged into Google. If not, you'll have to log in. But if you have multiple accounts, as I do, you should have an option here. So I'm going to use just Jennifer Sheehan account. Now, this here is going to hang because we never called the callback within our Google strategy. However, we did console log the profile, and that's what I want you guys to see.
Okay, so pay attention to what he said there. So we're going to test this, see if we can authenticate, and it will hang. It will not log you in successfully because we don't have, it's not complete yet. But it does, what it should do is console log the user profile for the user that we're trying to get data on. So let's see if it works. Yeah, and that's fine, Cranberry. Yeah, it should hang. We expect that. No worries, Honda Civic. I don't know if you're still on, but thank you for popping in. And yeah, if you have to sleep, if you have to do anything else for your own health and well-being, then please do so. Absolutely. That's why VODs exist. And again, you can find you know, everything stays on Twitch for 60 days. And then I also have a YouTube channel, !YouTube. So in chat, just type !YouTube, and you can get that as well if you do not have it. Yeah, so absolutely take care of yourself first. Okay, let's try and see if we can log in. Reload this. We got our Git. And we're going to try and see if we can log in with Google. It will hang. So you'll need to, you know, kill it and restart it. But so it brought up the Google screen, which is pretty cool, right? So let's see if I can log in with my main account. All right, it's going to hang, but look what we get in the terminal. Look at this. So it gets everything that we wanted, right? It got my name, it got my first name, it got my last name, and it got my picture. My Fitbit just told me that I'm earning activity points. Wow, don't know why. Maybe because I'm standing, who knows? Well, so essentially what we did is, so look at the URL in the browser. Look at that. We're not in Kansas anymore, Dorothy, right? We've gone somewhere else. So we've handed, excuse me, we have handed it off to Google, and then Google tosses it back, right? This is not our page. We didn't make this. This is Google's page. We punt it over the fence to Google, and then we had to tell Google where to punt it back to us. Yeah. So that's really just what it's just you know, just a handoff. Hand off, hand back. Okay, so this is gonna hang forever. So we're gonna have to kill it. And we could just, you know, close this and reopen it. So, and it's gonna, and I'm just gonna restart. Actually, npm run dev. Go. And go back to the login page that way. Left to scream because your kid clogged the toilet. Oh no. Well, I'm glad you're back. You can, Chris Antigo, you can always check the VOD and catch up if you, and you can access the VOD right now if you would like. It's recorded live and then available for playback immediately on my Twitch channel, which is a pretty cool feature if I do say so myself. Okay, so our login is working, right? Because we're getting this stuff in the console, which is pretty cool. Google is giving us the information that we've asked for. So that's great. Now we just need to actually pass it. We need to finish the job. All right. Let's see. Okay, here we go. So we got what we wanted in the browser. Let's see what we need to do next.
So what we're getting here is an ID. We get a display name. We get a name with an object with family name and given name. And we get an array of photos with one object with a value. So this is the Google photo of this user. And then the provider. And then just some raw data down here. Same stuff. So what we want to do now is take this here that we're getting from Google after a successful authentication and store it in the database. So let's do that now. I'm just going to click back on this so that that doesn't hang. And once we do that, we need to call this callback, which is done. I called it done. You can call it CB or whatever you'd like.
Okay, so we're back in Passport.js. And we're going to modify this so it's no longer a console log, and so that it's actually storing this Google data in our database. That's where we want it, right? We want to be able to store the data in the database and then reference it when we need to. Artiza, yeah, we got so we're following a tutorial that Rascal has just linked, and we got the login we're doing the login using Passport to facilitate the conversation with Google, and the permission to do this login is through the Google Cloud Console. So we use the Google Cloud Console, we got the credentials that we needed, and then we're using Passport to actually talk to Google and say, hey Google, I would like to log in, please. Sorry if anybody's phone just activated because of that, because I said the magic words. It did earlier for somebody, which I thought was pretty funny. Okay. So we're gonna make a couple changes here to our async function to our to actually make it store the data.
So let's continue on with this. So we already brought in our user model, so we should be able to use that. Let's get rid of this console log profile, and I'm going to construct a new user object. So we want Google ID. Remember, these have to match up with our model, our schema that we created, our user schema. And we can get this from profile.id. So profile gives us everything I just showed you down here. So we want the ID. We want the display name. So profile. Now the display name is a direct object, so we can just do that. First name, we have to use name dot, and then what was it, given name, and last name was in an object called name, and that was, what was that, family name. And then the image, so the image was in profile dot photos, which is an array, so we want the first item, and then we want the value.
Okay, so I might actually modify this a little bit. Let me just double check, because we can see that this object, okay, so I was just double checking that the object values were the same. So essentially all we're doing is we're just grabbing, so this profile object that we previously console logged, all we're doing is pulling it apart and dropping it into a new object that matches the database schema that we set up, right? Earlier we set up that schema that for us to store things in our database. And so we're taking the object we got back from Google and we're pulling it apart and extracting what we need and dropping it into a new object that meets the requirements. So that's all we're doing. So we've got, let's see, given name, family name, profile dot name dot family name. There we go. And then the last is the image. It's going to be profile dot photos, and we're using 0. So we look at that. It's interesting. I don't see anything in profile. Let's see. Profile photos. I don't see anything in there. So I'm curious to see if this is going to work or not. I know it works on my version of the app, so I'm just curious to see what's going to happen. I would expect it to actually use this picture instead, but we'll see.
Okay, so dot value. So that will give us the new user, and then we can go down here and let's open up a try catch, and we want to try to store the user. So first we're going to look for the user. So let's say let user equals await, because we're using Mongoose here. We're going to use the user model and call the find method, and let's do find one, and we want to find where the Google ID is equal to the profile.id.
Okay, so what we're doing here is we're checking the database to see if a user with that ID already exists. And if it does, then we don't need to add it to the database again, right? It's already there. However, if this person that's logging in is someone new, then we want to add them to the database. So that's what we're doing here. Just checking to see if they're already in the database. If they are, we don't want to add them. If they aren't, then we do. Yeah, and I'm curious, Rascal, I'm curious to see if this works. So I think something may have gone awry, but we'll see. Find one. You can see there's a ton of different, find options that we can use. Some are more specific than others, right? We could just use find if we really wanted to. But in this case, we know we just want to find one by default. And so that's what we use. So Google ID, profile dot ID. Again, so we're pulling the ID value out of the profile information that we're getting out of Google. We're checking the database to see if something with that ID already exists. If it does, we'll do something. If not, then we'll do something else. Okay.
To see if that user exists. If that user exists, then we want to call our callback null, which I believe is the error, so null for the error, and then pass the user in. Okay, else, so meaning if there is no user, then we want to create one. So I'm going to set this user variable to await, and then take our model and call create and pass in the new user object that I just created, and then we'll call done with null and our new user. Okay, I don't know why I just said it like that.
Okay, so a couple things happening here, right? We're checking to see if the user exists. If it does exist, we're just doing a callback. We're just kicking out of the function. We're not throwing any error because what happened is just fine. So no error, and we are passing the user data back out of the function. No worries, Booty. Good. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, feel free to check your code against my GitHub code if that's going to help you troubleshoot. Chelsea, best of luck with catching up. And yeah, you can always catch the VOD. Okay, and then if the user does not exist, then we just call that user model that we created, user.js. We just call that and we say, hey, pass all that user data into the model, create a new user, add it to the database, and then still pass the data back out. So either way, the end result is the same. User data gets passed out and we can use it elsewhere. Hey, Sirius. Welcome. Oops. Whoa. Hang on. There we go.
That and our new user. Come on down. So for the catch, I'm just going to do a console error of whatever that error is. And that should do it. So we should be able to authenticate
Okay, so just the only thing inside that catch is just console.error, just console log that error.
Now, and it should get saved in the database. So let's go back here and reload and click login with Google. I'm going to click Jennifer. So we get redirected to the dashboard, which is exactly what should happen. But let's go to our database, and we should be able to check out our data by going to collections. So we have our storybooks database with users collection, and there it is. So we have a Google ID.
Okay, so I'm going to try this and we'll see what gets passed in. All right, so I saved this. I'm going to go ahead and reload. And I'm going to log in as me. It's working properly so far. It successfully authenticated me. And instead of dropping me back at the home page, it passed me through the authentication gate. And I am at the dashboard now. But let's look in the database and see what we have. All right. So actually, I don't think this is going to work in my case because I already have a database with my user information. So I'm not going to see anything new in this user setup. However, if somebody else could look, so Cranberry or whoever, or Chris or anybody, if you can look in your MongoDB, in your Storybooks database, in your users, should have a brand new users collection now. Look in there and see if you have a URL in your image field. Just make sure that you have a URL there. It should be like lh3.googleusercontent.com/something. Athena, you do? Okay, great, awesome. That's your profile picture. So just basically what I want you to do is just check and make sure that all these fields are populated because you're going to need them all. Well, not all. I mean, you won't necessarily need like the last name or whatever, but you're going to need most of them. It's there? Okay, great. Good deal. Because like I said, for mine, it's not going to matter. It's going to do that check. It's going to say, oh, that user already exists in your database. All good. I mean, I could delete this database and just like start over, but at this point, I don't really want to. So, okay, good. So Athena and Cranberry have said it's there. Perfect. Awesome. So yeah, because you're going to need that profile picture later. So I'm glad it's there. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, that's authentication. It's talking to Google, it's grabbing the user data down, and it's dumping it into your database. So you have it now, which is pretty cool. So imagine if you just imagine for a minute if this was a real app and you were, getting visited by hundreds or thousands of users a day. You would be logging a ton of stuff in your database, right? And so, that's why keeping your database secure is important. That's why, we're going to get to the point where we're protecting our routes, like the routes in our app. Security and protection is important. I've never used Java in my life. We're using JavaScript, which is very interesting, which has no relationship to Java at all, despite the name. They are very different languages. And so we're working exclusively with JavaScript here. So Cranberry, did you only put in one user as your test in your list of test users? They both have curly braces. That's fair. You have two? Okay, well let's see if it asks me again. So I'm gonna go back to the root here. Yeah, okay, so it's asking me every single time. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not asking you again, Cranberry, but we are going to enable a logout option here soon. So yeah, so I mean, we are going to enable that feature soon, so you will have the ability to log out. But that's interesting that it's not asking you, um, to choose an account again. Yeah, I don't know why. We'll see if it keeps happening, I guess. The more the more you make changes, we'll see if that keeps happening or if it eventually just, lets you choose accounts again. Cranberry found a new paradigm for login with OAuth, apparently. Especially as I wonder if I wonder too if it'll keep happening as we put in more route protections, right? So it shouldn't allow you to get to the dashboard without logging in. Um, so it's interesting. We'll, like I say, we'll add more security as we go. Okay.
Display name, first name, last name, image, created ad. So we're now able to log in / register with a Google account. Now, let's see, what should we do next here? Trying to think of how I want to do this.
Yeah, so ARCs, I would expect that behavior with if you just had one account. Yeah, I believe if you just have one account, it's just going to assume that you want that one. But I might be wrong. I'm not sure. Like I said, I've just used 2 the entire time, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. If anybody else just only has one account registered, let me know, what the behavior is of the app. And I would also maybe suggest really double checking your auth.js. So, really make sure that this matches mine exactly. Because, like I say, it should only redirect to the dashboard if the authentication was successful. So it's maybe is persisting that somehow. And then, yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, so Rascal just removed their second account from their browser, and now it just does it. So it just logs you straight in, Rascal. Yeah. But what's interesting is that Cranberry doesn't have 2 accounts. Cranberry does have 2 accounts. Weird.
So let's make it so that we can protect routes, because we shouldn't be able to go to the dash. Actually, you know what? Let's do the nav bar. We probably should have already done that. So we can close up passport.js, index.js. We can close that up. Auth. You know what? Let's create our logout, which is actually really simple. So with logout, let's create a description.
Okay, so for logout, we're gonna have to do something different here. We're gonna have to change the way this is written. So just follow along here, and we'll make some changes. Not gonna work the way he's about to write it. It will not work. So let me get that pulled up on my other screen. Have it. Okay, and this function is going to be very different. So just follow along with me, and then ignore what he types. So in a oh, no worries, Madeline. I hope you enjoyed the ice cream. I'll see you again soon, I'm sure. Yeah, so KT, the way to check if your validation is successful or not, I mean, is anything getting written to your database? Um, and like, did you get anything logged to the console when we did the console log? That would be, so yeah, it's just like Rascal said, what do you mean by validation failed? So, but for the logout, let's see what we need to do here. So I'm gonna put a description, and then we can just call it logout user. And we're gonna have a route, which is going to be, route is going to be /auth /logout. And what we need to do here that's different than how Traversy is going to do it is the current version of the current version of Passport that we are using, Passport 0.6, requires the logout function to be asynchronous. So for safety reasons, to prevent man-in-the-middle attacks, the syntax was changed to be asynchronous. So our logout function is going to look like this. Router.get, and the path is going to be logout. Oops, logout. And again, we're going to have, as usual, we're going to have our rec.res as our parameters. So nothing different there. But the next thing we're going to do is make things a little bit more complicated. So rec logout, lowercase, logout function. So we have to essentially have to enclose this in a function. So function error if error, then return next error. And res redirect back home. Okay, now don't ask me what this is doing. I literally just copied it from the docs that I found. Don't ask me how it works or what it's doing. Just know that this is what you have to do to successfully log out. Anything else will give you an error. All right, so ignore what he's about to type. Let's get through it.
Logout user. So logout user, and the route for this will be /auth/logout. All right, and then we'll say router dot get /logout. Now, with the Passport middleware, once we log in, we'll have a logout method on the request object. So we can just simply call that request logout.
Okay, so that will not work. You need to do what I did here. And I think Rascal's right. I think I need recres and next, actually. It didn't cause a problem, but yeah, I think that's needed. No worries, yada yada. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, and if you gotta, take care of health functions or biological functions, yeah, definitely you can hop off. And anything you gotta do, take care of yourself first, right? I think it probably just worked because I never got an error before, but all right.
And then after we log out, let's just redirect. So res.redirect to the home page, and that should log us out. Now I want to have.
Yeah, so this is how you actually will need to do it. This is what's in my GitHub. I'm going to put a comment here about this change. Again, I literally just copied this from the documentation that I found. I don't know what it does or how it works, but it works. So that's all we care about. There you go. All right, so that's a change, but it should work with this.
Have a nav bar, or it's actually going to be just like a hamburger menu that has a logout link along with the dashboard link and the public stories link. So let's go to our views.
Okay, so with that in mind, I think this is a good spot for a break. I'm going to say we're going to go probably for one more hour until so 10 p.m. Eastern. I would say that's where we'll go, and then we'll just see how far we get, right? I think the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create the nav bar, so the menu bar at the top of the screen with the little hamburger menu, and then the pop-out menu that goes out and has the various menu links in it. So we're going to create the top menu with the hamburger, and then you click the hamburger and another menu pops out. So I think that's what we're going to do next. Right? So let's take a break for health reasons, and I'll see y'all back here shortly. I think I'm going to get a snack. Hope everybody else does something for their own health as well. No worries, Cranberry. Later. See you back in 5. Okie doke, come on back, folks. Got about 30 seconds left in break. Rascal for the explanation on that logout function change. Yeah, make sure you implement that. You can check the GitHub if you want to copy and paste. If you prefer, that's fine as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and pause the timer. And let's get back to it. So the next thing we're going to do is we are going to create our menu bar and our nav bar. I need a TLDR for that TLDR. Hey, Magic Man, welcome. Yeah, good to have you here. Yep. So that's great that you're in 100 devs. We love the catch up crew. Catch up crew is awesome. And yeah, so I'm a member of the stream team, and there's a couple other members of the stream team as well who you should definitely check out. So I'm just one of three. So I tend to do videos that are more project focused and focus on the homework. So if you're catching up and you would like help with some of the homework, my videos are probably a good bet for that. You can do exclamation point YouTube in chat if you would like a link to my YouTube channel where you can find a lot of those older homework videos. Or if you prefer more like Anki Banky practice, you could check out Varola Fox, who's another stream team member. And if you want sort of like career job hunt type help, you can check out Hello, it's Rufio, who is another stream team member. But yes, welcome to the stream, Magic Man. We are deep into building an authentication app. This might be a little bit ahead of where you're at right now. But again, feel free to check out my YouTube for some of my older videos. And you're welcome to stick around if you would like. All right, so let's see what we're going to do next.
And this is actually going to be a partial. So
oh, and here, let me just go ahead and shout out my fellow stream team member. So you have it, Magic Man. Let me just do that for you. Okay, shout out. So hello, it's Rufio is first. So there's a link, right? So there's a link in the chat that just popped up for their Twitch channel. So follow them, and also follow. Shout out Arola. Okay. There you go. So we've got Vero and we've got Hello, it's Rufio, and you can follow them both. And hello, Christian. Welcome, Christian. How are you doing today? Hello. Hey, Crazy Horse, you found your bug. That's rad. Was it a typo or something else? Great, Magic Man. That's awesome. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and create. So we're going to go into our views folder. Remember, so just as a reminder, the views folder is where we store the stuff we want to display, right? The pages we're going to be rendering. And so we have our dashboard and we have our login in there right now, but we're going to add a new folder in there called partials. And partials are like little code snippets that we can use in other pages. So that's what we're going to use for our menu bar and for our sidebar on the page. So they're not full pages, right? They're just part of a page. And we want to be able to sort of almost like import them as modules onto our other pages. That's what we're going to do. I'm doing well, Christian. Yeah. All right. So creating a new folder.
I'm going to create a new folder here called partials. And in here, I'm going to create a new file called underscore header.hbs. And the underscore is because it's a partial. It's being inserted into another view. So for the header here, I'm actually just going to paste this in. You guys can just copy it. It's just
okay. So we have a new folder at the same layer as layouts. It's called partials. And inside of that, we've created a new file called underscore header. Again, it's just a naming convention. Not going to change behavior. It's just the way we name these. Underscore header HBS. Okay. Well, Christian, we focus on JavaScript here mostly, but you're welcome to hang around. Still got to connect my CSS, but that's a start. Yeah, no, fantastic. All right, so inside of partials, we are going to put in our header code. So this is where Traversy starts getting a little bit, lazy. I don't want to say lazy, but you know, starts getting a little copy paste happy. So, but we can go ahead and code this out real quick. So we're just creating literally we're just creating a nav bar with a title and well, and some links. So nav dot gray dot darken 3, and using Emmet, this is going to create a nav bar with a class of gray darken 3, and inside of there we're going to do class nav wrapper container. Oh my goodness, just another grats. Thank you so much. Thank you for the sub. Wow. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a good day. Okay, so that's our container. And again, because we're using Materialize, all of these classes that we're adding are sort of pre-coded inside of Materialize, and they are going to add some default styling for us. So we don't need to put this in our CSS. It's just going to render as is. Okay, so and we have a few links. We're going to have our logo. We're going to have our hamburger. We're going to have, and then inside of that hamburger, we're going to have the options. More Bezos bucks spent for mine. Well, woo! Yeah. Spend Jeff Bezos' money. If we all spend enough of his money, maybe he won't be so rich and, you know, trying to leave the planet all the time. All right, so brand, logo, center. And in here we can put our logo, which is just text. Story books. Right? And so we have that. And we also have another one called, this is going to be our hamburger. This is where we're going to put our hamburger menu. So a dot, let's say, actually, this is going to be a little bit different. So I'm going to be careful here. I'm going to copy and paste my title. I'm going to add some additional stuff to it. So we need to have a data target. Data target is mobile demo. The class is going to be called side nav trigger. And so that class is what's going to trigger the menu to pop out from the side. Side nav trigger. And see what else. So mobile demo, side nav trigger. And the other class is called show on large. Large. And then we're going to essentially have that display as our hamburger menu using an icon. So font awesome bars icon. Right, so that should do that. Perfect. Okay, so now we need to code what is going to go into the side nav menu. So inside of that side nav menu, we're going to have a UL, and that UL is going to have a class of side nav. Oops, side nav. All right, and we're going to give it a specific ID of mobile demo. So what this is going to do is it's going to essentially make it so that when we click on the hamburger link, You can see that mobile demo is shared. So mobile demo is shared here. So it's going to say, hey, when you click on that hamburger link, hit the target of this side menu that's going to pop out. So the data target for our hamburger menu is mobile demo, and we've given our side nav the class of mobile demo. So that's what's going to cause that to trigger. All right, so then our list items are going to be, actually, I'm just going to do this like this. LI, and I'm going to have anchor tags in there. So I'm going to do this, paste this 3 times. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. And for each of these, we're going to want to link to the different page that we want to link to, right? Stories, dashboard, and log out. So we want to link to the stories, we want to link to dashboard, we want to link to log out. And then for the text that we want to display, we're going to say public stories, dashboard, and log out. Okay. There we go.
Just a nav tag with a couple color classes, nav wrapper container. We have the logo, which is centered. And then we have a link here with the data target of mobile demo. And then this UL has an ID of mobile demo. So when you click on this, which is the bars icon, basically a hamburger menu, it will open this up. Now I'm going to save this and go to my main layout.
Okay, real quick, one thing I missed is that I need to have the little octothorpe here as the target. So the link, my href, I have my little octothorpe there, and here I'm also going to have that as well. Okay, now it should be complete.
Out, and I want to insert this, so I'm going to go right above the container, and we can insert a partial like this. Okay, I believe, is it 2?
Okay, so now inside of our main layout, we want to make sure that it can read in that menu bar that we just created. So we're going to read that in and display it every time the layout displays. So we can read it in just the way that he put it there. So bring it in as a header. This with a angle bracket, a header. Okay.
Let me just double check that. Yeah, so that should insert the header. So I'm going to save that, and then we'll go back. Now we want to go to the dashboard and reload. And
okay, so and what's interesting to me is the fact that he didn't put the triple brackets around this one. So I don't know why that is, but it seems to work without it. Yeah, I'm not sure on that. But we talked earlier about how the triple brackets help pass through the HTML tags. But in this case, he didn't seem to do that, and it still worked. So who knows? But either way, we pass in the header like this. It will render at the top of the page. So let's reload and see that. There we go. So we can see that I tried to make a longer logo there. It was too long, so it didn't display, but that's okay. Doesn't really matter. We can see that our menu bar loaded, and if I click this, okay, that doesn't seem to be working. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. I know why. Yeah, I think I just need to watch a little bit more. So the menu bar loaded, perfect. And that's because we put it inside of our main layout. And so whatever we pass through with this main layout, it's also going to grab the header and display it at the top of the screen. Okay.
And there we go. Now this, if I click this, it doesn't work because with Materialize, if you want to use this sliding nav bar, you actually have to initialize it in the JavaScript. So we want.
So this is something that's a little bit different that's from like EJS and some of the other tools that we've used before. So with EJS, I mean, you're generally just kind of doing like JavaScript functions right in the HTML. But here with handlebars, we actually have to like initialize this stuff. So we created this really cool sliding bar, but we can't use it yet because it hasn't been initialized. So what he's going to do here is initialize it in the script tags at the bottom of the page in our main HBS. So it's just going to be a new script, and it's going to just kind of turn it on. I think that's how he does it, but we'll see.
I want to go to the main, still in the main layout. Let's go under here and put in some script tags. And since we brought in materialize, we can use this m dot and then side nav. And we want to call init, and then we need to select the class. So document query selector, and it has a class of side nav. So dot side nav.
So what's interesting here is that we're using a query selector to find the side nav that we're looking for and then initialize it with side nav behavior. So there's some built-in behavior that the side nav can have, and then we are selecting it with a query selector and making it have that behavior. I thought that was kind of interesting. All right, so document, query selector, and we're bringing in side nav. And then we're attaching that side nav behavior to it. Okay.
So this should initialize it, and then if we go back here and reload and I click that.
Yeah. So now what this should do. Okay. There we go. So now all of a sudden it's there and it has all the behavior that we want, right? I click it, I click away. So it's doing multiple things here, right? It's popping the menu out from the side and it's blurring, like it's putting a filter over the rest of the screen, right? So there's multiple aspects of behavior that are happening. And all we had to do to make that happen was attach the built-in side nav behavior to the side nav that we built. So it's doing a lot of stuff just by saying, all right, I want you to behave like a side nav. And materialize is like, sure, I can do that for you. Let me make this into a side nav. I can do that. And it does it just like that, which is wild, right? Okay, so for the partial call, bracket, angle bracket, the partial. Okay, so it's a specific call for partials. All right. Gotcha. Interesting. Okay, so we can utilize this built-in materialize behavior to make our side nav function. Well, beans. Materialize is very cool and handy. Yes, it is. All right. See what's next.
There we go. All right, now if I click logout, this goes to auth logout, and remember that route logs us out and brings us back here.
Okay, so yeah, let's test our logout real quick. Let's see if clicking this will actually log us out. Hey, it does. Awesome. So that button should work. And log back in. I'm going to log back in as a different user. Still took me to the dashboard. Great. I can log out there as well. Boop. Hooray. Okay.
Now, if I go up here and I type in dashboard without logging in, I can still go to it, which I...
Yeah. And so that's something that Traversy pointed out here, is that we have not done anything to validate the routes that we have created, right? So if you knew your way around this app, and if you were like a malicious person, you would probably have certain specific routes that you would try, like /home or /index, or I don't know, /user. And you would maybe just try those routes to see if you could access them without logging in, to grab data. Or /home, or just common terms, /menu, I don't know, just to see if you could make your way into the app without authenticating first. And so we can do that right now and just say /dashboard, and it still lets us in. I'm not logged in, I logged out. There's no credentials being passed here, but it still lets me in. So it's very important that we protect these routes so that can't happen.
I don't want. So we're going to create a piece of middleware to make sure that we can't do that. Also, if we are logged in, I don't want to see this page. I want to be booted back to the dashboard. So this is actually pretty easy. I'm just going to collapse these and create a folder called middleware. And in here we'll create auth.js. So this is auth middleware. And middleware is just a function that has access to the request and response objects. So I'm going to module dot.
Okay, so below our config, we can go ahead and create a new folder. And we can just call it middleware. Again, we're at the root here. Middleware. And inside of middleware, we're going to put auth.js. And we're going to just write a little bit of middleware here that's going to help us handle the request and response and make sure that somebody doesn't end up where they're not meant to be. And Rascal has actually given a real world example of how that sort of route spoofing can happen. They say, yep, I get requests to common WordPress, PIP, PHP, etc., auth endpoints and such all the time to their site. So this happens in the real world, which is why for the apps that you're building out there in the world, you're going to need to make sure that you are protecting your routes. If your app is containing some sensitive information, or user specific information, you are absolutely going to want to protect your route. So middleware is software that sits in the middle. I wouldn't call it software, I'd just call it code. It sits in the middle of the requests and responses that are moving back and forth. So it sort of makes me think of, how like back in the old days there used to be like Morse code. So like people would like like tap out Morse code. And let's say that like a soldier was sending a message home to their sweetheart, right? Somebody would tap out in Morse code, but the sweetheart back at home wouldn't be able to understand the Morse code. It's you can't understand Morse code just by listening to it unless you're very skilled, and most people aren't. So what you need is someone in the middle to take that message and turn it into written English or whatever language, right? You need somebody in the middle to translate and then pass the message on. And so that's kind of how middleware works. Is it can intercept those messages, do something to them to make them usable by the recipient, and then send them onward. So rec to Node.js app to middleware to Node.js code. I suppose, yeah. So it's you can more think of it like coming from originating at the client. So like in our case, everything's in the same project, right? We just have our server that's listening for messages to come from the client, and then those messages might pass the middleware and then get handled by our CRUD operation. And the middleware can do different things at different times. It just depends on the use case. Yeah, it's code that sits in the middle and does things to messages as they pass through. So really, anytime you see app.use being referenced, that's probably some kind of middleware. So in this case, how we're going to use middleware is somebody is going to attempt to access a route in the client. Maybe it's localhost / dashboard, right? They're going to attempt to get to the dashboard. They're going to pass that route up to the server. The server is going to pass through some middleware. It's going to pass that request through some middleware to check and see if the person making the request is an authenticated user. If they are, then it's going to allow them to access the dashboard. It's going to render the dashboard. It's going to do all the things it's meant to do. And if they aren't valid, then it's going to kick them out and it's going to send them back to the login page. Homeless says the client sends a request. Yeah, so it has a message with a route. It goes into our server. Our server runs it through some middleware, and then it goes to whatever handler it needs to go. I would say that's reasonable. Yeah. Got the hydrate there. Yep. Okay, so let's protect our routes, and we'll see that that might be the last thing that we do tonight. I would say that um, I mean, it's obvious we're not going to get through this tonight. I have work tomorrow. I want to stop at 10 p.m. Eastern so I can go to bed. But I think what we'll probably do is we will finish this tomorrow. So I'm going to be doing a surprise Monday stream. What? So that way it's done before Tuesday and everybody has seen the concepts that that are in this tutorial before Tuesday. So you'll have plenty of time to review it again prior to the next time we cover this stuff in class. I wouldn't mind, continuing onward if I didn't have work tomorrow. But I think it's one of those kind of things where like current me doesn't care, right? Like current me is fine with this. But tomorrow me will not appreciate current me's lack of consideration for my sleep schedule, right? So I gotta respect future me. I'm glad you have work tomorrow. Yeah, I gotta have some respect for future me. Sometimes that's hard for me to have respect for future me, but it's something I'm working on. Okay. Rascal wants to challenge me to a stream off. Oh no. I think Rascal could probably beat me. Just for sheer volume of content alone. All right, but let's protect our routes and then we'll make sure our app is secure, right? We'll make sure our routes are secure that nobody else can get in here. And then we'll lock the doors and resume tomorrow. Okay. I think a lot of like I think we're done with a lot of like the fiddly stuff. The rest of it now is going to be, once we get the authentication fully set up and all the routes protected, then it's more about just building the app, right? Like building the functionality, grabbing the elements, passing them in. So it's less about all these separate pieces that we're pulling together and more about just building the pages and the functionality. So theoretically, that should go faster. If you look at the timestamps on the chapters, they get much longer as we go. So we're getting to the part where we're actually building functionality versus just setting up the scaffolding that we need. The you that pays bills needs to sleep. Yeah, I do get some money from Twitch, but it's not enough to pay bills. It mostly just keeps me, make sure I can buy enough food and litter for my foster kittens. That's about what it does. I do want to show you guys at some point some of the things that Twitch subs have helped me get for my foster kittens. So I'll be sure to show you that at some point. That's where most of that goes for supplies and toys and things for foster kittens. All right. Rascal went 12 hours. I'm not surprised. Okay. So let's do it. Let's keep trucking.
Sports. And let's create an ensure auth function. And this is going to take in request, response, and then next. Next is just the function you call when you're done doing whatever it is you want to do to call the next piece of middleware. And we can check here. We can say if, and then on that request object, we have an is authenticated method. So we want to call is, did I spell that right? Authenticated. If request is authenticated, then we want to just return next and move on, because I mean they're fine, they can keep going because they're logged in. Else then we want to redirect to the home page, to the login. Okay, so that's ensure auth. Now I also want to create an ensure guest for the, if you're logged in and you try to go to the landing page, I don't want them to see the login. So this, let's say function request response next, and again we're going to check to see if request.is authenticated. Okay, so if they're authenticated, then we want to redirect, say res.redirect to the dashboard, and else So else, then we want to just return next.
Okay, so what is this doing? Well, it's doing, so we have two different functions that are doing slightly different things, right? So if somebody is trying to access something that they shouldn't, if they're not logged in. So if I'm just, haven't logged in at all and I'm trying to get to one of those routes that I shouldn't be able to get to, what this is going to do is it's going to say, hey, is this person authenticated? If they are, then just go on to the next middleware. If they are not, then just send them back home so they can log in. Now, guest is going to say, well, if this person is not logged in, we don't want, if this person is logged in, we don't want them to be sent back to the login page at any point. They're already logged in. We don't need them to log in again. They should not be able to access that page. So we're checking to say, all right, if they are authenticated, send them to the dashboard. If they're not, just go on to the next middleware. Okay. Ryan, yeah, I'm sure I've used, I'm sure I've bought ice cream. I don't usually buy ice cream, actually. It's one of those things I don't generally buy. But if there was an ice cream man in my neighborhood, I would be buying ice cream. You're exactly correct. Okay. Oh, you're caught up, Driftwood. That's rad. Yeah, and there's tons of different OAuth services you can add. You don't have to just use Google. You could use, sites use Facebook, sites use, I don't know, all sorts of different accounts. Hey, Driftwood, that's rad that you caught up from 2 hours behind. Nice. Um, the lure of the bell ringing singing ice cream is like a mosquito to a blue light. So, Kronos, welcome, by the way. Good to have you here. Um, so I'm sure that there's ways that this code here on the right, that this tutorial that we're following, absolutely, I'm sure there's ways it could be improved. You're welcome to make suggestions. I think we're probably going to keep it as is, just because we're still kind of learning about these concepts, and so we want to try to keep things, as close as close to the tutorial as possible. But you're welcome to share your suggestion. Absolutely, I'm open to hear it. Bobby says, I'm not caught up, but at least I had dinner. Hey, that's rad. Nice. Okay, so what have we done? Well, we've coded our middleware, right? We've coded our middleware, so now we can use it elsewhere because we are exporting it. We said module exports. So now we can plug this middleware into our various routes as just an extra argument. So we can pass it in as an extra argument and run all these messages through our ensure guest and ensure auth first to make sure that they are valid before we allow the user to proceed, right? We broke the longest stream record like 17 minutes ago. I am not surprised, Rascal. All right, so let's see. So we've coded these, right? And we've exported them so we can use them. Let's see where we put them.
All right, so we'll save that. Now let's go to our index route. So routes index.js, and let's bring those in. So I'm going to use destructuring here and just pull in auth. What the hell did I call it? Ensure auth. Ensure auth and ensure guest. Require. So we want to require that from dot slash. Wait, where are we? We want to go up one level to middleware and then auth. And then whenever we want to use middleware within a route, we just add it as a second argument. So
okay, so I'm going to pause here for just 1 second just to quickly go over what he just did here. So what he did is something called destructuring, which you may have seen before. What that allows us to do is basically just say, hey, I want to bring in both of these at the same time from the same location. So we can use destructuring to essentially put a list of things on the left side of the equal sign and basically perform a singular action on them, whether that's variable assignment or something else, we can do it, we can kind of do it in reverse to bring in multiple items at the same time and perform the same action on them. So in this case, we're just saying, hey, get both of these things from the same location. Rather than having to do them separately, we can do them simultaneously. What the hell did I call it? Just goes to show that nobody can remember all these things. Absolutely not. Yeah, Chronos. So you can definitely use, the bang expression or whatever to validate true or false. Yeah, that's perfectly valid. That's what I like about JavaScript is there's so many different ways to do things, right? You could use classic if else syntax. You could use, um, you know, the bang for the checking. You could use truthiness, falsiness. Yeah, there's so many different ways to do things, which is pretty neat. Brad looking up like a dozen snippets of code makes me feel better about my own coding. Yeah, everybody Googles everything all the time. Folks have the misconception that they have to remember everything, and that is absolutely untrue. Googling is a, an extremely valuable skill to have as a developer. It's a skill, it's an art, and if you can get good at it, you can be a good dev. 10 developers with one problem is 10 different solutions. Absolutely. Yep. Okay. So let's see now. Let's see. We have these now. Let's see where we put them. So what he was just saying before I paused there is that we can essentially add these as an additional argument inside of our router. So let's do that.
We'll put in here, this is the login, which should be ensure guest, because only a guest, someone that's not logged in, should be able to see this. However, the dashboard is ensure auth. All right, so we'll save that. Let's try it out.
Okay, so he went really quickly there, but this is a really cool thing that we just did, right? Just by so we've created something reusable that we can use to protect every single route in our app, right? We can make sure that nobody ends up where they're not supposed to be. And so by adding this separate argument into our router, we can make sure that people who are trying to access routes that they shouldn't will always get kicked out, no matter what. So I think that's pretty neat. I'm going to save this, and so remember our previous exploit was trying to get to the dashboard without being logged in. So I'm going to reload this and let's see what happens. Aha! Okay. So that was pretty quick what I just did there, but so I was sitting on the dashboard without being logged in because previously I was able to access that route with no problem, right? There was nothing stopping me. If I knew the route, I could get there. But since we added in that additional code to check whether or not they're logged in, as soon as I just reloaded the page, I didn't change anything. I just hit reload. It kicks me out, which is exactly what we want. So now if I try that again, let's just try again. Oh, nope. You can see that it tried. If we look in the terminal, it tried. It said, okay, get dashboard. And then I was immediately redirected home. So boom, 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 kicked out. So let's try logging in and see what happens. So I'm going to log in. And this time I'm going to try to go back to the login page. I'm already logged in. I'm authenticated. I have an active session going. And I'm going to try to just get back to the home page. I can't. It won't let me. Right? And we can see that the terminal is kicking me back to the dashboard each time. So we can see what's happening here in the terminal. It's trying to get the home page, but I'm immediately redirected back to the dashboard, which is exactly what we want. So we're enforcing these routes, we're protecting them. And a couple of new people joined us here. Welcome, Felipe, and welcome, Turn Down. Good to have you here. We are practicing authentication through Google, and we are learning how to protect our routes so that people can't get to parts of the app that they shouldn't be able to. Yeah, Jim, exactly. It's like a bouncer at a bar or a club. Exactly. Yeah, you can't even put dashboard in browser. That's interesting. I mean, you should be able to type it, but as soon as you hit enter, it should, or sorry, if I were to log out here, um, I mean, theoretically you can type dashboard, but as soon as you hit enter, it will remove that, right? It's routing you back home. Turn down says, I haven't done this homework yet. I figure if I watch you, it'll be easier. Yeah. So what I would suggest, turn down, is hopping off of the live stream because we're pretty far into it. We've done a lot. But what you can do is you can head over to my Twitch channel and hit up the VOD. So you can watch from the beginning that way. And I think you'll have a much better grasp if you start from the beginning. Yeah. It's wonderful that you're able to join me live. I just think you might be a little bit lost at this point. So you can definitely catch the VOD and start from the beginning, where we start from scratch. We go through the app and we spend the first hour just talking about how it works. So hopefully that will help you out. And Rascal 2 there in chat has linked to the VOD right there in chat. So check that out. And I'm actually probably going to have a part 2 of this tomorrow because it's very late where I live. So watch out for part 2 as well. After you get through part 1, you can hit up part 2. Oh, thanks, turn down. I find that being nice means that people tend to be nice back, right? Thanks, turn down. All right, I hope you enjoy the VOD. Okay, so our route protection seems to work. Let's see what's next because I honestly don't remember. So it looks like we have a little bit more with route protection. So let's see what comes next there.
Now, if I try to go to dashboard, I can't. It just boots me back. But if I log in with Google, I'm at my dashboard, and if I try to go back to just the login page, I can't. So we have that middleware now, which is pretty simple, and we have protected routes. Now we do have an issue here. So I'm logged in right now in my dashboard, and actually, you know what I'm going to do is in the dashboard route, so we can get the user with request.user. So I'm going to console log here, request.user, like that. And then if I go back to my dashboard and I reload, so it kicks me out because I'm not logged in. Actually, I didn't even have to do the console log because we already have the protected routes. But you saw as soon as I reloaded my server, I got kicked out. Like I can reload now and it'll actually console log my user down here. Let me go down to the bottom. So you can see it logged my user. If I change anything here, like just get rid of this console log, and then I save, it restarts my server using NodeMon. So now if I go back and I reload, I get kicked out.
Yeah, so what he's trying to say there is that right now we could encounter a situation where every time you make a change, while we're doing this development work, every time you make a change, anytime that connection is interrupted and the server is restarted, you essentially lose your place. You have to log back in again. Your session does not persist. So I think the next thing that he's probably going to do is essentially make it so that we're actually storing that session data in our database and that we don't get kicked out every time the server restarts, which is pretty important, right? You want those sessions to be able to persist. So I think that's probably the next thing on the table. Chris says on the last episode of Mind Wolf, yeah, it makes me think of like Star Trek when they do those cliffhangers. Previously on Star Trek Voyager, yeah, when they have the montage of things happening. That's how I grew up. Previously on Star Trek Voyager. Okay, so I think we're about to start a new chapter here. Let's see. I'm going to say let's go ahead and wrap it up for tonight. I feel like we made a lot of good progress. We protected our routes. Just the next thing we're going to do is get into session data. And then we're actually going to start building the functionality of the app. Well, like I say, we'll have all of our settings in place. Our authentication works. Our routes are protected. We have the scaffolding built. And then, the second half should be much more fun because we're actually going to um, uh, be building the functionality of the app. So currently I am at 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 33 seconds into the video. And if you would, and that's another reason I'm stopping here is it's right at a timestamp. So if you're looking at the list of timestamps, we're right here. So you can see in the list of timestamps, we've actually already accomplished more than half of the things we set out to accomplish. So the next thing is just storing the sessions in the database, and then we'll set up our models, start adding stories, start actually making things display in the app. Okay. Chris making a Wolfpack recap. Yeah, that'd be rad. Yeah, I'd hire you for that, Chris. I would. Yeah, Chris is a makes some really cool music. So they do composing and stuff like that. It's pretty rad. Yeah, I've heard some of it. All right. So also what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and to make it easier for folks to, hi Nomad King, welcome. I'm just going to create a GitHub repo real quick um, that just contains all the code up to this point. So here's what we'll do. I'm going to kill the server and I'm going to um, let's just do our local git. No, I'm going to do this. All right. So repositories, new repo. I'm going to call it C CRUD demo part one. Part one. There we go. All right, we'll do that. So that way it's easy for folks to jump in if they miss part one, or if they're struggling with part one, they can just grab only the code that we've done today and jump straight into part two tomorrow. All right, so I'm going to create the repo. Oh yeah, git ignore. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Yep, we're going to want to git ignore as well. All right. And inside the git ignore, I'm going to put my, let me remind myself how I formatted my git ignore in other version. So in there, I have to make sure I grab that env file. So I put in config.env and node modules. So if I do that, that should take care of that. All right. Pop those in there. Did that? I did it again. Dang it. Okay, so my terminal sometimes has a really weird bug. And it completely just I try to paste in the default like repo stuff and it just bugs out. So you can look what it's doing down here. It's like wrapping instead of wrapping to instead of doing a word wrap, it just overwrites the current line. I think it's because I have my window small. So I actually have to kill the terminal and start it again. So 1 second. All right, let's do this. So that's not going to work at all. I'm going to kill this terminal and make a new one. Bash. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna do. I think this should work. Get init. All right. Reinitialize the repository. All right. Git add dot okay. Looks about like the right amount of things. Big no modules saved. All right. Perfect. Okay. So we're gonna do git commit -m part one code only. Okay. And then I'm going to set the remote repo. So this should work now that I've made my VS Code window bigger. See if this will work. Okay, I'm gonna have to change the origin. What's the get command for changing an origin, a remote origin? Because the one in there is corrupted. It's not gonna work. Anybody remember? How do I change it? I can always just look it up, but I was curious if anybody has it off the top of their head. You can always Google it. It's fine. Get remote set origin. Okay, set URL origin. All right. Will that work for changing an origin? I'm gonna take your word for it there. Get remote set set URL. All right, and then I'm gonna grab URL. Okay. Oh, okay, great. It worked. Awesome. Cool. Okay, let's see if I can push to this now. Oh. This. We'll get there. Okay, still doesn't like something. I'm using git bash. Git push origin, then the URL. Okay, so like this. Git push origin, copy the URL again, paste. Still doesn't like it. Okay, I literally did this earlier today. We'll figure it out. All right, so I set the origin. Let's try this. Let's try copying from. Oh, get remote set URL. Okay. Okay. I got you. Yeah, I could always delete the git the local repo and try again. All right. Git remote set URL origin. Okay, and then the URL. So theoretically that should work. Let's try it. I'm gonna solve this. All right. That's better. All right. So I already did the commit. Let's just try it here. Okay, git push. So git push u origin main, maybe. No. All right. We'll just delete the git repo. I did this without too much trouble earlier today. I had the same problem and I just Google it. So something is different, but that's okay. All right. I'll delete the set it up again. Yeah, get troubleshooting session. Right, exactly. Okay, 2 seconds. We will find CRUD demo. Okay, and I will delete the Git folder. I'm just gonna delete the I'm just gonna delete the Git folder entirely, and we'll just start over. Okay. Let's try again. It's all about managing frustration, right? Okay, so since I don't have, since I deleted the Git folder, so if we look inside of my file explorer here, that's probably really small, but my Git folder has been deleted. I already trashed it. So theoretically, that should work. Shall see. All right, and I'm just going to grab the, the new repo text here. See if that works. It did it again. Look at what it okay, wait, hang on. Look at what it did. It mangles every time I try to copy and paste from the browser, it just mangles it, and I don't understand why. every time I try to paste from GitHub like this, yeah, I don't know. I've never had this problem before, ever. So I'm gonna have to like do it. I'm gonna have to do it like manually. Yeah, I don't know why it mangles it. So that's all right. So here's what I'm gonna do. Here's how let's do it again. So in my list, so I'm inside my folder where I have this stored, and all I need to do is just delete the Git repo. Boop, deleted, and we can try again. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of do this manually. And all right, get in it. Okay, git add. I'm not gonna worry about the README right now. So I'm gonna do a local commit. Okay, git commit m part 1, part 1 only. Okay, created everything. You mean copy and paste one command at a time in current year? Yeah, we're gonna have to, I think. All right, git remote add origin, and I am gonna, I don't even want to copy the URL at this point. I'm gonna grab the URL from farther up, um, right here. I'm gonna grab it from up here. This is the correct URL. Grab it here, paste it. Git remote add origin, GitHub. Oh, and that pasted wrong too. What the frick is happening? My gosh. All right. I'm just going to grab it from here. See if this will work. Plain text. Something is going on, my friends. Okay. GitHub.com, Wolf, Traversy, CRUD demo, part 1. All right. I did it. I did. Right click, paste. Even when I tried I right clicked before, I swear. I right clicked before and it did the exact same thing. So I don't know what's happening. I'm losing my mind. All right. Git remote, add origin, all of this. GitHub.com. I'm just double checking it's right. Okay. I think that worked. All right. I'm gonna type this out. Git branch m lane. That worked. Git push u origin main. Hey, all right. I just had to type everything by hand and only copy and paste the URL as plain text. So something is wrong with my clipboard. I don't know what, but now it seems to be working. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you guys saw that earlier, but so I just I copied and paste what we always paste, into the terminal like this, and then look at some of the stuff that it spat out. A little farther. It's friggin' wild. So there's my initial. I can't even find it now, but it was putting in some weird stuff. If only we had Clippy here to help us. Yeah. So now it is working. So you should be able to get into the repo. You should be able to get into the repo and see all of this. And I have 2 readmes for some reason, but that's fine. I don't care. Probably because I tried to push twice. So it's all in there. So if you missed part 1, this is only the code from part 1. We will come back and we will update this with another repo for part 2. So that way that folks, if you are catching the VOD, if you made it through all my GitHub drama and you're catching the VOD, you can access the part 1 repo right here, and see all the code for part 1, and then come back and we will have more code for part 2. All right. Clippy, I can only imagine. It looks like you're trying to push to GitHub. Would you like some help? All right. So I think that does it for this evening. I hope you enjoyed the entertainment. Still have 98 viewers sticking with me, but which is pretty amazing. Um, I commend you all. Hey, Kelly Trick. So, real quick before we leave, Kelly asked a question. Enjoying the stream, I've been wanting to ask an actual developer, is doing a software engineering technology associates major okay to become a software developer? I don't have any kind of a CS or software related degree. I don't got nothing like that. I don't have any sort of my degree wasn't even related to computers. I have a stats degree, which in my major, it was really mostly done by hand and on calculators. I didn't learn really anything about coding at all in college. So many people who are now software engineers, they may not even have a college degree at all. So your degree is not what's going to determine what type of job you end up in. It's more about, can you demonstrate the skills to, can you demonstrate the skills that employers want to see, right? So yeah, whatever degree you have, it's probably not going to matter all that much in the end, actually. It's how do you market yourself to employers, and can you demonstrate, like, through projects, that you have the skills that you need. Lalo, you beat Journey? That's rad. Without really spoiling anything, did you encounter anyone along the way? There's a game called Journey by Annapurna Interactive. It's my favorite game of all time. I will say that right out. It only takes a few hours to finish, but it is 100%, in my opinion, the best game ever released. Sure, not many will agree with me, but that's my opinion. Did you? Yeah. So Layla, did you end up playing it solo? I guess is my question. Oh, Laylo, I would highly suggest playing it again and seeing if the game changes, because it might. I'm not going to spoil things, but you might have a different experience the second or third time around. Yeah, it changes. You'll encounter the same sort of landscape, but your gameplay experience may change. So you can Google it if you want to be spoiled. That's fine. I don't mind. Um, but yeah, keep that in mind. It doesn't take long to get through again, so I would suggest trying again and seeing if your gameplay experience changes. Okay. No spoilers. All right. I won't spoil it then. Okay. I'm going to potentially get a raid going here. Yeah, so Kelly Trick, I didn't learn any programming at all until I had graduated from college and was in the workforce. Um, yeah. So it's never too late. Oh, great. Okay, so we got several options for rating. I figured we might, just given the time. So let's dot. All right. So I'm gonna dump you all just because it's late and I'm sure nobody else wants to do any more coding this evening. I'm gonna dump you all with Whistleface, who is a fantastic person. They actually dropped in on my stream a week or so ago, and they're pretty cool and they make cool music. And so I think you're gonna hang out with Whistleface for a while and groove to some tune. So that's what we're gonna do. Right. So 10x, you can search for this is called Journey. It's by Annapurna Interactive, and it's a PlayStation game, so you should be able to find it there. All right, we'll see you later, and I will plan for part 2 of this stream tomorrow evening. Okay, so it's not going to be at the same time, unfortunately. I do have to work. I imagine it'll probably be at 6 p.m. Eastern. So, but I'll send out a tweet. So follow me on Twitter if you're not following me already. Exclamation point Twitter to get my information. And I will tweet about this and put out an announcement on the Discord as well. Oh, and Jim just linked a link to Journey, so check that out. All right, here we go. Raidy raid. See you all again tomorrow. Raid is going to start here shortly. And away we go.